Let me try that again. Well, hello. Started off muted there. It is the night, guys. It is the night we've been waiting for. Holy smokes. I wanted to start a little bit later than I would normally because I've done other election nights. I've never done a midterm or general on my shows. Too young for that. But, or I should say midterm or presidential. But I've done some special elections and stuff. If you start too early, you just got nothing to do because it takes a while for all these things to get going. But here we are, super excited. Well, already results to get to. Governor Ron DeSantis has been projected to win governor again in Florida. Unfortunate, but expected. First female, Katie Britt, to win Senate in Alabama. She's a Republican, but that's definitely interesting. We'll be looking at different broadcasts, different results coming in, all that good stuff, of course. But I just want to say, good to be here. Did a mad dash to record today's show. It's uploading right now, and I'll have it out to our members ASAP. But Jared, good to be with you. Good to be with everybody. Regardless of how tonight goes, I will still have been happy to be with you guys. Let's watch this real quick. A little bit of news coming in.
It's an election night in America. Welcome back. Ahead this hour, big stakes as voting ends in 15 states, and we're going to get a huge new round of results that's going to help decide the battle for control of the U.S. Congress. At 9 p.m. Eastern, polls are going to close in Arizona, Colorado, Iowa, Kansas, Louisiana, Michigan, Minnesota, Nebraska, New Mexico, New York, North Dakota, South Dakota, Texas, Wisconsin, and Wyoming. The battle for 218 House seats, the number needed to win control of the chamber, is heating up as we get deeper into the night. 82 House seats are on the line in the states where polls are closing at the top of the hour. 23 of those seats are competitive and have the potential to tilt the balance of power. In the fight for the U.S. Senate, Arizona is a critical battleground. Incumbent Democratic Senator Mark Kelly is running for a full term after his special election win 2 years ago. The former astronaut faces Republican venture capitalist Blake Masters. Masters has received millions in funding from his boss, billionaire Peter Thiel. In Wisconsin, Democratic Lieutenant Governor Mandela Barnes is aiming to become the state's first black U.S. senator. He's challenging.
So there is a significant chance I just completely have my live stream turned off because I'm streaming CNN. If that happens, wait and I'll try to restart it. I think it's okay because they're streaming this live on their website. I know generally cable networks don't like you stripping their stuff, but we'll see how it goes.
The Secretary of State, Democrat Katie Hobbs, is battling for an open gubernatorial seat now held by Republicans. She faces former television anchor Carrie Lake. Lake is one of the most vocal candidates spreading Trump's false claims about the 2020 election. In Michigan, Democratic Governor Gretchen Whitmer has faced harsh criticism from Republicans for her pandemic response. She faces Republican conservative commentator and first-time candidate Tudor Dixon. In New York State, Democratic Governor Kathy Hochul is in a more competitive race than expected against Republican Congressman Lee Zeldin. Hochul is the former lieutenant governor who rose to the top job last year after Governor Andrew Cuomo resigned amid scandal. And in Texas, former Democratic Congressman Beto O'Rourke is in a tough fight to unseat Republican Governor Greg Abbott in that deep red state. We're just minutes away from...
Voted for Beto today. Did my tiny little part.
The Republican candidates for governor and senator, Carrie Lake and Blake Masters. Kung, what is happening there in these final moments before polls close?
Okay, so nothing new news-wise there. I'm sure they'll give us a breaking news update when something comes in. You can see at the bottom there, why I will keep it on the side of the screen, or that side, is because they'll cycle all the different percentages as they're coming in. Our show, I merged those two words, has grown a lot in the last weekend. Holy smokes. It's been awesome. But it hasn't grown so much that I have the ability to get live vote counts like they can. So we will be mooching off their content on that front. Thank you to all the new people who have subscribed recently. If you're not subscribed, what the heck are you doing with your life? make sure that gets done today. No, I'm kidding. Do whatever you want. But I would appreciate that. And it's super fun to see all of the recent peeps coming in. How's everyone feeling? I know polling wise, we're not super pumped about the possible outcome we could see tonight, but you never know. Crazy things can happen, and I would love to see that. As I mentioned, one of the big pieces of news we've gotten already is Ron DeSantis has won re-election. Like I said, expected but unfortunate. And so many more races to be called, which is nerve-wracking.
What is the mood there? What are you hearing from the Johnson campaign?
Well, Jake, right now, the cautiously optimistic Senator Ron Johnson is mingling among his supporters here at their election night party in Neenah, Wisconsin, and more of the central part of the state. Now, obviously, he is trying to win a third term here, and with it, he has brought implications of what that would mean. One, it could contribute to a change in power in the Senate, which means he would chair an investigations committee, and he has already said he is ready to ramp up the number of investigations out of Congress. On the other side of things, Lieutenant Governor Mandela Barnes, he has told us he is feeling very good tonight. He feels that they have done everything.
If Mandela Barnes won this Senate race, he is so much better than Ron Johnson. That would be incredible.
Tonight is that absentee ballots will be counted later. They're traditionally among the last ballots to be counted here at central counting facilities across the state. So they are watching for a potential red mirage and then some of their support.
As Jared Frank said in the chat, not feeling good, but there's always a never know factor. Totally agree with you. Never know factor is always present, especially in these political times.
Wisconsin, and we're taking a look at the lay of the land in the U.S. Senate, and we were just joking about what's going on in Maryland right now. Tell everybody.
A look at the map can be deceiving early on in the night as we count results, as we've said. Just quickly, where Kyung-La and Omar, we're about to get two of the most competitive states in American politics when those results start to flow in Arizona and Wisconsin. But just to pop up, you see the state of Maryland is red right now. Chris Van Hollen is the Democratic incumbent. Chris Chaffee is his opponent. It's 13-12. Okay, but again, if you look at watching at home and you're just passing through quickly and you see the map red, that's why we want to explain it when we see things like this. We'll come back to that one in 10 or 15 minutes and we'll see if that holds up. That would be a big surprise. But there are the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania is blue at the moment. That's a Republican-held Senate seat at the moment. North Carolina is blue at the moment. That's a Republican-held Senate seat today. Ohio is blue at the moment. That is also a Republican-held Senate seat. Now, as we move later into the night, people watching at home, we've been cautioning you all night long. Please wait, please wait. Let's wait for more votes. Well, we're getting more votes, but we're still only at 37% of the vote.
So I want to let everyone know, I know a lot of shows will probably hop off relatively soon with a bunch of counts. I'm going to try to stay as late as I can. I just started drinking my energy drink, so that for those who just will have a hard time sleeping before we get some of these results, you have someone to listen to. I'll try to go as late in the night as I can. I do have a bunch of stuff tomorrow, so we'll see how that affects my performance in those things tomorrow. But I really do want to get as many results with you guys observing that live as possible, because this is huge. This is really huge. And at least in Ohio, early results are looking pretty good. One of the things that is crazy is they've already projected the gubernatorial race in Ohio for the Republican candidate, but then Tim Ryan is leading in the Senate race, meaning a lot of people in Ohio are splitting their ballot, voting for the GOP candidate for governor, voting for the Democratic option for Senate. That's an interesting dynamic.
Tell us who this 37% is and what we're waiting for.
Yeah, so you guys see that lead, Tim Ryan with 868,000 votes, J.D. Vance 778,000 votes. You noted, Jake, that's with 37% of the estimated vote is fully in. 82% of that vote is pre-election vote. It's early vote, absentee by mail vote, early in-person vote, where Democrats tend to participate in bigger numbers than Republicans do. At the end of the day, we think it's only going to be 32%. 32% of the Ohio vote overall will be pre-election vote. So right now, this vote that you're looking at is overinflated with early vote. Not that they're not real votes and they're counted. It's just making up such a larger share than we think it will make at the end of the day, and that gives J.D. Vance and his campaign hope that as more and more of that election day vote comes in, that Republican-leaning vote, it's going to help him potentially overtake Tim Ryan in these vote totals.
All right, we'll keep watching the actual vote come in. And John, can you take me down to Georgia, as the devil went down once? What are we looking at there?
Easiest way is a nonstop Delta flight from DCA. Look, you see again, remember this was not this close earlier, right?
Yep.
And not only was it not this close earlier, Senator Warnock was above 50%. Again, we're still at 53%.
So reminding you about the dynamic in this election. In some states, they can start voting early like everyone. And then those ballots can start getting counted, both the early absentee or the absentees that come in before Election Day, or just the early in-person voters before Election Day, on Election Day, whatever it is. Some states have weird rules. Republicans in particular put these into motion that stipulate you can't start counting absentee or early votes until a particular time on Election Day. And that causes a situation where the Election Day votes come in, those get counted first, and then the absentee early come in a little bit later based on that stipulation. So we are going to see, just be prepared for it, tons of Republicans in any state that started off the night red just based on the votes that were getting counted because they were Election Day, because those tend to be more Republican voters right now. They'll say because it shifted blue, that was the Democrats stealing the election. Not how it works. No matter when you voted, as long as it's within the legal time frame, that should get counted and is totally legitimate. But they will claim fraud. We're already seeing that.
The governor's race. And then you see a lot of these gray counties here as well. That is rural Trump country or very Republican country. So we still have no votes there even counted at all. Just want to pop in some of this. See, you have no votes counted at all. Again, these are smaller counties, and so it's less than 1% of the population. But that's how Republicans run it up in the rural areas to counter it. So we have to see. I just want to check again. Democratic incumbent senator running in the same election as a Republican incumbent governor. Senator Warnock is at 49.5%. The governor is at 53%, and you see the Democratic Senate candidate at 46%. So you see the split, right? Split ticket voting between Brian Kemp getting 53% of the vote, and then you come over here, the Republican running 5 points behind, and the Democrat running behind the Democratic senator. It's one of the fascinating dynamics, Jake. Georgia, one of several states where you look and you have a Republican incumbent governor. We've seen that in New Hampshire as well. Big question as we keep counting the votes. Can the Democratic senator there, Maggie Hassan, hold on? In Georgia, we'll see.
All right, John King, we are heading into the second busiest hour of the night. Polls are closing in 15 states with a slew of high-profile races in key battlegrounds, including Arizona. And we have a CNN projection for you right now in New York. CNN is projecting that the current Senate Majority Leader, Democrat Charles Schumer, will be reelected, defeating Joe Pinion. In South Dakota, CNN is projecting that a member of Republican leadership, Senator John Thune, will be reelected, defeating Brian Banks. And in Kansas, CNN is projecting that incumbent Republican Senator Jerry Moran will be reelected, defeating Democrat.
I do want to give you a little bit of a sneak peek tonight of some interviews I did in Latrobe that I haven't gone over yet on the show. I will go over them, do segments on them, but give you some of it now. That'll be fun. So at some point when we have a moment here, when they break for commercial or something, I'll show you all that.
Of course, 100 Senate seats. Democrats have 37 of those seats. Republicans have 38 of those seats. There are 25 seats remaining. Republicans only need to pick up one net seat in order to regain control of the U.S. Senate. There are governor's races going on out there as well. Let's go to Boris Sanchez for that.
Jake, two projections to bring you right now, beginning with a familiar face being elected governor of Arkansas. Sarah Huckabee Sanders, the former Donald Trump press secretary / communications director, following in the footsteps of her father, Mike Huckabee, becoming the new governor of Arkansas. We should note she becomes the first woman elected governor of that state, defeating Chris Jones. Another projection to bring you now, this one from Rhode Island. There, incumbent Democrat Dan McKee.
So none of these are surprising. This is, races that weren't particularly competitive.
Administration as the Commerce Secretary. We have some key race alerts to bring you now, beginning with the state of Texas. Last time we checked in, former Congressman Beto O'Rourke had a decent advantage. Right now, Greg Abbott, the incumbent Republican, has overtaken him, nearly 170,000 vote lead for Abbott, with 33% of the vote in. An update now from the Peach State, Georgia. Brian Kemp building on the lead that we saw him take earlier against Stacey Abrams. Right now, he stands 177,000 votes ahead, roughly 8% advantage for Kemp, still above that 50% threshold to avoid a runoff, with 55% of the vote in Georgia. Meantime, an unexpectedly close race in Oklahoma. A key race alert there. Kevin Stitt, the incumbent Republican, taking on Joy Hoffmeister.
It's quite the bummer that everything we've seen from the Republican Party, and they could do very well right now tonight. That's
Republicans, and one of those key states just changed color, John, Georgia.
And it is Georgia. We were talking earlier, number one, Senator Warnock was above 50. Number two, Senator Warnock was in the lead. Herschel Walker, the Republican candidate, now in the lead by 9,000 votes, up to 55%. I would say prepare for a little bit of a seesaw ahead, but to the point David Challing was making in our last conversation, as they begin to count more of the today vote, Election Day cast votes, that's where Republicans have an edge. Boris just noted Governor Kemp stretching his lead a bit. It's the very same dynamic. They're counting Election Day votes now. We're starting to count them as we move through.
You know what's interesting? When at the beginning of the night, the state is very blue because of the ballots that were counted from particular times, etc., and then shifts red, no one in the Democratic Party goes, "This isn't being stolen by the Republicans." No. But when the opposite happens, when it starts off red, turns blue, they point at that as fraud. This is not something that's compatible with democracy. One side believing in it, the other not. One of the things I said in, sorry, I got distracted by those results. One of the things I said in a previous show was, you just can't have a situation in a democracy or, democratic republic where one of the sides goes, yeah, we're fine with democracy as long as we win. It doesn't work like that.
20-point race. So around the Atlanta area at the moment, Warnock there doing quite well, and what he needs to do, just want to come over here.
In some places are outperforming Trump in
Yes.
Georgia.
By percentage, yes. And we'll see how the raw votes turn out as we come back. So let's come back here and pull it out as we come. I just want to come back out to see if it changes as we go. There we go. Look at that. It just changed while we were looking at the counties. It swung again.
Speaking of states that have changed color, let's go north to the Tar Heel state.
Right, so Warnock now leading there, and Ted Budd, again, we talked about this dynamic earlier. First you get the early votes, then you start getting the Election Day votes. Senator Budd, 5,600 votes, so 5,676 votes ahead.
Guys, Herschel Walker could be the next senator from Georgia. Now, let me just tell you, whatever happens tonight, we understand that next Tuesday, it looks like Donald Trump's going to announce his run for president in 2024. It's going to be a wild next 2 years. And I'll let you know that I'm going to be there with you every step of the way. Our show has just started. It is a little baby, and it's growing up. So weird. Why am I wording it like that? Point is, I'm excited to see where it goes, get to know the audience and make it happen over the next 2 years. And I can tell you right now, we'll be doing the same thing on election night in 2024, watching Trump run against somebody. But I implore you to be a part of the journey with me. Holy smokes.
Chunk, and that's what happens.
Yeah, Warnock was up 7%, and now he's up 65% in that one
county.
So that's what came in, and these are votes. These are votes coming in, and it's going to go back and forth and back and forth.
Yeah, and look, there's no question. We went through Georgia 2020, despite what Donald Trump says, and we went through the runoffs in early 2021. Georgia's very good, very solid at counting their votes, and so you just have to wait and watch it play out. And again, in a competitive state, you're going to get some swings.
Let's talk to David Challian at the Battleground desk if we can. to give us more of a breakdown of the vote in Georgia.
Yeah, just watching you guys, because we are looking at the geography of this. Like John just showed you DeKalb County. At first it was only 7% in, then a huge batch of votes got.
I will say that I love the way CNN does their elections, or their election coverage. It's so interesting, it's so dynamic, but also it could 100% be classified as psychological abuse. Everything is a key race alert. Every 5 seconds you're, okay, I can finally turn away from the TV. Dun, 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 dun. Even for announcements that aren't significant. And it's stressful. And then it's like, and this person's 2 points up, this person's 3 points up, this person's. It almost makes you wish that they would just wait until 24 hours after the election happened to just tell you who won instead of watching all the votes get counted and come in. It's quite stressful.
This bucket of outstanding vote. So this is what is giving the Walker folks, even though you saw Warnock take that lead again, real confidence that they are very much still in this race.
Very interesting, David Chalian. Let's get one more look at the overall Senate landscape, and then I want to take you over, John, to the House.
And to David's point, early voting has been a growing phenomenon anyway, and you want the more people to participate, and therefore you give them earlier opportunities. That's good, whether you're a Democrat or Republican or an independent. But obviously that accelerated in the 2020 election because of COVID, and so that's one of the lessons we're learning, and this is more complicated now than it was 10 years ago, just because you get people voting in different ways: early voting, mail-in vote, early in-person voting, mail-in voting, election day voting, and different states count them in different orders. So it's just more complicated, which requires us to be clear and contextual, and requires people at home to just be patient, because you're going to see seesaws, especially in these competitive races. I'm sorry, back to the question right now.
Well, right now, Democrats have 47 seats, Republicans have 42, and right now they're leading. They're leading in 47 seats, and 4 of those are Republican seats, and 42 Republicans are leading, and one of them is in a Democratic seat,
right,
which is was Georgia. Now it's not.
No, Georgia's ahead now. The Democratic seat is, we're still looking at this Maryland race.
This Maryland.
So we still have 13.
13 votes.
Yeah, we still have 13 to 12. So we need Maryland to count some more votes. But if you come out here, again, let's just come out right here, and you're looking at, the Missouri Senate race. Again, Trudy Bush Valentine is not favored in the Missouri Senate race. We have just 6% of the vote in, and you see, where is it? Well, you're having vote right here in St. Louis, the suburbs outside of St. Louis, and in St. Louis proper. So again, it's what we're talking about earlier. If you look at the map at any given moment, it's very important. You could take a picture of this and say, wow, for the Democrats, because the Democrats are also leading at the moment. We've already projected this race,
right,
because we understand what's going to happen here. It's just that the Kansas, Lawrence, Kansas, Collegetown, Topeka, Kansas urban area, Kansas City suburbs, the Kansas City, Missouri suburbs over in the Kansas City, Kansas side, these are predominantly Democratic areas. There's a House district over here that's a very competitive race that we'll be looking at later. And so you look at, you can't just look at the.
I'll say, y'all, it was quite the bummer today, because the last time I voted in the exact same location that I voted today. So, I barely had to wait. I walked in, boom, voted, left. It was so easy. And so I was expecting the same thing today, and I went at 3 p.m. or something, and it was such a long line. It's probably because last time I early voted, this time I didn't. But I mean, it's the most worth it long line to wait in, but still, it was brutal.
Of those House seats, Democrats are currently leading in 22 of them. Republicans are currently leading in 12 of them. That's not to say that those are going to be the final decisive.
See, even like this means nothing. This means this could be 2% of the vote, and 22 are being, led in with the Democrat Party, 12 are the Republican. But showing it to us keeps us engaged and just tortures us. And we'll see that number fall and rise, fall and rise. Whew. But I need it. I hate it, but I want it.
The 82 competitive seats that we've identified, and we'll watch. We could be surprised. There could be other seats as well. But you mentioned, to your point, Democrats being very competitive. And again, so where were we earlier? Number one, at the moment, Democrats are holding both of the New Hampshire seats, 2 competitive seats that the Democrats are a bit nervous about. The Republicans, there's 1 there. And so then you come down here. The last time Jake and I were talking about the competitive House districts, the Republican was leading this district in Rhode Island. Now you see the Democrat has pulled ahead in the second district, Rhode Island 2nd District. It's a little bit of Providence, it's Cranston, it's down to the southern part of the state, the western part of Rhode Island. 50.8% to 46.4%. So the Democrat has pulled ahead again as we count the votes. We get more votes throughout the hour. At the moment, that one was red just a few minutes ago. Now it is blue. Still a long way to go. Then you come into the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. This is fascinating if it holds up. We know this is early vote. We know we have a long way to go to the count in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. But there are 4 competitive House districts here, 2 in the East, 7 and 8, Matt Cartwright and Susan Wild. 2 out here in the western part of the country. Summer Lee's district right here is Pittsburgh, and you move forward from here, and you come up here, and you look at this district here. This is the old Connor Lamb district. The lines have been redrawn. At the moment, but again, very low vote count, Democrats are ahead in all 4 of those. This is a place where Republicans think they could pick up 2 or 3 seats. We'll watch. We have a ways to go, Jake. So remembering that the vote is still early, and where we are an hour, 2 hours from now will tell us a lot more about the House than right now.
All right, John, right now CNN is about to make 2 more projections in House races. In Florida, Republican Maria Elvira Salazar, CNN is projecting, has won a 2nd term in office in her Miami area district.
Okay, I just uploaded, Jared saw it, just uploaded today's full show for our patrons. If you are a member, that is there for you. Don't know why you'd watch that right now, but maybe you want to. More importantly, it's a reminder to anyone who's not a Patreon member to do so. There should be a link in the description of this live stream, if I'm not mistaken, patreon.com/Luke Beasley. While we're live streaming, if you become a member, I will shout you out. Thank you with all of the love in the world, because that is how we power the show, and that is how we do what we do. It's incredible, especially with all the recent growth, trying to do more with the show. Y'all saw I hired the first employee and producer of the show, Ben. So that just takes support from people like you. So if you can, go to patreon.com/Luke Beasley. Not only do you support what we're trying to do here, you also get the full video version of the show. The second that I'm able to get it, recorded, it rendered and everything, I'll send it out to the patrons. And that is hours before anyone else sees those clips, because we have to kind of upload all the clips throughout the day, right? But the full show will get sent to you, and you can just watch all of the coverage of that day's stories back to back to back. Plus, every Saturday I do a whole extra show, so you can get 6 shows a week instead of just 5. But again, most importantly, it powers what we do. I guess most importantly for me. Maybe you don't care about that. Maybe you just want the extra content, which is totally great.
0.6%. This is a real nail biter at this hour, though we do have 70% of the vote in. Now let's go north to New Hampshire, where Maggie Hassan is holding her lead in a pretty commanding way at 57.4% to Don Baldock's 41.3%. He is the Republican. Considering how Chris Sununu has performed as the Republican in the governor's race, pretty significant that Maggie Hassan is right there. Now let's take a look at Pennsylvania, where John Fetterman is sitting at 64.5% to Mehmet Oz's 33.1%. Obviously, we expect this race to end up much closer than what you're seeing on your screen right now. We only have about 15% of the vote in Pennsylvania. And let's check in on Colorado, where Michael Bennet is out to an early lead, 58.2% over Joe O'Dea, the Republican, 39.6%. This is not a seat that Democrats wanted to have to worry about, but that came online near the end of this midterm season as the national environment shifted for Republicans. We've got about a third of the vote in Colorado. We're going to be keeping an eye on that through the evening as well. Now we've got some key race alerts on the governor's races.
Yeah, but a handful of key race alerts beginning in the state of Texas. There, the incumbent Republican Greg Abbott maintaining a lead over former Congressman, former Senate and White House hopeful Beto O'Rourke. Right now, Abbott leading by 80,000 votes with 51% of the vote in Texas as he seeks a 3rd term. Let's get an update now from the Peach State in Georgia. There, incumbent Republican Brian Kemp maintaining a slight advantage over Stacey Abrams, though the 90,000 vote difference between the two is a bigger margin than when Kemp won by 4 years ago. Keep that in mind. 64% of the vote in. He maintains an advantage over that 50% threshold. In Pennsylvania, Attorney General Josh Shapiro, 324,000 votes ahead of Doug Mastriano, 15% of the vote there in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Let's get an update now, a key race alert from the state of Michigan. Incumbent Democrat Gretchen Whitmer currently leading Conservative commentator Tudor Dixon, an election denier as well, 11% of the vote in. We just got an update. It appears Whitmer is 37-ish thousand votes ahead as we get an update from Michigan. Let's take a look at a race that nobody expected would be as close as it was at the end. Incumbent Democrat Kathy Hochul running for her full first term in office. She currently leads considerably over Congressman from Long Island and election denier Lee Zeldin, 265,000 votes as we just got the update from the Empire State, a 9%.
I will say I love the decision by CNN here anytime they come across an election denier to say that, because a lot of times they try to be very neutral when doing this type of coverage, but it needs to be known, hey, you know how we're covering a Democratic election tonight? This person is against that very democracy. Back to you, Jake.
2024, every governor's race matters every year, but they matter all the more this year. Supreme Court sending abortion rights back to the states. So let's go through some of them as we go. Boris ended on this one, so let's just look. I want to make the point here that we're just very, very early, right? A surprisingly close race in the polling. We'll see what turns out on Election Day. Crime, a huge issue here. Kathy Hochul trying to win a full term for the first time. But the votes in so far, largely from down here in the New York City area, and a very tiny percent of the vote. You know, we're looking at Queens here. You're looking at the Bronx. And we walk through Manhattan as you come over here. That's the early votes coming in there. So we have a long way to go in the state of New York.
Yeah, this race is much more competitive than that vote would indicate. Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. So we move over to Michigan again. This has been a competitive race as well. We're only at 11% of the vote. You're watching the map. For me, it's just as the map filling in as one would expect. And you look at it, and the answer is yes. We'll see somewhere out here, Kent County, Grand Rapids, out this way. If Republicans do well here, they're competitive statewide, but it's only 3% of the vote.
It's interesting. They showed that right now, Josh Shapiro has a significant lead over Doug Mastriano, which is definitely very, very good. But even on the ground in that event in Pennsylvania, I talked to multiple people who they were Trumpsters, right? So they were significantly pro-Republican, but did not like Mastriano and thought very low of him, which is interesting to see that playing out in the numbers, but odd because you would think someone as radical as him would resonate with the Trumpsters. So I don't know really where that came from.
County.
I agree with him on that. Mastriano is a goof, but a dangerous goof.
Right, the Reagan Democrats.
Reagan Democrats.
Right.
So we'll watch. We have a long way to go in Michigan. So as you move out here, you come this way. This is interesting because this would be, again, it's a very modest number of votes, and they all come from a critical suburb, mind you. Waukesha County, here's Milwaukee. Suburbs here. Democrats can get votes in the closer in suburbs. As you move more out west, exurbia, rural, it gets more Republican. But it's very early here. Tony Evers, the Democratic incumbent, again, Tim Michaels, near the end of the campaign, said, if you elect me, no Republicans will ever lose again in Wisconsin, which brings the democracy question into play.
Guys, the candidate for governor in Wisconsin says, if you elect me, Republicans are never going to lose. Oh, cool. So you're just admitting that you want to steal elections. That's insane. The GOP gubernatorial candidate.
Just remember, after Dobbs had the big referendum where Kansas voters, common sense conservatives, said no to opening the state Supreme Court, to allowing more abortion restrictions. It'll be interesting to see. This is very early. You say 35% of the estimated vote, but if you're looking out here.
Common sense conservatives. I like that. The few that we have out there.
It's just, we talked earlier, you're close to the Kansas.
To be clear, for everybody, I try to make this clear as much as possible. There are tons of people that would be traditionally called conservative that are reasonable. That's just used to just mean you're kind of maybe possibly Christian, you're small government, and maybe you're pro-life or something. And it's like, we can disagree severely with them on that, but we can also agree with some understanding of facts in the world. But modern day conservatism and the Republican Party is taken over by people who just, they don't see reality. And we'll get to eventually the clip I want to show you of me interviewing Trump supporters that hasn't been played yet on my channel. And you'll see people just don't understand the world as it is tied to empirical reality. And it's really scary.
About 40% of the vote in. The incumbent Democrat, Jared Polis, leading at the moment in Colorado. Interesting to watch if that plays out in tandem with the Senate race. We talked about that dynamic in Georgia, in New Hampshire. In other words, what happens to the governor vis-a-vis the Senate candidate in Colorado? They are both of the same party. Then we come down, just one more quick one, in New Mexico. The governor, Michelle Lujan Grisham, running comfortably ahead, but very early. Votes coming in so far, Jake, only in Democratic areas. But the governor's race is, again, always critical for state issues, all the more important because of threats to democracy and the Supreme Court sending abortion rights back to the states.
All right, John King, thanks so much. And CNN has some more projections. Right now, CNN is projecting that incumbent Senator John Boozman from Arkansas will be reelected. He defeats Natalie James. In Vermont, CNN projects that Congressman Peter Welch will get the promotion and become the next senator from the state of Vermont in an open seat, defeating Gerald Malloy. Let's take a look at the overall balance of power in the 100-seat U.S. Senate. Democrats currently control 38 seats. Republicans currently control 39 seats. 23 seats are remaining. We also have a key race alert that we're going to go to Casey Hunt right now. Casey?
That's right, Jake. We're going to take a quick spin through all of these races for you. We got a whole bunch of vote in. We got Raphael Warnock sitting at 51% right now in Georgia to Herschel Walker's 47.2. He is, of course, right now above that critical threshold to avoid a runoff. We're going to be keeping close tabs. We've seen this move back and forth here in the last hour or so. 65% of the vote in there. Now let's check in on Ohio, where J.D. Vance still in the lead, but it's close. 50.3% to Tim Ryan, the Democratic congressman, 49.7%. John King is going to need to walk us through where the votes are still out to let us know if it's actually going to end up being that close. It's about 45% of the vote in there. Now in North Carolina, look at this. Ted Budd sitting.
We'll let that keep playing up on screen for a second here. But just so y'all know why I've been looking down so much. I wanted to start coverage, but still had to get the show fully sent out and everything. So now the podcast has been uploaded. That's what we're up to over here. Checking the audio. Sweet. But thank you guys for being here, seeing some people hop on. As I mentioned, I'm going to try to stay late into the night to get these results with you all. Big night. If you really want me to see a message, two options. My favorite option, obviously, is super chats. But if you just put something in there a lot, I'll see it. I flip over every once in a while to read through the chat. And I saw Jared said that the Office, the show, has locations you can go to. Is that real? Can I actually do that? I totally would have driven extra 4 hours to do that. I love The Office.
Unexpected place on the map, but there was an Iowa poll late in the cycle from a very trustworthy pollster out there that showed Chuck Grassley, the incumbent Republican, in a tight race with Democrat Michael Franken. And some early returns show Franken out ahead 58.3% to Chuck Grassley's 41.6%. But there is very little vote in Iowa at this hour. We only have 11% in. Let's also dip in on Pennsylvania, where John Fetterman, the Democrats, at 60.5%. These numbers are moving in real time. To Dr. Mehmet Oz's 37%. This is another situation where they're going to count votes very slowly. This is one where there's already litigation challenges, questions about how these votes are going to be counted, and we expect that's going to go late into the night. 17% of the vote in.
The sad thing about all of the crazy claims made by the right about our elections is it's just going to make them more and more hectic. And thus, they're going to say more and more that the hectic nature of it means, oh my goodness, it can't be trusted. But y'all are causing it. Preemptively, you're challenging parts of our elections because you believe there's fraud that there isn't, not widespread voter fraud like they talk about. And that's going to make our elections even more unstable and hectic, like I said. And then they're going to point at that and make that some proof of fraud. It's just brutal.
He is above that 50% threshold, meaning he could potentially avoid a runoff if this holds. And we just got an update there. Now 115,000 vote lead for Kemp. Let's take a look at the state of Michigan. Incumbent Democrat Gretchen Whitmer locked in this tough re-election battle with conservative commentator, former TV host Tudor Dixon. A 42,000 vote advantage for Whitmer, roughly an 8% lead right now. Still very early with only 12% of the vote in. Let's get an update for you from Pennsylvania. There, the Attorney General Josh Shapiro He has nearly a 300,000 vote advantage over Doug Mastriano, one of the most extreme candidates you are going to see on the board tonight. 17% of the vote in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, one that our Jake Tapper knows very well. Jake.
All right, Boris, thanks so much. Let's take a look at this governor's race right now.
Okay, we'll take a break from this. Here is a conversation I had with a Trump supporter. I did a segment on today's show that'll come out later in segment form. But here's some women I talked to who believes Trump is still the president. Yeah. Look at this.
No. I'm not sure he's even whatever.
No, and if he,
You're not sure what?
I don't even know if he's president.
Really?
I do question that.
Who do you think is the real president?
Donald Trump. I think he'll be back any day. Under military assignment.
Ooh, whoa, okay. But this is the thing with that I gotta filter out. He is attacking Biden's performance as president. But he's the real president?
Yes, he is.
So he's to blame for inflation?
No.
I believe there's, well,
No, he's not. I believe there's a show going on. I'm believing he's letting this happen to show people what this
have
world would
happened.
be without. Actually, God's letting this happen because he totally has command. Biden is completely. Hello. Have you heard him talk? Who votes for someone like that? This ain't real. This is not a real thing. Okay, well, I'm just going to make this prediction too because I believe it.
Ready?
Donald Trump is going to take back over. Every executive order that Biden put in will be gone that very second he takes back over.
And you were saying, I heard the beginning of the sentence, that the military was going to do that?
Yes, they're in control right now.
So Trump's the president, but Biden's to blame for anything going wrong in the country. The military's in control and is going to reinstate Trump, but Trump's already the president, so why would he need to be reinstated? It's bonkersville.
Or you see 60% if you round that up to 38% if you round that up. Again, there has been no indication that this race would be anything like that. We expect this race to be very competitive. We're still shy of 20% of the overall vote. 60 to 34 as it goes up now. I just want to check again. Just one of my favorite places to always look. And again, this is early vote. Josh Shapiro was way up in Northampton County. John Fetterman is as well. He may well win Northampton County. Often the person who wins Northampton County goes on to win the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Almost always the person who wins Northampton County goes on to win, but it's not going to be by a margin like that, which tells me, Jake, that we're looking disproportionately at early vote.
Early vote, absolutely. And just to put an underlining on the point you were making, John Fetterman, again, 18%, 19% in. This is early. This is not determinative. But John Fetterman, 59.6% of the vote. Josh Shapiro, who's running for governor on the same ticket.
We have a question. Were the ladies really short, or am I taller than I look? Let's pretend that I'm taller than I look, but with a wink, because it's definitely because they were short, because I'm not taller than I look. Unless I look really short. I'm just like average size, I feel like.
The Pennsylvania is reporting. What is this 19%?
Yeah, so as you guys are saying, it is an early vote situation here. So roughly half of what we're seeing in Pennsylvania, 49% of that current vote is pre-election early vote. So that may be helping boost Fetterman to this 600,000 vote total that he's at right now versus Oz 385,000. We expect at the end of the day for the share of the overall vote that is going to be early vote to be about half that. We think it's going to be 25% of the overall vote at the end of the day. So right now, as a proportion of the vote, that early vote is sort of double in size. And that is what is giving Fetterman, giving Shapiro these larger advantages than you would expect in some of these counties like Northampton that John was showing you there. So again, right now, Jake, the early vote makes up roughly half, and we think it's going to make up a lot less than that.
Okay, because nothing new is coming in right now, we're going to take a quick break from that to look at this. I saw someone called into Pacman's show, got this clip sent to me asking if I am concerned about my safety when I go to those rallies. Let's take a look at this.
You know, all this stuff. Then you give them the real numbers. They go, well, 1 is too many. Oh, but that's a different argument now. Your first argument was it's too widely available. Okay, we have a voicemail number. That number is 219-2-David P. Here's a really good question about our colleague Luke Beasley, who has been going to Trump rallies recently.
Hey, David. I actually have a question for you and a friend of the show, Luke Beasley.
Yep.
Does he ever feel unsafe at these rallies? Because, you know, you played that clip where that guy was just cursing a lot at, you know, Democrats, and he said, what have these people ever done for Americans? And then Luke named a couple things, tried to get a few words in there. And, you know, when people are that unhinged, I don't try to talk sense into them. And it's not that I don't want Luke to. I love it. I love his videos. I love, you know, what he sends you. It's great. I just wonder, you know, does he ever feel unsafe?
Yeah, this is a fair question. And, you know, Luke is becoming more recognizable because he's been going to these rallies for a while. So I think I plan to have a conversation with Luke to ask about that. Because we want the number one priority is for Luke to be safe, and we're certainly conscious of that, no doubt about it.
So to let you know, the clip being discussed here is let's see. Whoa, hello, load. I'll get the clip to you in a second. Here you go. Okay, the one he mentioned was this one. Tell me about what you saw, what you liked.
I liked everything.
Everything.
Yep.
And
I want to say something, but I can't.
Say it. Go ahead.
Democrats.
Why do you feel that way?
Because they're scumbags. What have they done to help this country? You're young.
Yeah, the Inflation Reduction Act is lowering prescription drug costs as well as investment change. Ooh. Why is she that in your mind? I just told you. She was on the forefront of getting the Inflation Reduction Act passed.
She's a piece of
Gotcha. Cool. You're done? Right. Not that.
They're destroying this country. And if people don't wake up, go themselves.
You heard it here first. Sorry, that was what you like. Flashing me back to how confused I was while interviewing him, because I kept trying to start a conversation and he just was like bleep bleep bleep, and then at the end he goes, and if you don't wake up to that, go F yourself, just to close it out. And he's walking away but still wants to talk to me, and I'm like, is the interview over, or are you still gonna talk with me? Whew, that was really funny. So to answer the guy's question, and I'll probably do a full segment on this because I have gotten this question a bunch, but the phrase I want to use is I am purposefully and strategically, I just smacked my microphone, ignorant of the possible threats to my safety, if that makes sense, right? When I go to those, I want to just do my thing, interview people, and not think about anyone possibly attacking me. But so I purposefully convince myself that there's no risk at all. But and I'll get into this in more detail on tomorrow's show. I brought 2 friends with mine, producer Ben that you guys know, and then a different friend, Patrick, that y'all saw on the bonus show. And both of them, when they told people around them what they were doing, that they're going to go with me to this, were getting asked and told by everyone, watch out, I don't think this is safe, oh no. And they were asking me, are you sure I should go with you to this thing? And again, I would, purposefully be ignorant to any possible threats that could be posed, and convince them it was perfectly good and fine, which it did turn out to be. I don't think people realize how sweet most people are there, even when you tell them you're a Democrat. I told a lot of people that I had voted for Biden. You saw it in that one clip. And a lot of them are honestly sweet. And then they also have really dangerous ideas, right? And that's what both the people who came with me was like, that was so strange. They would say stuff that was so dangerous for the future of America, but then also be perfectly kind. And you would expect someone with those types of views to be also really interpersonally odd, if that makes sense, which some of them absolutely are. So anyways, that's my short answer. I'll give the full explanation on tomorrow's show, but really, really crazy. And thank you to that guy for being concerned. I would say all is well. As David indicated, the more I do these, the more people out there that have seen me, specifically at these events, probably the less safe it gets to go, because people start looking out for you. Like, I don't know how Jordan Klepper, for example, could ever still do this. How has anyone not seen him? But it's kind of like, that's because a lot of people on the opposite side don't watch that type of media. So I'm great to do these things until I have an actual bad experience, because so far all of the rallies I've gone to have been perfectly fine and I've felt perfectly safe.
Gain of 5. But if you're looking as we go through the night and you're Democrats and you say, okay, where are we now as opposed to where we were earlier, you just look. Jared Golden has pulled into the lead in Maine. Again, this district has ranked choice voting. It could be days and longer, much longer, before we get a final result. But again, if you're a Democrat and you're thinking this is one of those districts.
At the rally, though, we did see this lady who was protesting Trump get ripped out of the rally and, like, arms behind her back, pushed out. It was crazy.
Democratic incumbent, we're still only at 20% of the vote here, so we have a long way to go. But the Democratic incumbent leading here and leading here. If these 3 seats are red when we're done, then Republicans are going to have a big majority. If the Democrats,
I do have, so look out for the clip where I cover the guy calling it a Pac-Man show tomorrow. I do have one anecdote that was a little bit intimidating. It has to do with the guy. I haven't gone over this clip, but I will. Pac-Man already went over it. The guy who kept talking about how into martial arts he was. After the interview, there was a little bit of a moment where I was like, oh gosh, what's about to happen? That I'll tell you about tomorrow. Ha, cliffhanger.
Democrats leading at the moment, Republicans hope to pick up 2 or 3 of these seats. So we'll see how the night plays out. And you keep dropping south. Let me stay up this way for 1 second, because we told you earlier, the Republican was leading at one point. The Democrat moved into the lead about 15 minutes ago. Seth Magaziner has stretched that lead out a bit, and you're now up to about 87% of the vote. So you see the Democrat ahead there, 51% to 47% if you round that up. A ways to go yet here. But the map, if you were worried tonight for the Democrats, you were going to see a bloodbath. You don't see it in the map now, Jake, with some time to go. But you still have to say advantage Republican when it comes to capturing the net 5 to take the House.
All right, John King, thanks so much. And we have some projections for you right now. CNN has 3 projections. One of them is a pretty significant one. CNN is projecting that incumbent Democratic Senator Michael Bennet will be reelected, defeating Joe O'Dea. Republicans had a lot of hopes that Joe O'Dea was going to be able to.
Yeah, that was a race where it was supposed to be safe and then got a little bit scary for a moment there, and looks like he's going to hold it, which is really good.
2 other projections in Maryland. The Democratic Senator Chris Van Hollen will be reelected, CNN projects, defeating Chris Chafee, a Republican. And in North Dakota, CNN is projecting that former governor and current Senator John Hoeven will be reelected, defeating Democrat Katrina Christensen. The balance of power in the U.S. Senate, as you know, 100 Senate seats. Democrats currently have 40. Republicans currently have 40. There are 20 seats remaining.
Torture.
That's what we're going to be doing for the rest of the night and perhaps a few more days after that. Republicans, of course, remember, need to pick up 1 net Democratic seat in order to regain control of the U.S. Senate. We have governor's races, of course, now as well, and Boris Sanchez has some projections there.
Jake, a trio of projections and 3 victories for Democrats, beginning with history being made in Maryland. Wes Moore, who had never been elected to public office in his life, will become the first black governor of the state of Maryland as he defeats election denier Dan Cox. Another historic win in Massachusetts for Democrats, Maura Healey. In another pickup for Democrats, she becomes the first woman elected governor of Massachusetts and the first openly lesbian governor in the history of the United States as she defeats election denier Jeff Deal. Meantime, the first openly gay governor in U.S. history will win re-election in Colorado. Jared Polis defeats Heidi Ganahl, a Republican entrepreneur. We also have some key race alerts to bring you right now, beginning with the state of Georgia. We've not stopped talking about Georgia all night. We will continue talking about these races. Brian Kemp right now, 204,000 votes ahead of Stacey Abrams, roughly a 7 percentage point advantage, with 72% of the vote in the Peach State. Let's get a look at Texas now. There, incumbent Republican Greg Abbott with a similar lead, 282,000 votes ahead of former Congressman Beto O'Rourke, 56% of the vote in.
I will show y'all, when we get an open moment as well, an interview I did with a QAnon supporter.
Roughly in the same place where she was when we last checked in on Michigan, a 40,000 vote advantage against former TV host and conservative commentator Tudor Dixon, only 13% of the vote in Michigan. Let's take a look at a true toss-up. Joe Biden won the state of Wisconsin in 2020 by an eyelash, only about 20,000 votes. Tony Evers, the incumbent Democrat right now, holding on to a 76,000 vote advantage over Tim Michels with 21% of the vote in Wisconsin. We want to send it over to Dana Bash.
Yeah, as Mike highlighted, any election denier that we can see lose is good, is a celebration. We just saw 2 go down there, which is definitely good news.
That Boris was talking about governor's mansions. You're going to have a Democrat in the governor's mansion again, and in Maryland, in Massachusetts and Maryland. Yeah. Maryland is, because we're local, we see the signs everywhere. Talk about Westmore and the importance of it.
Well, look, there's a lot of history that could be made tonight. I think these are 2 big ones, but especially for Democrats in Massachusetts, the first openly gay governor in that state, but the first lesbian in the entire country. There could be actually a second tonight if Tina Kotek wins in the state of Oregon. But that's a significant moment for the state of Massachusetts, that governor's mansion returning to Democrats. But in Maryland, in Westmore, I think what you're seeing there is someone who Democrats agree is perhaps the future of the party, a huge rising star, someone who, as Boris said, has never held public office before, taking over that governor's mansion from a very popular Republican governor. I think that's definitely one place I would be watching.
Yeah, there's no question. We obviously here in Washington, we see in a lot of the ads for Westmore an enormously impressive candidate. I agree with you. He's going to have a national profile. What's so interesting, these are 2 deep blue states, Maryland and Massachusetts, and for the last 8 years, both of them have been governed by moderate Republicans, Larry Hogan and Charlie Baker, both very popular, but both Healy and Moore were advantaged by the fact that they had hard right candidates who were strong.
Sabrina asked, how much do you all think intimidation is affecting voting? It has to be in some way, right? I mean, you drive up to a ballot drop box and see armed people watching over it. That has to have an effect. Who knows how significant, though.
A veteran from Afghanistan in the 82nd Airborne. But I want to go back to Maura Healey and Massachusetts, because I'm sorry, when you think about it, the history-making moment of her being the first openly lesbian, okay. But the first woman, there's never been a female governor in Massachusetts?
I mean, it is amazing. Massachusetts is not the only place where that is a piece of history that has not happened. I mean, there are a lot of places in this country, but especially when you look at these statewide contests where it is still a barrier to reach for women to be elected to those positions, for Black people to be elected to those positions. I believe Westmore would be only the 3rd Black governor that's been elected in this country. So since Reconstruction, I should say. So there are a lot of barriers that we thought we had gotten past that people are still breaking in 2022.
No, and you're exactly right about Westmore. I mean, the first Black governor of Maryland, another deep blue state. A few barriers being broken tonight. We may see how the national race goes, but in a couple of very blue states, a couple of very impressive blue candidates.
Okay, back over to Jake.
Thanks so much, Dana. Coming up, the first results from Senate races in Nevada and Utah that could be key to the fight for Senate control. Our election coverage continues in just a moment. Stay with us.
All right, a good chance to look at another one of these interviews, talking with a QAnon guy.
I'm pretty far down the rabbit hole, so I don't know what I think right now. So
what does that mean? Describe that for me.
Oh, it's just everything that's going on in the world and has been going on in the world, and I mean, it's a lot of we'll call it conspiracy theories, you know.
Just for the heck of it, for the game, what would you say your most wild conspiracy theory would be?
I guess there's really not a wildest one. I mean, they're all conspiracy theories until they're one proven true or the masses believe them. So, I mean, there's been some wild ones over the time, with all the child sex trafficking and Donald Trump being the first president to fight against that. It's not a conspiracy theory, it's the truth.
So child sex trafficking, huge problem, totally agree with you. That should be addressed. It's the connection, I guess, to it's the Democratic Party who's doing this and Biden's in the back room.
It's good versus evil. It's not Republican versus Democrat. There are a lot of evil people in the world, period, whether they're Democrat or they're Republican rhinos. And they're bad for the party, bad for the country. And
does Trump's relationship with Epstein before he died bother you at all?
I don't think so. No.
It doesn't bother you?
I don't think so. No.
Gotcha.
It doesn't bother me because if anything, I would think that it would be like an inside, you know what I mean? Like he was on the inside getting intel, like same thing he did with the mafia people that stayed in his hotels, and they were getting information back years ago in Trump hotels.
So he's playing Epstein.
I think so, yes.
Interesting. Would this fall under QAnon?
QAnon is what was made up by the mainstream media. It's either Q and then you have Anons, which are anonymous people that follow it. So the whole thing that was put together as QAnon, that isn't a real entity. That was something that was
would you
coined.
say, yes, Q has sent me some of my information?
You have Anons, which are anonymous people that disseminate the Q posts and everything else. So QAnon is not per se a person or a group or an entity.
Gotcha. He was really stuck on that point. I just wanted him to say, I was asking, so you subscribe to that belief, right? Gotcha. That makes sense. And I guess I'm saying the beliefs that the Anons subscribe to would be in line with yours.
Would be Q.
Which is in line with yours.
Yeah, well, yes.
Yeah, gotcha. And so
there you go.
Woo, that's wild. I'm sorry. It's really...
Like I said, dude,
I had never had someone actually just fully admit to... They'll admit to beliefs that I know to be QAnon beliefs, but explicitly asking, so you're a QAnon supporter? Rarely does someone go, yeah, absolutely. And so I didn't even know how to follow up. So that's cray.
Not in a rabbit hole. I'm I've been following this stuff for over 2 years.
Jared said that or he's self-aware. It's so true, because if you believe something to be true, why would you keep saying I'm down a rabbit hole? It's called, these are called conspiracy theories. It's like he knows that what he believes is too bonkers to be real.
No, since the election, since he lost the election before with the fraud and everything else.
Right. So you're a real trooper for engaging with this. So let me ask you, do you have moments where you go, shoot, maybe this is all not true?
Yeah, I wouldn't say that it's not true, but there's moments of despair that nothing's happening, nothing's going to happen. It's a roller coaster. It is. It's been an emotional roller coaster for two plus years now.
Because I would plead with you, as someone who doesn't subscribe to those things and have gone through the process through the proper evidence and the proper outlets and sources that you should go to for your information, come to the conclusion that I'll say in a second, come to the conclusion that a lot of these things that seem really scary actually aren't true. And it's nice knowing that the truth isn't as bonkers as you might believe it is. So I would implore you that maybe the world isn't as much of the story you've been told that it is.
What if it is?
Then I would need evidence to prove that it is, And that's the other thing you hear a lot. Well, it could be true. Yeah, it could if there were evidence for it, and that's what I'm trying to explain, that there's not. But
seats, there are 48 seats where the polls have closed, and CNN has said it is too early to call. Of those 48, Democrats are in the lead in 37. Republicans are in the lead in 11. There are 82 competitive seats total. That is the state of play as of now, especially as those early votes are being tabulated. Just minutes from now, at 10 p.m. Eastern, polls are going to close in Nevada, in Utah, and Montana. Both parties aiming for the magic number of 218, the total number of seats needed to control the U.S. House of Representatives. 11 House seats are at stake in the next hour. Every seat matters in this heated battle for the House. 4 of those seats are considered competitive in this next round of poll closings. Turning to the battle for the U.S. Senate, it really could all come down to Nevada. Incumbent Democratic Senator Catherine Cortez Masto, the first Latina U.S. Senator ever is also one of the most vulnerable Democrats in the U.S. Senate. She faces a strong challenge by the former state attorney general, Republican Adam Laxalt. In the Utah Senate race, Republican Senator and Trump loyalist Mike Lee was facing a heated challenge by an independent candidate, former CIA officer Evan McMullin. McMullin is an anti-Trump former Republican who ran for president in 2016. The clock is ticking closer to the end of voting in 3 more states. And when those votes come, we will bring them to you. Let's go to Gary Tuckman now. He is in Nevada at a voting location in Las Vegas. And Gary, you've seen a surge of...
A surge of late voters, and I'll go this far, Jake, to tell you this. I've covered a lot of midterm elections. I've never seen a line this long at a voting place for a midterm election. This is Las Vegas, Nevada. This is the Boulevard Mall, about a 5-minute drive away from the Las Vegas Strip. And right now, I just finished counting, there are 250 people in line. Polls close officially at 7 p.m. Pacific time in about 8 minutes.
What are they doing there?
If you're in line before 7 p.m., you will be permitted to vote. We talked to the person in the front of this line. They said they waited an hour. When we talked to that person, it was 10 minutes ago. More people have come in. So this poll can be open for another hour and 15 minutes, an hour and a half. One other thing we want to tell you about results here in the state of Nevada, there are 17 counties. Each of the, including this one, Clark County, where more than 70% of Nevada's population lives. We have been told that until all 17 counties have processed their votes, none of them are to report their votes to Carson City, the state capital. So the results will all come out at once when all 17 counties are done.
That's interesting. Kind of what I was talking about earlier, working against the manipulation of what you can do when you just report every single batch of votes that you can instead of waiting a bit, so that who knows why they're doing it. But what that will serve to do is make it a little bit harder for Republicans to say, see, this percentage was going towards Republicans earlier in the night and then later went this way, because we just need to get all the votes counted before we make any conclusions. Not all of them, but enough of them, right? A large enough percentage that you know that's pretty decisive.
Close at 7 p.m. And we have heard from the chairman of the County Board of Supervisors, who apologized for the problems that happened earlier in the day, but said that every single vote will be counted. Rest assured. He wanted to make sure that voters knew that very clearly. In about 6 minutes, we are going to have some of those first results just rolling in. And remember that in this county, about 85% of people vote early. And so those vote counts that you start hearing in just a bit here are going to be from early voters, people who came to the polls before today or who mailed in their ballots as well. And so that is what you're going to start hearing. By Friday, we should have all of the early votes, about 95 to 99% of those votes counted, and we will know what those numbers are, according to officials here. One thing I do want to stress is we asked the chairman of the County Board of Supervisors whether or not those issues, those tabulation issues with the printers that happened here in several different voting centers were going to make this count last longer, and the answer was no. This should be as per normal. Jake?
All right, Sarah. Is that Mr. Gates from the Maricopa County Board of Supervisors right next to you, Sarah?
That is, and we were hoping to bring him in live. If you have some time, we would like to do that, if you wouldn't mind.
We'll come back later. Tell him we said hi. We'll come back and get a status report from him. Let's get more on Arizona right now from Brianna Keeler at the voting desk. Brianna.
Yeah, let's take a closer look here, Jake. A judge in Maricopa County, which of course is where Phoenix is located, denying a request from Republicans to extend polling hours by 3 hours. The judge saying there was no evidence that anyone was prevented from exercising their right to vote. That hearing wrapping up just 2 minutes before polls closed in Arizona. Republicans had asked for this extension after machines at 60 of the county's 223 locations were rejecting those ballots earlier. And election officials said that technicians had fixed the problems, that the ballots would still be counted even if they weren't tabulated by the machines that were affected. But the technical difficulties, of course, have stoked right-wing conspiracy theories about voting machines on social media. And the chief election official, as you heard Sarah talking about there, tweeting, every legal vote will be tabulated, adding, I promise, and we will see some of these official numbers from Maricopa coming here in just minutes by 10 p.m. Eastern.
All right.
If Kari Lake loses, they are going to claim that what we saw there, the machine issues they had that got solved that didn't seem to affect any voting, they're going to claim that that was a huge thing by the Democrats. Oh, this is going to be brutal.
70 votes ahead of the Democratic incumbent, Senator Raphael Warnock. Chase Oliver, the Libertarian candidate, getting just shy of 2% of the vote. That could be quite significant in the sense that at the moment, with 76% of the estimated vote counts, we have a ways to go, considerable ways to go, but 49.1 to 49%. That's essentially a dead heat with a very slight Walker lead. I just want to show you one interesting dynamic in the state as Walker now has pulled into the lead. If you look at the governor's race, it's not that close, right? You see an 8-point lead
fascinating
there for the incumbent Republican governor. Right.
Brian Kemp up 251,000 votes.
251,000. So watch this when we come back to the Senate race, right? So you're looking
2,000,
right?
Almost 3,000.
So you're looking through each of the counties here across the great state of Georgia. Watch when we pull this up just to give you a sense. Where are the counties where Herschel Walker is underperforming Governor Kemp? That would be almost everywhere.
Pretty much everywhere.
Yeah, that would be almost everywhere. So what is happening? Number one, Governor Kemp. Let me turn this off and come back to the governor's race for a minute. Governor Kemp is overperforming Herschel Walker where Democrats live and where votes overwhelming. You might say he's getting blown out here. Yes, he is. He is getting blown out here. But margins matter in close races. So look at Brian Kemp with 28% of the vote in Fulton County, the most populous county in the state. County Joe Biden won by 46 points, more than 46 points. Brian Kemp's getting 28%. Herschel Walker's getting 23%. 23%. So that's where in terms of where the people live in a Democratic area, in a large area, that's one way to look at it. But it's also happening out here. I'm just going to pick a random rural county in Georgia. This is Wilcox County. It's tiny. It's less than 1% of the vote. But look at Herschel Walker getting 74% of the vote there, and Raphael Warnock getting 25%. If you round that up, then you come over here to the governor's race. Brian Kemp getting a point or two higher, and Stacey Abrams lower. So Raphael Warnock is getting a few more votes in these very white.
Yeah, so there's so many people voting for Kemp, but then going down the ballot and voting for Warnock instead of Republican straight ticket. That is an interesting dynamic for sure.
Here, Raphael Warnock, during this conversation, Senator Warnock is now pulled ahead by 5,491 votes. So as these votes come in, the margins matter. The fact that Governor Kemp is doing a little better in the strongly Democratic areas matters big time in his race. And the fact that Herschel Walker in these red counties all across Georgia is running a little bit behind the Republican incumbent Governor Jake, it matters. The margins matter.
It sure does, John King. Thanks so much. Voting is about to end in 3 more states, including Nevada, another key battleground that could tip the scale in the fight for the control of the U.S. Senate. We have a key race alert for you now. It is too early to call the U.S. Senate race in Nevada between...
Guys, that's just so brutal for them to do to us. We got a key race alert. We don't know what the heck's happening in these races yet. That's your alert. Well, thank you, Jake. Thank you.
And his challenger, independent Evan McMullin, also too early to call. The balance of power in the U.S. Senate, as we've been telling you all night, this is key. There are 40 Democratic senators, 40 Republican senators, 20 seats outstanding. That is what we are going to be spending the rest of the night focusing on. Republicans need to pick up 1 net seat in order to regain control of the U.S. Senate. But right now, it's tied 40-40. Boris Sanchez now has a projection at the governor's desk. Boris.
Yeah, Jake, a trio of projections to bring you. In all of them, Republican incumbents hanging on, including in the state of South Dakota, where Democrats have not elected a governor since the 1970s. There, Kristi Noem earns another 4 years, defeating Jamie Smith. She is someone that potentially has presidential, if not vice presidential, aspirations for 2024. An update now, a projection from the state of Oklahoma. There, Kevin Stitt getting a big boost from national Republicans late in the game, a big influx of cash there. He defeats Democratic challenger Joy Hoffmeister to earn a return trip to the governor's mansion in Oklahoma. An update now from the state of Vermont. In a state that Joe Biden won by a considerable margin, Republican Governor Phil Scott earns another 4 years. He is the only Republican holding on to statewide office in that state as he defeats progressive educator Brenda Siegel. A number of key race alerts to bring you now. Beginning in the state of Texas, Republican incumbent Greg Abbott building on his lead. He's now 368,000 votes ahead of Beto O'Rourke with 58% of the vote in the Lone Star State. Let's get a look at Michigan right now. Gretchen Whitmer roughly the same place, maybe a slimmer advantage than the last time we checked in on her contest with Tudor Dixon. 36,000 votes ahead for the Democratic incumbent with 16% of the vote in. An update now, again from Georgia. Brian Kemp there, 247,000 votes ahead of Stacey Abrams. Notable in this rematch, last time around, Kemp only won by about 50,000 votes. This is a much bigger lead, and as you just saw, he added another 1,000 votes to that advantage with 77% of the vote in Georgia. We finish with Wisconsin. The key race alert there, 85,000 votes separating these two candidates. Tony Evers, the incumbent, holding on to an advantage over election denier Tim Michaels, 35% of the vote in Wisconsin. And as we turn it over to Casey Hunt, we have to point out there's also a big Senate race in Wisconsin as well.
There sure is, Boris. We're going to walk across the map here. I want to start, take a guess, Georgia, which is where we've been talking about all night.
Oh,
Raphael Warnock
brutal.
back in the lead by 0.1%. Look at that. 2,300 or so votes separating Warnock from Herschel Walker at this hour. We've got 77% of the vote in, but I think it's very obvious to everybody watching this could go either way. Let's take a look at Wisconsin. We obviously just saw what
Let's go
Boris was
Mandela
pointing out.
Barnes.
It's similar on the Senate side. Mandela Barnes, the Democrat, sitting at 51.8%, but that is not as strong as the gubernatorial candidate, Ron Johnson, the incumbent Republican, at 48%. We expect this to be one of the closest Senate contests throughout the night. We've only got 34% of the vote in, so keep watching that one. Pennsylvania, let's check back in. This has changed pretty dramatically since the last time we really looked at it. John Fetterman is now at 52.1% to Mehmet Oz's 45.4%. This is starting to look a lot more like we expect it to look as they count the votes, perhaps over the next couple of days, depending on how close it remains. Right now, about 146,000 votes separating them. Fetterman has been underperforming the Democratic candidate in the governor's race, Josh Shapiro, so another thing to keep an eye on. Let's check in on Ohio, where J.D. Vance has expanded his lead a little bit over Democrat Tim Ryan, the congressman who's challenging him. This is, of course, retiring Republican Rob Portman's seat, so if Vance can hang on to this lead, it'll represent a Republican hold, 53.4% to Ryan's 46.6%. We still do, of course, have about 30% of the vote outstanding there. Now let's go down to North Carolina, where Ted Budd is still leading Democrat Sherry Beasley, 50.8% to Sherry Beasley's 47.1%. Retiring Republican Richard Burr has this seat right now, so this would represent a Republican hold. This has been pretty steady for the past couple of hours, but the vote count creeping upward. We're now at 83% in North Carolina. And let's check back in New Hampshire. This is one that a lot of people were looking to for signs of potentially an early Republican wave if Don Bolduc, the Republican, had a particularly strong showing. So far, that's just not happening. Maggie Hassan is at 57.2%, Bolduc down at 41.5%. Now, granted, we still only have about 40% of the vote in there, so things could still...
It is going to be so annoying if we have to go to bed tonight without knowing some of the big questions. I remember, no relation, guys. I remember on the 2020 presidential election night, this was long before I had started my show, but I was just watching it. We had a little election party, and everyone left, and I'm sitting up, just watching. And then I think I slept on my couch, because back then I didn't have a TV in my room, trying to get good sleep. Now I just put one in here, and I don't even care about good sleep, but... So I slept on the couch multiple nights, just watching. Would wake up in the middle of the night. Has anything happened? No, and go back to sleep. So I guess I'll be doing that once again. But this time I'll be in a comfy bed watching it. A comfy bed stressing out at 3 in the morning.
The three that we're watching in Virginia, Congresswoman Abigail Spanberger's district, and I'm wondering, it's changed to blue.
It has changed to blue, and we talked about earlier what was happening. 3 competitive districts in the Commonwealth.
Sabrina just dropped a bomb on me. She said, we go to bed every night without knowing the big questions. Now that I can't argue with. You are correct, Sabrina.
In D.C. is here. We come down to the Spanberger race. She is now pulled ahead, narrowly ahead, but 4,863 votes with 98% of the vote in, estimated vote in. So still some counting to do. So what happened here? Remember last time we were here, we didn't have many votes from Prince William County. This is the largest population base in the district. It also happens to be the most Democratic area, closest to Washington, D.C.
And look at this.
Yes,
89, but it's still 11% outstanding.
Still more votes to come from the most Democratic area of the district. Joe Biden carried this county by 32 points. And there you have it right there. She's carrying it by 33 points. So this county performing. So when you pull back out, again, Democrats are looking at these House races filling in, and what you do see is the Democrats are very competitive. Is it enough to keep a Republican majority? That's a much bigger question, and we'll walk through the night because Republicans only need a net gain of 5. But in terms of Democrats fighting tough in the competitive districts, you see it right here. A lot of red here in the district as you look for Vega, but the largest population center of the district is right here. And so, again, we have to finish the count here, but we're up to 98%. You come out, I just want to come down south to the Loria district, which is this is the much more competitive district. She has narrowed. Loria has narrowed this, but she's still down 9 points or 10 points if you round up the Republican candidate, Jen Kiggins. It's gotten a little bit tighter as things have come in. You're seeing it on the county level here as it breaks up throughout the district. This will be an area people study after the election, right in the Virginia Beach area just south of Norfolk. But you come back up. I want to come back to the House competitive map. Again, if you're Democrats and Republicans looking at Virginia saying, we're going to get at least 2 of those 3, at the moment you're thinking, okay, maybe we can keep it to just 1. This is a footnote I want to make because it's early. I don't want to draw any conclusions here, but this district has gotten a lot of attention in recent days because Sean Maloney is not just a Democratic incumbent from New York. He's the head of the Democratic Congressional Campaign Committee. He's the head of the fundraising arm to help Democrats try to keep the majority. At the moment, he's losing in his district. I want to turn off the county line for a minute just to show you the district here. You're in the Hudson Valley, a little bit northwest of New York City, losing at the moment, but it's only 9%. So this is one of those races. Republicans would love this. They consider this, if they can get it, a trophy because he's the campaign committee chairman. But it is very, very early. And again, in the other competitive districts in New York, early for them too. So that could change, but Democrats ahead. Democrats still holding both in New Hampshire. Democrats holding that seat in Rhode Island I talked about. We're not done yet, but they're leading. Democrats, this is another one we haven't talked about all night long. Republicans were hoping to pick up, you talked about New England earlier, hoping to pick up a Democratic seat in Connecticut. Only 10% of the vote, but the Democratic incumbent ahead at the moment.
Vice President Kamala Harris was dispatched to Western Connecticut a few weeks ago, early October, to buck up Democratic turnout in this area, and it's only 10%, but still, right now, Democrats holding it.
10%, and it's early vote, and so that's one of the reasons. Again, we've been urging patience all night, but if you look at the map right now, you see these are the 82 competitive seats, and you're seeing, again, these races aren't called. That's a very important point to make. Most of them are not called, but you're seeing a lot of blue. If you're the Democrats, you're thinking, okay, at least at the moment, this Republican bragging about a big red wave, this map is incomplete. We're not done. We haven't called these races. But if you're looking now, you don't see it. Can you get a Republican majority here? Yes, you can.
Sure, absolutely.
Yes, you can. But you see, you don't see 30 seats looking at this map. And we'll know a lot more 2 hours and 3 hours and into the morning than we.
I really like the way John King, is that his name, does this, because everything is caveated with, wait, we don't know, wait till later, but here's how it's looking now. The annoying thing is, as keeps being highlighted, it just takes 5 for the Republican, party to take over the House, and that's not many. So the Democrats could have a pretty good night in the House and hold a lot of seats that were competitive, but still lose the majority, which means everything.
% here. Chris Pappas leading much more narrowly. This is the more competitive district. This one here, you move up into the North Country. This is more Republican territory. 24%, it's more competitive. So we have a long way to go in counting that one. But you pull back out to the map, and so North Carolina, we have some competitive seats here. The Democrats at the moment, I just want to check, leading here, 91%. So that, you look at a hold, and you come here. This is a fascinating race here in the sense that.
Oh my goodness! Look at this, 74% in, and Wiley Nickel is up.
Up 11,000 votes, but again, remember what happened in the Senate race there as well when the day of votes came in. So we have to wait and see. But again, if you're looking at the map and you're a Democrat, you're thinking, you were worried. You were worried if an incredibly bad night would be Republicans cutting into you, especially in the Northeast, which has been traditionally blue Democratic territory for some time. And the map, it's not great for Democrats, but it's certainly not bad in the sense that when I say not great, again, the margins here.
Right.
Democrats have no margin for error in the Senate,
right,
and a tiny, tiny margin of error in the House, meaning how many seats can we lose? But if you're looking at this map right now and you're Democrats, you don't see the blowout here. Incomplete. A lot of votes to count still.
Right. I guess the most accurate thing you could say is there are a lot of Democrats in Washington, D.C. that were holding on their breath, thinking that there was going to be a lot more red in this map right now in the night than there is.
And here's an example of it here. Again, just to come out, we're up to 65% now. We were talking about this earlier when Tim Ryan, the Democrat, was leading in the early count in the Senate race. We knew that was early vote, and we kept saying we need to wait. We now know that, the Republican candidate in the Senate race has passed and taken the lead. So here's Marcy Kaptur in a district the Republicans who control the governor's office and the legislature redrew her district at 65% of the vote. Still a ways to go, and the Republicans benefit from the election day vote, so we're still not there. But if you're Marcy Kaptur, one of the hardest working Democrats, not taking partisan sides, she works the district hard. She goes home. And
Hey, Jared had a good, question about right-wing networks. What's going on there? Here's the Newsmax coverage.
The night before, with the heaviest rain I've ever been involved with, I was up there. It was beautiful, everything. This is the tropics, right, Florida? It was so beautiful. It was the most beautiful night, and all of a sudden it turned deadly dark, and it was like you had massive pails of water that just fell on top of me.
Oh, this is huge, guys. Spanberger. Whoa. Huh. Let me see if I can get that back on. Oh my goodness. Is my stream still on? Yes, it is. Okay. Strange. Everything just shut down. Let me see if I can get that back on. Yikes. What on earth? Y'all stick with me. Let me see if I can get this Trump speech up again. That was really strange. Okay. And we're back.
The good ones going out there. Herschel's leading right now. So we have a lot of big races going on right now. So enjoy that, enjoy the food, and enjoy everything. And really, in all fairness, it is a great honor to have the media with us, and we hope you enjoy yourself and this wonderful group of people. These are the people that you read about. They are not the nicest people in the world, but they are brilliant financially. We're not going to see any great football stars in here, but we do see brilliant people. But they're great people and very, very successful people, and they want what's good for the country, and that's why they're here. And I want to thank you all for being here. And again, to the media, thank you very much. Have a good time. Thank you.
All right, let's just take a second to soak that in. The former president holding an election night party. He's not even running in a race, but he's counting out some victories. And conspicuously absent from that speech was any mention of Ron DeSantis. He jumped right from Marco Rubio to Katie Britt, his endorsed Senate candidate. Ron DeSanctimonious, as he called him a couple nights ago. He did not mention.
Oh my gosh. This guy went over to Newsmax. No way. Strange.
There are a lot of people out there who would like to see Ron DeSantis run, and I think one of them is Ron DeSantis. So he's not going to sit on the sidelines very long before he puts the pads on and starts hitting people.
And I understand. I mean, he took a swipe at the news, which he so frequently does, calling it fake news. And I know
there are
Fox
races
News,
out west that
didn't take his speech. So I mean, there's a.
All right, back to CNN. And the race that I was trying to tell you about whenever the computer spazzed out was Spanberger, because Virginia was one of the races they were thinking could help Republicans, but Spanberger has held on to her seat, which is good news for sure.
And when the big wave rolled in, I know what it feels like. It doesn't feel like this. Even if Republicans take control of the House, it's not going to be a night like that where race after race after race went to the Republicans, and a whole kind of crew of young Democrats were wiped out. The Spanberger win tells me that's not what this night's going to be.
I just heard from someone at the White House who said that they're really relieved about Spanberger, and they feel like you do, David, that it doesn't feel to them like a wave. They're not happy.
Wait, they're judging that by one race?
Well, this was, as David said, sort of their bellwether. Uh-huh. This is a district that was redistricted, became more blue, and the folks at the Democratic Congressional Campaign Committee have said that this kind of was the race that they were looking at, because if it were, a blowout and she really lost, they would know that it was going to be a bad night. I think no one's happy about Luria, who is on the January 6th committee and is very well regarded. And some folks believe that it was her service on the January 6th committee that really may have hurt her. We know that Liz Cheney came out and campaigned for Spanberger. So, I think Democrats feel like not the wave that they were so worried about. But again, we all have to say the evening is young.
It's 10:17 on these.
Is that all? Is that all?
Even though we've been here for a long time,
We've been here
it's really early.
And also, if whether it's a wave, a ripple, or whatever you want to call it, if the Republicans do win the House, the oversight's going to feel all the same.
There's
no doubt.
If you're in the Biden cabinet, don't breathe easy.
But there is the matter of margin.
Well, also, let's just look at the Georgia race right now on the screen. I think it's like 700.
Yeah, so I agree with that statement so much. Even though it's good in a sense for where the American people stand, if the way in which Republicans take the House is by a little margin, or same thing for the Senate, and it's not a blowout, it's still going to be devastating them taking the House, because the next 2 years, there's no agenda that Biden can push other than, importantly, if he kept the Senate nominating and then the Senate confirming judges, but their legislative agenda will come to a halt, and the House will start doing all of these investigations and public, political stunts and all that.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, this, who knows? This looks like a prescription for a potential runoff here. And given the way, the Pennsylvania race is running true to form, looks very competitive. Democrats pick up that seat. This Georgia, this could be a biennial event. Georgia decides control.
We should also just point out now on the screen, Arizona, Mark Kelly in the lead right now with 56.4%, Blake Masters 41.3%, but again, 41%.
We don't know Washington State.
This evening feels like a mixed bag, and of course it's actually early in the night, despite the fact that it may not feel like this. Of course, Florida, just a blowout for Ron DeSantis, winning by more than 8 points in Miami-Dade. That's huge for Republicans, but then some of the other seats that we were looking at as potential pickups, like New Hampshire, Bolduc at this time is trailing. It's not been called yet. We'll see as votes continue to come in. I tend to agree this may not be quite the wave that Republicans were anticipating. Do I think the House still goes to the right? Absolutely. But that Abigail Spanberger seat is significant.
The Arizona governor race on the screen now, 55% for Katie Hobbs, Carrie Lake, 44%, but again, 40%.
My point is the margin is really, really important in the House, because Kevin McCarthy knows that he needs to have enough of a majority so that Marjorie Taylor Greene and that Freedom Caucus doesn't have essentially
leverage on
him by the neck when it comes to the agenda there. And he has spent his... so
as a note being highlighted in the chat, if they both get under 49% in Georgia, they'll have to do a runoff. Yes. That sounds brutal, having to wait even longer to see if Herschel Walker will defeat Raphael Warnock, or if Raphael Warnock will be able to stay the incumbent senator, but could happen.
Haven't had a chance to do that. I was texting with a source in Florida, political source, who pointed out to me that this will be the first time since Reconstruction that Florida won't have any Democrats in statewide office, period. So, and DeSantis' victory,
the message,
Miami-Dade.
The message that DeSantis sent tonight. I mean, this got called early, and Florida counts their votes quickly, so we won't be talking about it as we watch these other nail-biters. The message that Ron DeSantis sent to the Republican Party tonight about what he's capable of, crushing up and down the state.
Yeah, if Carrie Lake wins, y'all, I'm scared. She is so dangerous. And the second she wins, she's going to be discussed as national prospects will start getting discussed around her. Vice presidential candidate, presidential candidate. It's going to be bad. We will be hearing of Carrie Lake for a very long time.
Across the state at Mar-a-Lago, right? Curiously, I think former President Trump has to be watching that, looking at the margins. Totally. Governor DeSantis won the last election by 33,000 votes. I think he's barely winning. He won by, I think, 1.6 million right about now, so it still could grow or shrink a little bit, but a huge margin. And to Scott's point, the coalition of voters he's put together is something completely impressive that he'd need to put together to run, nationwide. He's done it here. He can replicate it again.
The other huge number he put together was money, and he's still got $90 million left to start his presidential race. So
yeah, this is as close to a mandate as Governor DeSantis is going to get, and I imagine every elected Republican is going to be calling him saying, you need to be the nominee.
And DeSantis tonight pointed out, we not only won the election, we have rewritten the political map, and he called his own win a win for the ages.
You say every Republican's going to be calling him and
telling him what did DeSantis say? Florida is where woke goes to die.
Right.
Yeah, and I will say what he did during the campaign, he ran all over the country campaigning for all different kinds.
Yeah. Oh, gosh. I guess this could be good because it's bad that DeSantis won, but that was expected. So it's possibly good that he won by so much because maybe he'll want to run then for president and challenge Trump, who looks like he's going to announce on Tuesday, and they could tear each other apart. That would be nice.
The U.S. Senate, and what we got 46 Democrats leading right now, 2 of them in Republican seats, 46 Republicans leading right now, 1 in a Democratic seat. Give us the lay of the land.
So one of the Democrats leading in a Republican seat is Mandela Barnes, the lieutenant governor of Wisconsin, leading right now, 47% of the vote counted over the incumbent senator by a 30,000 vote margin. Remember, Donald Trump won this state by 20,000 votes. Then Joe Biden won this state by 20,000 votes. That is today's Wisconsin. It will be close. And you see all the gray. Those are mostly Republican areas, so we're still waiting for votes to come in. This is going to go. This is a very competitive race. Again, this is one of those races, though, North Carolina, Ohio, and Wisconsin, where you had Democratic candidates in traditionally red-leaning states in a midterm year. This one more of a battleground, who ran very competitive races, and we're going to keep counting votes there because Lieutenant Governor Barnes ran a very competitive race. This is a Democratic-held seat that is red at the moment because of Herschel Walker, who has stretched this out a little bit, but this has been a seesaw. 10 minutes ago, Senator Warnock was up by 647 votes. Then Walker was up by about 700 votes. Now Walker is up by 16,000 votes. You're seeing the map filling in. That's one of the reasons Walker's vote total has changed. You see a lot of these smaller counties. This one still has no votes. Coffee County, it's tiny. It's less than 1/2% of the statewide vote. But these are big Republican counties. So it's a couple hundred votes there, a couple thousand votes there. I'll just give you an example as you come over here. It doesn't look like a lot. But in a close race, you need them. And so that's what has happened recently. Some of these smaller rural counties have started reporting their vote, and Walker has come up. Again, if you look at this dynamic, this could matter. Right. That could matter because who's ever on top, you need 50% plus 1 vote to avoid a runoff. And so we got 20% of the vote to count. So that could change. One of these candidates could pull more significantly ahead. But this is a nail-biter at the moment. And just to come over and look, a very known quantity, the Republican incumbent governor at 54% with a 285,000 vote lead, if you round that up just a little tiny bit, right? So the well-known Republican quantity, the Republican incumbent governor with 54% of the vote, the newcomer, the untested in politics, Herschel Walker, running below 50% of the vote. So Brian Kemp helping, but not...
The untested in politics and completely unknowledgeable about politics, Herschel Walker.
Very rough campaign with all sorts of allegations about his personal life, about kids he's fathered and not been there for, and on and on and on. May I ask you, because I know you have this technology, can you show me where Herschel Walker is underperforming Brian Kemp, the governor?
Right, so you're looking at this, yes. And so just for at home, if you help me, look at this map here. It will change. Whereas the counties that stay lit up are where Herschel Walker is underperforming.
Meaning the Republican governor is doing better and getting more votes than Herschel Walker.
That would be almost everywhere.
Pretty much everywhere.
1, 2, 3, 4 counties so far, and I think one of them hasn't reported any votes yet. So just
three,
about,
that just changed to 3.
It just changed to 3.
It's almost everywhere.
Just about everywhere. So and so it matters. It matters enormously because if you come in here and you come Fulton County, it's Atlanta, it's the largest slice. There are 159 counties in Georgia, so it's a complicated state. But 10% of the population is right here. Atlanta, majority Democratic, without a doubt, overwhelmingly Democratic. Then you move out to the suburbs that are still predominantly Democratic, but there are Republican votes to be had, right? Herschel Walker's getting 23% of the vote there. Brian Kemp is getting 28% of the vote. That matters, and it matters hugely.
And let me also ask you, because first of all, Herschel Walker was running a base.
Hey guys, guess what? You'll never guess what Mike Lindell is alleging right now.
We're getting reports all over the country. This is actually, it's a dream come true for me, Steve. It is a dream come true. What they should have done is let America have their red wave, because 90% of these people in this country are voting Republican. Everybody is. Even the Democrats are voting Republican. And I believe, Steve, that instead they said, you know what? Let's steal it anyway. Let's just make everybody go, we got to get rid of these machines. We're getting reports.
So he's saying they're stealing it. No way. I can't believe it. Oh gosh, this is going to shut down again, isn't it? It's because I'm streaming it off their website. It's not like YouTube, so it's just not as stable. Oh, never mind.
So that's the third time.
And he may have to run. So where is, the question is, where is Abrams underperforming Warnock? And it's not in as many places, right? It's not in as many places because it's the percentages. It's the percentages. But
what do you mean it's not as many places? It looks
if you come in and look at it, it's in everywhere. It's everywhere. In the sense that she's running behind him because nothing changes, right? So again, you come in, and so the point. Sorry, I was distracted because the point I was going to make is you come in here and you think, okay, Senator Warnock's getting blown out here, right? And he is. But in close races, to your point about Brian Kemp, popular conservative governor, who's doing okay in the Democratic areas. Okay.
Not horrific.
Right, not horrific, right? But he's doing okay. And then you come out here where Herschel Walker's getting 65%. You say, well, why are we talking about that, right? That's 30 points. That's 31 points. Well, we're talking about it because of this. Because that's, 35 points, right? It just a little bit matters, right? 5,971 votes for Stacey Abrams in this county. 6,200.
So, but that's 300 votes for Raphael Warnock that Stacey Abrams didn't get.
And it's 3.
Lord have mercy.
300 there, and then it's another couple hundred here, is what I'm saying. So in the very rural conservative areas of Georgia, Warnock's getting blown out, but by a not much, by a smaller margin. 20 votes here, 100 votes there matter. Now, it matters out here for the Democrats, and this is where it matters up here for the Republicans. Again, this is DeKalb County. Joe Biden won this county by 67 points, right? So you're not looking for this to be red tonight. It's not going to be red tonight. But you see Herschel Walker at just shy of 12%, 12% if you round that up.
Right.
The governor's running at 15%.
15%. Again,
that matters. 33,000 votes.
That is crazy.
Votes. In a close election, every single one counts.
So what's the overall right now? Because I want to bring in David Chalian at the Battleground Desk. Right now, it's 81% established have reported. Let's bring in David Chalian at the Battleground Desk to tell us.
All right, y'all. Here's what's going on Newsmax.
All your support. I'm not leaving you. I'm up there. They call it a war room, and I say it's a blessing. Now, I'm up there in this room that I've been blessed. So I'm ready, and I know you guys are ready as well. So, hey, God bless you guys. Let's just keep it going. God bless. Thank you guys so
much. Well, Mercedes are very...
I'll try to keep a closer eye on that so we can see when people come out to speak. It's weird that CNN is not covering any of those speeches, but I guess who needs to allow Herschel Walker and Trump to spread their lies.
0.9% lead. It's a big Warnock advantage category. There's still 26% of that mail vote uncounted. I'm going to add in early in person. Here, Warnock has an 8.5 percentage point lead over Walker, and there's only 5% counted. Now, these two buckets together, remember what I just said, make up what we think will be 61% of the overall electorate. The smaller piece is the election day vote, okay, down here. Now, that is a big Herschel Walker category. He's winning it by 27.2%. And there's still 42% of it uncounted. But remember, the top two categories, let me see if I can unhighlight, that is what we think is going to make up 61% of the vote. And the election day vote, which again, 42% is uncounted, we think that's going to make up at the end of the day about 40% of the vote in Georgia. This is why you're seeing such a close race right now.
It is a nail biter. No idea what's going to happen here in Georgia.
No, and show it if you want, but this is why. I mean, if you go back to just instructive to go back to 2020, that's the Senate race. This is why we had a runoff, right? The Republicans.
Right. Neither of them achieved over 50, and at the end of the day, John Ossoff won.
Right, and so that's if we're at that point, it's not so much who's on top; it's which two go into the runoff. But if you want to come back to the presidential race, I mean, Joe Biden ends up winning the state by 11,779 votes. But if you go through it, this is Donald Trump took an early lead.
So what time are we at? We're at 10:30 right now Eastern.
Now we're at midnight as we're switching from Tuesday to Wednesday.
Right.
Trump is still in the lead as we switch it from Tuesday to Wednesday. Noon the next day, Donald Trump's still in the lead, starting to shrink a little bit. Then you get to 2 days later, from Wednesday to Friday.
That's when we were up to 99%.
Because they were counting all the mail-in votes during the COVID pandemic, right? And then Biden passes it.
Right. Now, they did change the law in Georgia so you could count the early votes. You could prepare them and you could count them. So they're not completely in the same boat as of now.
It won't take us long.
It won't take us long.
Yeah, it won't take us long this time. So let's come out of 2020. Let's close that.
And when
down.
you're done with that, I want you to drive up I-95 and take me back home to Pennsylvania.
Then we'll come out of that. We'll come here. We'll get out of the House. We'll come back to the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania.
Okay, where are we here?
We'll see again as we get here. 57% of the vote, 106,000 vote lead, but still a very close race. That's 3 points and a little bit of change. And the question is, so then you start moving around, right? In the suburbs, only 36% of the vote. In Bucks County, Montgomery County was empty earlier, remember?
32%.
We're up to 32, about a third of the vote there. If that margin stays like that, David will interrupt if I'm wrong. But if that's early vote, there's just no way it's not because of the margin. Again, these are more competitive than this.
Right.
But if John Fetterman is winning Bucks County at the end of the night by a margin, that's 20 points.
That's a crazy margin, by the way. Bucks County is usually much, much closer.
Right, much more competitive. And this obviously is a Democratic county. Recently, Joe Biden was it by 26 points, but he doesn't win it by...
Yeah, this was expected, but I think y'all probably heard that Marjorie Taylor Greene won re-election, so that's fun.
Larger the circle, the greater share of the outstanding vote, and the color of the circle is who is leading in that area right now. Does not mean who will win it in the end, but who is leading right now.
That's a lot of big blue bubbles, though.
Right. The bulk of the vote. Look, this race will come down to, can Mehmet Oz compete here? It's the same conversation we were just having in Georgia. Brian Kemp is not winning Fulton County. Brian Kemp is not winning DeKalb. He's not winning Cobb County, but he's getting a decent amount of votes. Mehmet Oz has to do it down here, Philadelphia, the collar counties around it. At the moment, Fetterman is leading, and we just looked, leading significantly.
Yeah.
The question is, and you see these other circles, these are Republican votes, right?
Sure.
And they're smaller counties, right?
Well, Erie's not so
small.
Right there is not so small.
As you come in, but if you're looking up here, the question is, can Mehmet Oz, the margin? It's the same thing about the margins we see in Georgia.
I want to go to Breonna Keeler if I can. She's at the voting desk. Breonna, where are the votes that we're waiting for here? And tell us the status of the counting in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, so let's look at this because officials there are doing this marathon counting. That means that they're not stopping until all the ballots are counted. So no one's, going home in the middle of the night. They're going to keep this up, and we're going to be seeing these results coming into some key counties here. So, John, you can kind of walk us through some of this and give us a sense of what this is going to mean for the night unfolding ahead of us. In Philadelphia, we'd been told, of course, that these final results there could take days. We're now hearing that officials are going to tell us they'll do a press conference within the hour to update on their status. But, of course, we don't know. Obviously, this is going to take some time with some of the measures that they're taking there to verify some of these ballots, right?
Well, Breonna, just remind people, because one of the things that happened in Philadelphia is that the Republicans made a move and are demanding Philadelphia election officials to take steps that they're not demanding of election officials in any other part of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. And even the Republican commissioner was upset about what was going on. So
that's right. And in the end, you had that Republican official joined also by a Democratic official, and they're going to go ahead and proceed with that verification of what they're seeing at the polls and cross-referencing these ballots just to make sure that they don't have anyone challenging or that they should not be able to actually challenge. We'll see if that actually means no one does challenge what they're doing, but it just means it's going to add a lot of time.
Election officials know that they kind of have to be terrified now because they could become the next videos circulated, even if they're doing something completely innocuous, just doing their job. Oh no, look, they carried a box, and the right wing will start freaking out saying that was a box of fraudulent ballots, and that person will have their life upended and their family threatened,
We have more ballots to count. Again, you're looking at margins, right? So Joe Biden wins this, Donald Trump wins this county by a little bit more, 8 points, right? So that's 6 points right there. The question is, can John Fetterman keep it that close? It's just one county, but you're looking at margins all across. But as Bree notes, we have some outstanding votes to count. Sorry to interrupt. Go.
Okay, so the other thing we're looking at, if we go to, you're in Allegheny County now. Okay, so let's take a look at Allegheny County here. Obviously where Pittsburgh is. 90 to 95% of the results should be in by 11 p.m. And obviously Allegheny's showing up first as you've been watching all of those results coming in. But we should be getting a really strong picture of what is happening there, where you can compare what John Fetterman is doing, obviously, to the gubernatorial candidate and get a sense of how things are going.
Yeah, and look, this was always going to be a nail-biter, and it was always a very, very tight race, especially with, I think it's fair to say that Oz closed pretty strong.
Yes.
But at the end of the day, Fetterman is a known quantity, the lieutenant governor, and Oz, people talked about earlier about does it bother them? It was an exit poll. Does it bother them that Oz is a new resident of the state? As a Pennsylvanian, let me just say, the issue wasn't just that he's a new resident of the state; it's that he was from Jersey. Which, if you're from Pennsylvania, that's not from Connecticut. That's a whole other thing. It means. But look, we'll see what happens. But Brianna, go ahead.
Okay, so let's look at Bucks County, heading to those suburbs that you were just checking out there outside of Philadelphia. 40,000 mail-in ballots now have been scanned. They're expecting all of the votes to be counted by midday tomorrow. Okay, so we've got some time ahead of us to find out what is happening there in Bucks.
It's an interesting point. Mail-in ballots. So in 2020, those were disproportionately Democrat. We don't know that they are this time.
Yeah.
Right? But in 2020, they were disproportionately Democrat. In Bucks County, I've been talking about this all night, but because it's so important, Pat Toomey wins Bucks County 6 years ago. He's reelected in a pretty competitive race to the United States Senate. Right, so this is very key. Again, so the mail-in ballots. If you look at the moment, that's a 20-point lead in Bucks County. If it's anywhere close to that at the end, John Fetterman is the next senator from the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. But we're only, so you're at 61%.
Fetterman may well win. He's not going to win Bucks County.
Yeah, you're at 61% statewide. It's just important. So in the places, Philadelphia and the suburbs, 61%, but only 36% here, which means you have a way to go. Right, 32% here. This is 6%, 6.5% of the state population. This is 5% of the state population, and you've got a lot of votes to count still. So this was Democrat 4.4. That would be outstanding. So we have ways to go. We're still counting. We're still counting votes now, and then Brianna talks about mail-in ballots that might not be counted till tomorrow. Remember, this was the state. Again, there aren't as many this time, and they're prepared to count them better this time.
Right.
But this was the state that took us until Saturday in the 2020 election.
Oh, that's terrible.
Go ahead, Brianna.
I think we're going to see that again. We have the acting Secretary of State saying, be patient, because this is going to take a few days. So it sounds like it could very much be a repeat of that. And, we're going to be dying to see what's happening here, especially in Philadelphia, but we're just going to have to be patient.
And the other thing to keep in mind is that in 2020, Donald Trump was on the top of the ticket, and he was telling people, his supporters, do not vote.
Yeah. Exactly, that, Democrats voted disproportionately by mail. Trump pointed that as proof of fraud, but he was telling his voters not to vote by mail, so obviously they're not going to as much. What a world.
Obviously in the total vote count, but that included early ballots.
Yes.
He wasn't telling people not to vote.
Right. That'll be one of the great case studies, again, when we're done with the count, the most important thing, who controls the Senate, who controls the House, what about these governor's races, as we get through all that, when we can do a closer analytical environment, look at the Ron DeSantis win in Florida. Florida Republicans did much better in early voting this time than they did in 2020. The Kemp campaign says, I haven't looked at the data yet, the Kemp campaign says when you look there, they did better, even though Democrats are dominating the Georgia early voting, the Kemp campaign, again, on the margins, the Kemp. So it's just a simple question. With Donald Trump saying don't do it, just ask yourself this. Would you like a month to turn out your vote or 1 day to turn out your vote? I mean, what Donald Trump did to Republicans in 2020 was, forgive the word, asinine. Because he cost them the ability to have more time to turn out more votes. And in a digital age, the second you return your ballot or the day after, I know it. So I can move on to somebody else. You're not wasting your money still texting Jake Tapper saying you need to vote. Your vote's cast, we know, we move on to the next one. The fact that Donald Trump took that away from Republicans in 2020.
No, I know. It's an excellent point. We now have some news from Boris at the projection desk for governors.
That's right, Jake. A handful of projections to bring you, and in all of them, Republican victories beginning in Texas. Greg Abbott, the incumbent Republican, winning a third term, defeating...
Again, unfortunately, that was expected, but definitely sad.
Defeating the Democratic challenger, Kim Reynolds, there winning re-election against small business owner Deidre DeGier. We also have a projection to bring you from the state of Nebraska. Jim Pillen, a veterinarian who defeated a Donald Trump-backed candidate in the Republican primary. He becomes the next governor of Nebraska, defeating state legislator Carol Blood. And no surprises in the state of Wyoming, a state that Donald Trump carried with some 70 percentage points in 2020. Mark Gordon, the incumbent Republican there, defeats Teresa Livingston, an Air Force veteran. Let's get you some key race alerts now. And in 4 of these key races, the Democrat is leading an election denier. First, in Michigan, Gretchen Whitmer, the incumbent Democrat, she builds on the lead that she had when we last checked in on this race against Tudor Dixon, now sitting 112,000 votes ahead with 30% of the vote in the state of Michigan. An update now, Jake, from your home state, home Commonwealth maybe? Josh Shapiro, the Attorney General there, 430,000 votes ahead of Doug Mastriano with 62% of the vote in. Meantime, our first look at the Arizona governor's race with this key race alert. Katie Hobbs, the Secretary of State that helped certify the 2020 election results in Arizona, she's leading former TV anchor turned unrepentant election denier Kari Lake, 184,000 votes, half of the vote in the state of Arizona. Then in New York, a race that nobody expected would be as close as it was in polling right at the very end. Kathy Hochul, the incumbent Democrat, 647,000 votes in front of Lee Zeldin, who you may recall voted to object to certifying the election results in 2020 in the states of Arizona and Pennsylvania. Hochul holding on to a lead there. Let's get you a look at Georgia now, this race that we've been talking about all night. Incumbent Republican Brian Kemp nearly 300,000 votes ahead of Stacey Abrams in this rematch from 2018. 82% of the vote in Georgia. Let's turn it over to Casey Hunt now. Casey, you have an update for us on some Senate races.
We do, and we're going to start. Can you fill in the blank for me, Boris? Georgia. We're going to start in Georgia, where Herschel Walker, again, I want to compare this directly to the number Boris just gave you, which was 54% for Kemp. Herschel Walker sitting at 49.6. That is considerably behind, but he is ahead of Raphael Warnock, the Democrat, who holds 48.5% right now. Again, this is so close. Neither one has 50%. We are potentially looking at a runoff, 83% of the vote in Georgia. So let's check in on Wisconsin, which has been tightening over the past hour or so. Mandela Barnes, the Democrat, look, you saw it tighten right there on your screen. Now at exactly 50%, just 4,000 votes ahead of the incumbent Republican, Ron Johnson, at 49.8%. Our friends at the...
I already have a headache.
Of how we may see this move in the next couple of hours with 50% of the vote in Wisconsin. Let's check in on Jake Tapper's Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, also mine. John Fetterman, 49.8%, now below 50%. Mehmet Oz, 47.7%. This race really tightening up as we have been expecting all night. About 75,000 votes separate them right now. I think we can expect a really long time counting this race. 64% of the vote in Pennsylvania right now. And I do want to check in on Arizona because this has been a critical battleground as well. Mark Kelly, the incumbent Democrat, sitting at 58.1%. So he's got a comfortable early lead over Blake Masters, the Republican, at 39.6%. I do want to point out Katie Hobbs is sitting at 57% in the governor's race. So Kelly is slightly outperforming Hobbs. Potential to see a split on that race. There, of course, is only 50% of the vote in here, so we could see this tighten up throughout the night, Jake.
All right, Casey, thanks so much. Coming up, we're going to go live to Georgia as we follow that incredibly close Senate race and whether it may be heading for a runoff. And we're coming up on the first results from the West Coast, including the powerhouse state of California. Back in a moment.
All right. Y'all want to watch one more interview from the Trump rally? Let's see. Which one should we watch? Let's see about this one.
This is Rich Shade, Christian, patriot, mixed martial arts expert, and the world's most handsome man.
What are your feelings since it kind of big in the news right now about the investigation going on into him based on the documents he had at Mar-a-Lago?
I think it's nonsense. I think the Justice Department right now is totally corrupt at the top. I actually know some. I train in mixed martial arts. A black belt in judo and getting close in Brazilian jiu-jitsu. I know a lot of people in law enforcement. I don't think the middle level people in the FBI are crooked, but the upper level, we've never had anybody weaponize the Justice Department against their opponents like Joe Biden's doing right now.
So my question on that, as far as the timeline goes, is do you agree that the National Archives came to Trump, said we need these documents, he didn't turn them over, we need them, and then finally it concluded in what we saw at
Basically,
Mar-a-Lago?
they blew it up overdue library books. That's all it really is.
That have huge national security implications?
Yeah, but look what some of the other presidents, they're in the Chinese restaurants, you know?
That was a National Archives rented out facility, but which would have been okay if Trump had done that.
Yeah, I mean,
like the hardest part about doing these interviews is being ready to fact check like 100 different conspiracies. So that one I had to quickly say before you cut me off. Well, actually, no, that was a facility that the National Archives rented out, so it's perfectly fine. Continue.
Targeting the man, and they've been, and all, with him we saw Russia, nonsense, one thing after another. Like physically, like I know how to fight, but President Trump, that dude is mentally tough. I don't know how he withstood all the attacks for years and years and years.
I got you. So with the Mar-a-Lago specifically, separate from what it has to do with anybody else, any other stories you've heard about Obama?
Listen, I think Merrick Garland is going to be impeached.
Trump.
And Steve Bannon from the War Room, he said the hunted will become the hunters.
Yikes. Clearly has not learned his lesson on the violent rhetoric from the right. Interestingly enough, I pressed him on that later in the interview, and he was not fond of the idea that maybe the rhetoric of let's hunt other people is not correct. Let's see. I saw that Jared said we should watch the drunk guy. I assume he's drunk, otherwise I don't know what's happening.
We lose the war. Was it before any of us were born, or our parents or ancestors were born? Or was it the Native Americans in the beginning? Or were the white people the original occupants of America, and then they got pushed out by... Now, I'm not saying... I love hip-hop. Culture of hip-hop is like embedded into me. So I'm like, maybe a black soul in a white body? I'm not sure. But I still have my soul, and like... The soul of America is like slowly dissipating. And where did it go? I thought the best was yet to come. How's the metaverse? Tell me about the metaverse.
You tell me.
I fall asleep and I'm there sometimes, and most of the time I drink or smoke some weed. And, I believe anywhere. You know, like, I don't know. If you jump out of an airplane in the metaverse, can you feel the wind?
What? How did we get there? So... y'all know that sometimes we say, I don't know what this person's saying, but what we mean is if you took their words at face value, then on paper, this wouldn't be easy to understand, but I can kind of derive meaning from what they're saying, the context clues. That video, I literally have no clue what he's saying. And I was there, I talked to him longer than that, and still had no clue what the heck he was trying to say. Thank you so much to HK for the super chat, who said, well done, Luke. You work hard and it's appreciated. That means a ton. Thank you so much. You are awesome.
40 of those seats. Republicans have 43. There are 17 seats remaining. That's what the rest of the night is about. In order to control the U.S. Senate, you need 50 seats plus one. Republicans need to pick up one net Democratic seat. We're about to head into another round of votes. Every contest counts with the battle for control.
Pudge Windows asked how I found that guy. We were watching the rally. We had wrapped up the interviews we were going to do before the rally. We were going to watch Trump speak and then interview more people. And he's just shouting behind me. And so I turned around and asked the guys to turn on the cameras and started rolling. And he pretty much just talked. I barely had to ask any questions. He just started ranting.
15 of those seats are competitive, most in California. We're also going to be watching the Senate race in Washington State in the hour ahead. Incumbent Democratic Senator Patty Murray seeking re-election after serving 30 years in the Senate. Her Republican challenger, former nurse and first-time candidate, Republican Tiffany Smiley, is positioning herself as a political outsider. The governor's race in California is also on our radar. The incumbent Democrat Gavin Newsom is a national figure who prevailed over a 2021 recall effort. He now faces Republican challenger State Senator Brian Daly. Newsom has a clear advantage in the state where Democrats outnumber Republicans 2-1. Will he take a victory and go on and run for president? That's a question.
Okay, quick another clip for you. What do you want to hear from Donald Trump tonight?
Make America great again.
And what has made it not great?
What has made it not great is what's going on right now. Open borders, high inflation, everything that's going on right now is just diametrically opposed. The economy, the taxes, 86,000 IRS agents. I mean, we have all night. I mean, the moon will set tomorrow by the time.
So, like you said, there's so many issues. Let's zero in on one. Inflation. Are you saying you blame Joe Biden for inflation?
Well, when you sit there and you stop fossil fuels and the country's running out of diesel in 17 days and no trucks, no boats, no plane, nothing's going to be moving, yeah, you might want to open up fossil fuels. I think this is coming. I think it's coming from the Vatican. The Vatican's meeting today with world leaders at Mount Sinai. Joe Biden's getting his marching orders from the Jesuit oath. If you open up the Jesuit, and this might look crazy to these people, I don't really care.
Sorry, wait. let me go back to my face right here. I'm like, oh no, we're going in a weird direction. You can see there.
Jesuit, and this might look crazy to these people. I don't really care. Google the Jesuit oath. When Joe Biden was elected president, he opened up with a Jesuit priest on a Jesuit Bible. We've had 2 roaming.
So if you can't tell, this is what I look like whenever I'm holding in a laugh. Right there. Trying not to let him know that I think he's bonkers.
Jesuit Bible. We've had 2 Roman Catholic presidents in this country, and Joe Biden has taken orders. Just read the Jesuit oath. That explains so much of everything.
Sure it does.
Is underperforming Republican Governor Brian Kemp in his reelection effort. He is leading Democrat Stacey Abrams by a wider margin. So clearly some questions here. And one thing, split ticket voting. We've been wondering all season long if there would be coattails or split ticket voting. Definite split ticket voting. But the question here is, can Governor Kemp still bring Herschel Walker over that finish line to 50%? We'll find out in the coming hours, but indeed it could take that long.
That's right. With 83% of the vote in, Walker has 49.7%, Warnock 48.4%. If it stays like that, and there's still a lot of votes to count, stays like that, it will go to a runoff. Let's go to Warnock headquarters in Atlanta right now, where we find our Eva McKen. And Eva, what are you hearing from Warnock campaign folks?
Well, Jake, there is a whole lot of cautious optimism here. Close aides, the campaign manager just leaving the stage, not saying a whole lot, just maintaining that they are feeling good. I did speak with a Democratic strategist working with the campaign, and he says, look at DeKalb County, look at Fulton County, look at the major areas around Atlanta. That is where they are tracking tonight. They are looking to see if the Biden voters from 2020 are going to stick with them. They're also feeling good about these split ticket voters because it is splitting in a way that seems to be good for Senator Warnock. And overall, they are confident in the strategy that they have employed here for the past several weeks by really characterizing Warnock, who is a reliable Democratic vote, but characterizing him as a moderate, as someone who can appeal to a wide swath of Georgians. All of that optimism, though, couched with the fact that a lot of votes still need to be counted. Jake?
All right, Eva McCann, thank you so much. And I'm here with John King at the Magic Wall because we're getting votes in from all over the country. And one state we haven't talked about yet significantly in terms of actual votes is the Badger State, Wisconsin, where there's a very competitive Senate race between incumbent Senator Ron Johnson, the Republican, and the Democratic Lieutenant Governor Mandela Barnes, the Democrat. Where are we in Wisconsin?
As you were introducing Wisconsin, it flipped from blue to red. Just moments ago, the Lieutenant Governor Mandela Barnes was up by 149 votes. Now the Republican incumbent Ron Johnson is up by 851 votes. We had a bit of a seesaw earlier in Georgia, and looks like we're going to have one as we go through the second half of the vote count, if you will, in Wisconsin. 60% of...
I know we've had a lot of new subscribers come in recently. So, a reminder, because we're going to have the most nuts next 2 years you've ever experienced, and I would very much like you to be on the journey with me and the show that I put on. It is greatly appreciated and helpful if you can go to patreon.com/Luke Beasley. There's a link in the description, and become a member, and that'll allow you to get access to the full video version of the show hours before clips are uploaded to YouTube. You're probably just watching one story at a time. You can watch the entire show the second that I'm able to record and send it out, as well as a Saturday bonus show. So you get 6 days a week while everyone else gets 5. And then, you know, it's literally making the show possible. So patreon.com/Luke Beasley. If you do it while I'm live streaming, I will read out your name and be quite grateful, so that we can power this show for the next 2 years while we approach the scariest election of our lifetime.
Come through. Not all races are exactly the same, but you want to stay...
But Barnes and Evers are both underperforming Joe Biden in Milwaukee.
Underperforming Joe Biden at the moment.
Right.
So if you and then you come back out and you look, it's you see here, Waukesha County, where Ron Johnson's getting 63% of the vote. I just want to compare him to Donald Trump, in the sense that when you come here, Donald Trump, so Ron Johnson overperforming Trump by a little bit as we go through it. Again, I just want to check the percentages, because the percentages can change when you have a mix of which vote is counted, early vote or election day vote. But if that holds up, that bodes well for Senator Johnson, in the sense that you have Milwaukee here. You have more of a swing area right here in the eastern parts of the county. As you move into the western parts of Waukesha County, it's Republican territory, and that's where Republicans need a healthy margin here.
This isn't something we really were looking for, as opposed to Pennsylvania and Georgia, but is Mandela Barnes underperforming Governor Evers?
I don't know if we have that built in just to check it, but let me look to see if we kept it. I don't believe we have it here as we come through. No, we do.
Well, we can just look at the number.
I can get it for you. I was trying to do it the easy way, but we can do it. We can do it the harder way, just by coming through and looking at the big counties, right? And so you look. You have the same idea, different parties in Georgia, but you have an incumbent Republican governor and.
Ellen says hello, dropping in from the David Pakman show to see how it's going over here. We're all worried for your safety at those nut show Trump rallies. Thank you for your concern. Rest easy. I am quite, how to say, I'm much more comfortable in that setting than I guess you would expect, maybe. And I've never felt even mildly concerned, because in that dynamic, if you work it correctly, you should be fine. And people are generally okay within the context of the type of rally that they're at.
Way stronger than.
Plus, there's always tons of security at these events, and we're always doing interviews right by the entrance. So if anything were to happen, I'm not too concerned.
Get a vote still out in Milwaukee and the suburbs around it here, but you see these big red dots. There are a lot of Republican votes out as well. So in a highly competitive state, Ron Johnson has taken a narrow lead. And if you're the Johnson campaign, you see all these red dots up here, Jake, you think, okay, we're in pretty good shape. Let's keep counting.
All right, John King, thanks so much. And right now, polls are about to close in the political powerhouse of California, as well as 3 other states out west. And we have some projections for you now. 2 for Democrats, 1 for a Republican. In California, CNN is projecting that Senator Alex Padilla, who was appointed to that seat after Kamala Harris became the vice president, that he will be elected senator from California, defeating Mark Mosier. In Illinois, CNN is projecting that incumbent Democratic Senator Tammy Duckworth will be reelected, defeating Kathy Salvi. And in Idaho, CNN is projecting that incumbent Republican Senator Mike Crapo will be reelected, defeating David Roth. States that are too early to call at this hour. In Washington State, incumbent Democratic Senator Patty Murray is running against a strong challenge from Tiffany Smiley, the Republican. That race right now, CNN deems it too early to call. In Oregon, Senator Ron Wyden running for re-election. That race as well, too early to call. Let's look at the balance of power. As you know, there are 100 seats in the U.S. Senate. Democrats currently have 42 of them. Republicans currently have 44 of them. The fight over these 14 remaining seats is what we're going to be covering for the next few hours. Republicans need to pick up one net Democratic seat in order to wrest control of the U.S. Senate. We have some governor's races to report to you now. Let's go to Boris Sanchez.
Jake, a handful of projections to make. In all of them, the incumbent keeping the governor's mansion. We begin in California with Governor Gavin Newsom. Remember, he survived a recall election last year. There are whispers that he may be considering a presidential run in 2024. He easily defeats...
if Biden doesn't run, I do think Gavin Newsom is our best shot.
California. In the most...
And, I mean, I think he has a better shot even than Biden, for sure.
Incumbent Democrat billionaire J.B. Pritzker, who largely self-funded his own campaign, he defeats election denier Darren Bailey to win re-election in Illinois.
Good.
Let's get a look at Maine now. There, the incumbent Democrat Janet Mills had a close race this summer with former two-time Governor Paul LePage, but LePage fumbled a question about abortion rights during a debate, and Mills never looked back, maintaining an advantage in polling. Tonight, she wins another 4 years in Maine. This time, in Idaho, the Republican incumbent, Brad Little, he will win re-election in a state that Donald Trump carried by some 60 percentage points in...
Thank you, Cade.
Educator Stephen Haidt to win re-election in Idaho. Some key race alerts now to bring you, beginning in a true toss-up state in Wisconsin. Remember, Joe Biden won here by a very slim margin in 2020. Right now, Tony Evers leads by 62,000 votes ahead of election questioner Tim Michaels, 62% of the vote in the state of Wisconsin. We have an update for you now from Michigan. Gretchen Whitmer growing her lead against Tudor Dixon, the conservative commentator. 98,000 votes ahead, roughly 7 percentage point advantage for Whitmer, 33% of the vote in Michigan. And what would a key race alert slew be without the state of Georgia? Brian Kemp, the Republican incumbent, 305,000 votes ahead right now of Stacey Abrams, about 9 percentage points with 86% of the vote in the state of Georgia. As we hand it over to Casey Hunt with an update on the senators' races, I would be surprised if you didn't update us on Georgia.
Your update would be useless if you didn't have Georgia in there. And of course, we are starting with Georgia yet again, because look at these vote totals. 32,000 votes separate Herschel Walker from Raphael Warnock right now. It's actually a little bit bigger than it has been at some points throughout the night. But look at that, 49.4 to 48.5%. Again, nobody's over 50, heading to a potential runoff. 86% of the vote in. We can see this change back and forth still all night long as these votes get counted, folks. All right, let's move to Wisconsin, where Ron Johnson, the Republican, is sitting at 50.4% to Mandela Barnes' 49.4%. There's about 16,000 votes separating them. And we actually can compare this. What Boris just gave us in the governor's race showed Evers, the Democrat, ahead at 51.2%, about 62,000 votes separating him from the Republican, who is sitting at 47.4%. So you can see this is becoming another one of these examples where we are seeing a difference in terms of people potentially splitting their tickets here. Now let's check in on Pennsylvania, where John Fetterman, man, that's close, 49.5 to 48% over Dr. Mehmet Oz here. So again, the question that I have when I look at this, and Jake, of course, as we know, is from the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, but John King and David Chalian are going to know what kind of vote is still out, what we're looking at in terms of, is it Philadelphia? That could give the Fetterman campaign some hope. Still a long way to go there, 30% of the votes still out. North Carolina, let's just check in quickly. Ted Budd here, the Republican, sitting at 50.8%. Sherry Beasley, the Democrat, at 46.9%. There's about 143,000 votes separating them at this hour. So perhaps a pretty comfortable place to be when you're looking at 91% of the vote in. Reminder, this is currently a Republican seat. Republican Richard Burr is retiring, Jake.
All right, Casey, thanks so much. And just a reminder, we're looking at 82 competitive House seats. That's really what we're looking at in order to determine whether or not Republicans are going to be able to wrest control of the House of Representatives.
Looks like Greg Abbott is being played on Newsmax.
Surplus and use that to give our property owners the largest property tax cut in the history of Texas. We must fight against Joe Biden's war against oil and gas and keep Texas #1 for oil and gas production in the United States of America. We must also strive for excellence in education. Now, we already rank #1 for the number of blue ribbon schools, as well as we have one of the highest high school graduation rates in America. Also, since I was elected governor to begin with, Texas has become the #1 state in America for the most Tier 1 research universities. But more must be done to improve our math and reading scores. More must be done to improve college graduation rates, as well as to provide skill job training that leads to good jobs. But we must never forget, our schools are for education, not for indoctrination. Schools must stop pushing political agendas and get back to teaching the fundamentals of math and science and reading. But more important than all of that, our students need to be taught why and how the United States of America began with literally nothing and went on to become the best country in the history of the entire world. That is what they need to be taught. And we have no doubt some people here tonight who did their share to keep America strong with the mightiest military in our history. If you have ever worn the uniform of the United States military, would you wave your hand so we can see you and thank you for your service? And we have others who serve among those numbers, and that is those who serve in the Texas.
All right, that was.
Okay, now we'll cut back to CNN.
Party. He's leading there. Again, still a ways to go. Let's come down to the state of New York and the competitive districts there. If you walk right through it here, I still want to peek in on this one. This is Sean Patrick Maloney. He's the head of the Democratic Congressional Campaign Committee. 65% of the vote now, and he is losing by 11 points. If you look at that, doesn't mean we're done. We still have more votes to count, but this would be a trophy.
Yeah, does anyone know if Beto's giving a concession speech right now? Because I would like to see that.
Speaker Nancy Pelosi. And so, Jake, as we go back to you, we're still working on the House math. It looks okay for Republicans, but doesn't look like a blowout.
Certainly not. And we have another big projection for you right now. CNN is projecting that in the state of New Hampshire, live free or die, Democratic incumbent Senator Maggie Hassan will be reelected, defeating retired General Don Bolduc. Maggie Hassan will be reelected, CNN is projecting. This is a seat that Republicans thought they could win. They thought they could defeat Hassan. They were very bullish. They were talking all week about momentum being their way. And instead, Maggie Hassan, the Democratic senator, holds on to that seat CNN is projecting. Let's look at the balance of power right now in the U.S. Senate. You know, 100 seats. Democrats currently control 43 of those seats, with the Hassan keeping her seat. Republicans have 44 of them. There are 13 seats remaining. Republicans need to pick up one net Democratic seat in order to wrest control of the U.S. Senate. Those 13 seats are what we are waiting to see to determine if they are able to achieve that. But there are governor's races, too, and we're going to go to Boris Sanchez with some major news there.
Jake, there is a major projection we are making right now. Incumbent Republican Brian Kemp is projected to win re-election in the state of Georgia. This is a huge deal for Kemp. Remember, he drew...
This is another one of those expected but unfortunate moments. It would have been really cool to see a governor, Stacey Abrams, but Kemp did have a consistent lead in the polls. So,
state's voting system, the electoral system there, and of course his defeat over Stacey Abrams stamps him earning another term in the state of Georgia. Let's turn it over now to Dana Bash for some analysis. Dana.
Thank you so much, Boris. And we did just get word that Stacey Abrams called and conceded. This is a very big win for Governor Kemp. Not necessarily a surprise, given the way that we've seen it go, but very, very clear, decisive win for a Republican governor who split from Donald Trump and led the state of Georgia in a way that obviously his constituents approved.
I mean, he not just split from Trump. Trump tried to take him down in the Republican primary with former Senator David Perdue, and Republicans in Georgia rejected that. And you're exactly right. They rejected it because, first, Republicans, now the entire state, voters like the way Brian Kemp was running the state. And I think the biggest thing was the way he handled COVID. In fact, remember, when he opened up the state, Trump said, this is back in the spring of 2020, I think he may be going a little too fast. It turned out that there were no severe repercussions in Georgia. They reopened the state. The economy came back.
And
Trump tried to take him out in the primary and failed.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that became a really key part of his message.
Everyone, if you're watching, just really quickly, right below, hit the like button. If you're not subscribed, do that. Let's continue.
The negatives, the clear negatives associated with Trump and all the shenanigans. I mean, remember, in the state of Georgia, Trump did not do particularly well, and Kemp is overperforming him.
I'm going to go right over to Boris for a projection.
Yeah, Dana, another major projection just minutes after the last one in the state of Pennsylvania. Josh Shapiro, the Attorney General, will become the new governor of that state. Shapiro had a big lead in fundraising.
Good. Mastriano was bonkers.
To have paid off, he takes over the open seat left behind by term-limited Governor Tom Wolf. Dana?
Thanks so much, Boris. So Josh Shapiro becoming the next governor of Pennsylvania, and sort of a pattern that we've just seen in the last 10 minutes of Republicans who are election deniers losing.
Yes.
Both in the governor's race, Doug Mastriano in Pennsylvania, and then in New Hampshire, the Senate race there, Don Bolduc. He definitely was a rabid election denier in the primary there. Then he kind of switched back for a nanosecond in the general, and then went back again. I wonder if at the end of the night we're going to be able to say anything about that as a pattern, or maybe these are two isolated incidents.
Well, exactly, because we'll have to see. There are a lot of races.
What happens when we go out west?
I mean, affirmatively, Josh Shapiro, the Attorney General of Pennsylvania, very popular, and somebody who fought Donald Trump when he was contesting the results of the election in 2020 in Pennsylvania. Mastriano just way too far to the right for Pennsylvania. An election denier, was down in Washington on January 6th, arranged buses there, very strongly anti-abortion. This was really never a competitive race.
And then the two questions we still have, we just talked about Kemp, we're projecting him to win in Georgia, and Josh Shapiro in Pennsylvania. One of the storylines of the night that is still a big question mark is whether or not they can bring their fellow Democrats across the finish line in the Senate races.
Right. I mean, I think that you're going to see the question is sort of moving in opposite directions in those states. In Pennsylvania, Josh Shapiro was doing so much better than Fetterman really throughout this race. And will that poll help Fetterman in what is still a very, very tight race? That remains to be seen. In Georgia, Brian Kemp has been able to really perform well ahead of Herschel Walker in that race. Again, will he be able to pull Herschel Walker up?
And as you're talking, I just want to point out that on the screen you see how incredibly close it is. Yeah, John Fetterman at 49%.
Look, you're
and Oz
seeing
at 48.
voters basically saying, we're going to make different choices from the top of the ballot to further down. And that's not often something that we see in American politics. But I think it says a lot about these candidates up and down the ballot. There are just factors with the candidates that are changing the way voters interpret what they need to do, and they're splitting from what they might want to do.
And there's evidence that as we talk about it, as we're looking at those numbers, Walker now 49.5, Warnock 48.5, nobody yet at 50.
And one point, in addition to what Abby said, it's not just a matter of the candidates, it's also that the Senate is up for grabs here. And I think a lot of people aren't just voting for one of the candidates or the other. They're also thinking, who do I want to be running the U.S. Senate? Do I want the Republicans? Do I want the Democrats? So, and that's different from the governor's race. I mean, this has a different stake to it.
I will say this also about the Pennsylvania governor's race. Josh Shapiro ran.
So from what we've seen so far, here's the sense I get. It's not at all an indication that this is a humongous red wave, which is good news. It's also not an indication that somehow the Democratic Party is about to have an incredible night. It's going to be really close. Which of the two most likely options is the better one? The most likely was, or the two most I would say is a really good Republican night or a medium Republican night. It might turn out to be kind of a close medium Republican night, which would be good for the Democratic Party, as in doing better than some of the polling indicated. But still so much to come in right now. And so we'll continue, obviously, to follow it all.
And the National Republican Senatorial Committee tried to put more money in, but it didn't do it. It was too late.
Yeah, I mean, I think they always look. Bolduc was not the candidate that they wanted, right?
We talked about, yeah.
They knew that he would be a pretty tough sell, even in New Hampshire, where it's a little bit more of a free-thinking state, I guess you could put it. But toward the end, I think this last couple of weeks in this election has really tightened up a lot of these races, giving Republicans hope. But what we are starting to see tonight is that some of these states are reverting back to their DNA. I think New Hampshire reverted back to its kind of middle of the road DNA and rejected some of these more extreme candidates. And I think you're seeing that even in some of the districts that we.
And one positive thing we're seeing tonight is so far, election deniers have been losing, which is good. Now we're still waiting to see a lot on those that brand of Republican and how they're going to do tonight. But so far, election deniers have not been doing well, which is important.
Very
places,
narrowly
like Michigan,
off,
it may not.
I'm going to go over to Jake for a projection.
That's right, Dana. We have a major projection right now. CNN is projecting that in Ohio, venture capitalist J.D. Vance will defeat Congressman Tim Ryan and be the next U.S. Senator from the state of Ohio. J.D. Vance will be elected the next senator from Ohio, taking the place of retiring Republican Senator Rob Portman. The balance of power right now, 100 seats in the Senate, 43 of them belong to Democrats, 45 of them belong to Republicans, 12 seats remain. All Republicans need to do is pick up one net Democratic seat, and they will be able to wrest control of the U.S. Senate. Let's go to Melanie Zanona right now, who is at Vance headquarters. Melanie, a big achievement for a man who's never been elected to anything before.
Right, that's exactly right. And I am being told that Democratic Congressman Tim Ryan has called J.D. Vance to concede in this race. You know, Tim Ryan was always viewed as the underdog. He thought that this race was overlooked and that he could have had a lot of support from the National Party. As you can hear, the crowd is getting very excited right now as this race is being called.
Yeah, Doug highlighted that the Democratic Party just completely did not help Tim Ryan. The funding apparatus. They did not prioritize this race. And it was really sad to see.
Denier, a 2020 election denier, although he did say he will accept the results tonight. Have yet to hear whether he's going to come out and make a speech. We're expecting that to happen at some point, but we will keep you posted, Jake.
All right, Melanie Zanona, J.D. Vance headquarters in Ohio. CNN projecting that J.D. Vance will be the next U.S. Senator from Ohio. Let's take a look at the big picture of the U.S. Senate. Right now, Democrats leading at 48, Republicans leading 48, one in a Republican seat, one in a Democratic seat. It's really quite something.
And so a couple different ways to look at it. Let's just start with our live vote count. You look at the map. That's the Democrat leading in the Republican seat. That's the Republican leading in the Democratic
Pennsylvania
seat.
And Georgia.
Pennsylvania and Georgia. Pennsylvania and Georgia. How many times have we said Pennsylvania and Georgia? Remember, coming into the night, Democrats thought maybe if we have a good night, we could pick off either North Carolina, Ohio, or Wisconsin. Well, two of the three are off the board, right? This one here, North Carolina. This one, you see Ted Budd with a lead there. Unlikely. We just called the Ohio race for J.D. Vance. You come up here, Republicans hold that. J.D. Vance will replace Rob Portman in the Senate. Wisconsin was the third. It is a very, very close competitive race. Senator Johnson now with a 32,886 vote lead over the Democratic lieutenant governor. Just changed again. It's up to 43,000 now. This is what Republicans count on in these states. They think, as we get through the night and we count the late votes, the DNA kicks in, an incumbent Republican. But we'll see. 69%. Still a ways to go here. So we have to count these votes. But let's just come out here and look at the importance. So we look at the Senate battle for control and use the map this way. Look at the importance for
anyone who's participating in the chat. I'm going to do a quick poll in a second here, asking how y'all think it's going so far for the Democrats. That's the perspective we're looking at. From the Democratic Party's perspective, how's it going?
States. The Democrat is leading right here at the moment. This race is not over. It is not called. Just think about the importance of this race. For now, to begin the conversation, let's say Fetterman holds that narrow lead there. Okay, Herschel Walker is ahead here, right? No one's above 50% right now. So for the purposes of this argument, I'm going to make that a toss-up because neither candidate is above 50%. Right now, again, we're waiting to call Wisconsin. We're still counting votes out west. We'll see what happens in Washington State. We'll see what happens in Arizona. Democrat Mark Kelly has a narrow lead. We'll see if it holds. Republicans are very confident about winning this one. We're still counting votes. Sometimes Nevada takes a while too. But for the sake of the hypothetical argument, let's say the Republicans are right and they take this. Then where does that leave us? And we come out. It leaves us in a potential situation if Fetterman can hold on to this and the Republicans take that and nothing else changes. Everything else stays where it is, where it was when we woke up this morning. Then we could have a 50 Republican seats, 49 Democratic seats, and we go again to a Georgia runoff in December, assuming none of the candidates gets above 50% there. That's what makes, as we watch the outstanding, that's what makes this math first so important, assuming if Republicans are right and they can take Nevada, and we're not counting votes there yet. If Oz can come back and win this seat tonight, then you come out in this scenario. If nothing else changed on the map, Republicans would have a majority, and this would be for the extra, and the best Democrats to do is 49. Again, that's assuming Republicans are right. They're very confident about Nevada, and that Mark Kelly holds on in Arizona. But it just gets you, if you just come back to where we are, it just gets you into the map that we are in a very narrow chess game for control of the Senate right now, and we have fewer pieces in play, in the sense that we're waiting on Pennsylvania, waiting on Georgia, and then Nevada.
How much do I have to spend to get one of these magic walls in my home? Just be able to click around on it whenever I want.
Elections in North Carolina, CNN projects that Congressman Ted Budd will become the next U.S. Senator, defeating former North Carolina Supreme Court Justice Sherry Beasley. Ted Budd, endorsed by Donald Trump in this primary, and then Donald Trump rallied for him throughout North Carolina. He will become the next U.S. Senator from North Carolina. In Connecticut, this one's no surprise, incumbent Democratic Senator Richard Blumenthal will be reelected, defeating Republican Leora Levy. Let's take a look at the balance of power at this hour. As you know, 100 Senate votes. Democrats have 44 of them. Republicans have 46 of them. There are 10 seats remaining. 10 seats remaining. And CNN reminds you, of course, that Republicans just need to pick up one net Republican seat and one net Democratic seat in order to take control of the U.S.
All right, an update on the poll I was doing. How do things look so far tonight for the Democrats? Good is at 12%, bad is at 33%, and no clue is at 54%. Same.
To the brass tacks here in the Senate as we try to figure out which way it's going to go, perhaps by one seat. And let's start, as always, in Georgia, where Herschel Walker has a very narrow lead over Raphael Warnock.
It's killing me.
15,000 votes, which is such a small amount considering the millions that have been cast. We've got 88% of the vote in there. Election officials saying we might not know tonight. Pennsylvania, John Fetterman at 49.2%, Mehmet Oz at 48.3%, 37,000 votes separating them, again, among millions cast. And this race is one that we're going to be counting potentially for days here. And as John outlined, this is what will save Democrats if they lose that race out in Nevada, which Republicans are very confident about, and give them a shot to actually retain control. 75% of the vote in Pennsylvania at this hour. Now let's check in on Wisconsin, which remains very close, 51% for the incumbent Ron Johnson over the Democrat Mandela Barnes at 48.8%. This remains very, very close. Mandela Barnes has been underperforming the Democratic Governor Evers so far tonight. Only about we're at 69% of the vote, so we've only got about 30% out of the vote outstanding. Now let's check in on Arizona, where Mark Kelly is sitting pretty comfortably right now, 58% over Blake Masters, the Republican, at 39.7%. That's a 240 or so thousand vote gap. I want to check in with John King and David Chalian to figure out what kind of votes are outstanding, because there's only about 50% of the vote in Arizona, and we could see that tighten up. But now we're going to turn to Boris, who's got some critical updates in the governor's race.
Yeah, Casey, it's really interesting, as you pointed out, the lead for the Republican in the Senate race in Wisconsin. As we get you a key race alert from that state, the Democratic incumbent in the governor's race is currently leading. Right now, Tony Evers, 43,000 votes ahead.
All right, someone asked about MSNBC, so we will throw that up real quick. if it will load.
Been on record, the legislation that they have proposed, with the political reality that is emerging tonight, which is that the voting public and the Republican Party are not on the same page when it comes to reproductive
That has
freedom.
never stopped or slowed the Republican Party before.
But at the level of extremism that we are now seeing, the power of them to actually enact some of this stuff at the state level, I mean, they got to put the rubber is meeting the road. So
and their base is going to demand more, because the other co-sponsor
Right.
of that Lindsey Graham bill is named Marco Rubio, who is going back in the Senate, and they are going to be politically incentivized to go forward, because the people in the anti-abortion movement, they don't want to just have a few states that have abortion banned. They want it banned, period. They are abolitionists in their minds. That's what they call themselves. And they are going to push and push and push. They're not going to be satisfied. For people to think the steam is now out of the kettle because they finally got Roe overturned, you're wrong, because think about what they've said. They've said that abortifacients include birth control. Yep. IUDs are abortifacients. IVF is abortifacients. You think they're going to stop just because they've gotten the Supreme Court? No. And Lindsey Graham is the person who has no filter. So he just said it out loud and then put a bill together. And a lot of the
Is this the one you were talking about? Someone said I was
With
looking at the
high-stakes
wrong one.
issues driving voters and the balance of power up for grabs, join NBC News Now for complete election night coverage. Key races to follow, what to watch for, and live results as the votes come in. Live coverage is streaming now on NBC News Now.
Is this the one you wanted? This is not very interesting. Just looking at the backside of Steve Kornacki. Yeah, no. That's not doing it for me. Let's go back to CNN real quick. Oh, that's Newsmax.
Malinowski in New Jersey up by only 0.88%, and then Connecticut, Johanna Hayes up by 1.72%. These are competitive seats, and the margins of victory right now are so narrow, so narrow. We haven't called any of those competitive races, and the truth is any one of them could flip at any second as the votes come in, John.
It is remarkable, and we're beginning to fill in the map all the way over now. You see this blue, especially along the Southern California coast, the blue up here in Washington and Oregon. Keep an eye on that as we get later into the deep vote count overnight, probably tomorrow as well, because you do have competitive races out there as well. So let's just isolate the competitive races. That's what I was talking to you. See out here, many of you remember Katie Porter. She's a prominent Democrat progressive. Her district in Southern California is a competitive race. But let's just come to the middle of the country for a minute and look at these races, because you said, here's another one of these vulnerable frontline Democrats, Alyssa Slotkin. You look at this right now and you say 43%, the Republican has a lead. I just want to isolate it by county to go through some of this is what's going on in their campaign headquarters right now. Remember, Spanberger held on, right? Slotkin's another one of those frontline Democrats. This is a Democrat.
All right, Mike, sleep well, and we'll have everything tomorrow. Thank you, Doug.
A small county population-wise. Most of the people in this district live here. They live in Ingham County, which is Lansing, right? It's a 32-point. Joe Biden won this county by 32 points, and only 11% of the vote is in. So Alyssa Slotkin, when you pull out to the district, she's losing right now, but we only have 11% of the vote counted in the giant, by far, the largest county within the district. So this one here is far from over. You pull it out, let's come back, there's the Michigan and the Midwest, let's pull out to the national map. Jake was just talking about how close many of these races are. These are just the competitive races, right? So you want to look at win margin.
Thank you, Doug, and thank you, Justin.
Is here. Let me get that to kick in. Look at all these races that are incredibly competitive as you go through them. Let's pop up the state of New York. Just walk through. Up here in the Rochester area, you have a Democratic incumbent who's losing, Joseph Morell losing 49. It's a point race, but it's 33.
Y'all throw in the chat how late. Don't tell me a time because we're all in different time zones, but how many hours from now you expect yourself to be up watching this tonight so I can gauge how long I should cover it.
Now the Republican candidate against Josh Riley, 50.3 to 49.7, 1,700 votes. This is the environment that's playing out across the country tonight. Democrats fighting to hold their House majority.
KML Art, Cade, and Carrie, you all are amazing. Thank you so much.
Look here, this is the chairman of the Democratic Campaign Committee who, with 68% of the vote in, is losing quite significantly. We'll see if that holds up. But again, I said this earlier, this would be a trophy for Republicans because he's such a prominent lieutenant of Nancy Pelosi and runs the campaign fundraising arm. But that one is not done yet either. And I just want to pull out back to the national map again, where you see the white or the lighter, those are your closer competitive races, so they are coast to coast. The vote count tends to be more early out here, but we pop up the race here and look as well. Tom O'Halloran, a vulnerable Democrat in the state of Arizona, losing by 2,100 votes to Eli Crane. These are the building blocks. If you're trying to think Republicans need a net gain of 5, it's these frontline Democrats who are in the tough districts that you're going to watch, especially as we get closer to knowing, calling more races in the east and coming out to the west. And so you see more light races out here. We'll continue to count them. Again,
Pudge Windows asks, when will it be officially over? It could be anything. It could be multiple days. Georgia could go to a runoff. Let's look at this projection real quick.
CNN projects in Washington state incumbent Democratic Senator Patty Murray will hold on to her seat, defeating a challenge from Republican Tiffany Smiley. Patty Murray, Senator Patty Murray, reelected, CNN projects. And then just south of Washington, in Oregon, CNN projects that incumbent Democratic Senator Ron Wyden will defeat a challenge from Joe Ray Perkins. So that's 2 Democratic seats held on. Where does that leave us in the balance of power? Obviously, 100 seats. Right now we have Democrats with 46 of them, Republicans with 46 of them, 8 seats remaining. Remember, Republicans just need to pick up 1 net Democrat.
Zolt said, awesome channel, Luke, with a very generous super chat. Thank you so much, Zolt. I hope I'm saying that correctly. That is so appreciated. And also thank you to Sabrina for her super chat. Greatly appreciated, you guys. A crazy 2 years coming, and I look forward to doing it all with y'all. Wow.
What we're seeing right now is remarkably low turnover in a 50-50 Senate. You mentioned they're not called races, but the ones that are tilting the other direction right now, very close. John Fetterman, this is a Republican-held seat. The incumbent Pat Toomey did not run for re-election. So you have the Lieutenant Governor, the Democrat John Fetterman, against Mehmet Oz, the TV celebrity Dr. Oz, 49.2, 48.3. Just shy of 80% of the vote, but we know this from living through competitive elections in Pennsylvania. We're going to be counting for a while here. I just want to take a peek at where the outstanding vote is. And you see the majority of it. If you're in the Fetterman campaign, you're saying, okay, the majority of the outstanding vote is down here, Philadelphia and the suburbs around it. The only caveat I would add to that, though, is there's a test. We don't have enough of the vote.
Oh, and by the way, Doug, you said airfare. I actually drove all the way from Austin to first Columbus, Ohio, and then to Latrobe, Pennsylvania. So total, we did something crazy, like, 50 hours or something in one weekend. We drove up Friday, drove back Sunday. It was wild. Oh, thank you so much to Cade for the super chat. You guys are making me so happy. Thank you, Cade.
You need 50% plus 1 vote, or else there's a December 6th runoff in Georgia. So keep an eye on that. Both campaigns will tell you if Chase Oliver starts getting up around 2.5, 2.6, then we're guaranteed to go to a runoff. We'll see where it is right now. 88%, Jake. Still some more votes to count. Again, let's take a look. What are we missing in terms of outstanding vote? You see the biggest circles are up in Atlanta and the suburbs, but you see some Republican areas here, Republicans here, and I want to emphasize this point. These are small circles, meaning as a percentage of the statewide outstanding vote, that's a pretty tiny amount. But that's a lot of Republican counties. That's a lot of circles. That's a lot of Republican counties. Yeah. So it's 50 votes here, 80 votes there, 250 votes there. There's a lot still to be counted. So we have a long way to go in Georgia. Plenty of room for Warnock to get a lot of votes. A lot of room for Walker to get a lot of votes by piecing together little pieces.
So I want to bring in Breonna Keeler at the voting desk right now to give us some insight into what she's seeing in Georgia.
Yes, so let's look at some of these key counties here in Georgia, because just a short time ago there was a top official in the Secretary of State's office who said that the Georgia Senate race is one race that we may not have full clarity on by the time we all go.
Let's go to this real quick. Oz.
for
race
days
is
now.
Real close now.
Very,
Look at
very
that.
close. And also another point, you look at the governor's
No, I
race
missed
there.
it.
Many people were hoping that Doug
Does it not
Mastriano
let
would
me
do
go
a little
back?
bit better.
All right, never mind. Oz giving a speech.
Here that they're expected to be finished by midnight, John and Jake. So that could be revealing some information here just in the next half hour.
Oh, I thought she meant, yeah, I forget that they're on the East Coast. I was about to say, I could stay till midnight, which I can, Central Time, which would be an hour and a half.
And it's by far 159 counties. Georgia has a lot of them, but it's 10% of the population. So it's your largest. Atlanta and the suburbs around it are your largest basket of votes. 73.7%. Again, we've called the governor's race here. Stacey Abrams at 69%. This is why Brian Kemp is reelected in a Democratic area.
Oh my goodness, Joe Pierce with a magnificent super chat. Thank you so much, Joe. He said, "Keep up the great work, Luke. Love watching your show every day. You are absolutely incredible, Joe. All of your support is deeply, deeply appreciated." Wow. Thank you.
Done. Okay,
There you go.
73.7.
Yeah, 74 if you round up. I'm sorry, Brianna.
Brianna, go ahead.
County, remember there were 6 precincts that opened a little later today in Georgia, and so they stayed open a little later tonight. 2 of those were in Cobb County, so they stayed open a little later. They are also halfway done on their count. We don't know, though, we don't have an estimate on when the counting is going to be finished here, so we're actually not sure when we're going to be getting this better picture of what's happening there.
Cobb County.
So again, Joe Biden wins.
Let's go ahead and look at the victory speech from J.D. Vance as it's going on.
Overwhelmed with gratitude. Really, I cannot say thank you enough. I cannot express possibly in words how grateful I am, first to the people on this stage with me. And I just want to say, you can't do this without your family's support, and especially my beautiful wife, Usha. Thank you so much for letting me do this. And the great thing about having 3 young children, we have a 5-year-old, a 2-year-old, and a 10-month-old. They're upstairs asleep. They have no idea what the hell is going on. I want to thank my family. It's so great to have everybody here. Mom, Aunt Wee, everybody, Lindsay. I won't go through the entire list here, but Uncle Jimmy, Aunt Donna. It's funny. My family helps keep me grounded as we were walking down here. My aunt said to my uncle, "Aren't you glad that he won? That would have been a terrible ride home, right?" That's what we're thinking here in the Vance family. We're staying on top of the important stuff. I could not have done this. Could not have won this race. Could not have had what we have here tonight. I mean, look, the governor and the lieutenant governor crushed it. Every other statewide office crushed it.
Okay. We get it there.
First coming in.
Very interesting. Very interesting.
And so to that point, just 56% estimated vote counted in Gwinnett, right? It's the second largest county in the state. It's just shy of 9% of the vote. And so if you keep getting, it's a tiny.
That's 8,000 votes,
right? Right. It's 8,000 votes there. So if you add a couple hundred or a couple dozen even in a close race, it matters. Which is why this is a state. You can look at things. You can have trends. The campaign headquarters are going through precinct by precinct. You look at a race this close with that much left to count. This is why you brew coffee.
Biden only won the state by under 12,000 votes in 2020. David Chalian, you have some more information at the Battleground Desk about where the outstanding vote is.
Yeah, or the kind of vote that is outstanding, and it gets to the margin issue as well that John was just talking about. So, again, we break it down: mail vote, early in-person vote, election day vote. I want to note something here. So let me bring in the uncounted vote. Among the mail vote, about a quarter of the mail vote is still out.
Okay.
And that is a 36.5% advantage category for Raphael Warnock. So that's significant because a quarter of it is still out. He also has an 8.4% advantage among early in-person voting, but there's very little left of that to count. Here is what I find super interesting. Herschel Walker's margin of success over Warnock with election day voters is now at about 19.1%, a little bit lower than we had seen earlier. And There was a huge amount of the Election Day vote uncounted when we talked about this race earlier, guys. Now it's down to 28.4% that remains to be counted. And I want to remind everyone, I'm going to click.
Okay, so looking at these numbers, this is good news. This is really good news. It's not, knowing anything for sure, but the fact that a lot of mail-in vote is outstanding means that Raphael Warnock with this lead, Warnock, could come back, as well as these votes will contribute to that as well. But then this lead here also has a lot of uncounted votes and could play a big role. Holy smokes, Zolt! Y'all are too generous. Said, okay, I have to keep up with Joe. He started it. Awesome work, Luke. Donating also against Vance from my home state of Ohio. Thank you so much, Zolt. Absolutely incredible. You guys are amazing. What on earth?
Mail votes. If it continues, if they continue to come in as disproportionately Democratic as they are now, and you see the size of the circles, meaning the share of where he's got the margin, the percentages of the different kinds of votes, and then you say, where are they coming from? And you look at this, this is not over. This is not over. And they're both below 50, by the way, now. We'll see when it comes in.
I have something I want to talk to you about with Pennsylvania, but before we do that, I'm going to throw it to Anderson Cooper, whose august panel wants to chew over all of what we've been doing here.
We finished chewing on the pizza. We're now ready to chew on this, and God knows what else we've been chewing on. There's a lot of food here. Gloria, I mean, this is not the night a lot of Democrats worried about, a lot of Republicans hoped for. It may be different tomorrow in the morning, or in the late afternoon, or the next day, but tonight it looks different than a lot of people thought.
People are voting, and it seems to me, from looking at this so far, that they're voting on their candidates. They're actually saying, I think this person would be a better senator than that other person, and I think, this House member would be better than another one. It just doesn't seem to have any sense of a wave, or, I'm going to vote straight Republican, or we don't see a lot of ticket splitting historically in this country. I know the state of Montana is kind of famous for that, but other than that, we don't see that a lot. And I think what we're seeing tonight is people doing that. I mean, look at look at the state of New Hampshire, for example. You have very popular Republican incumbent governor, and then people elected, and he was up for re-election, Sununu. And then you have Maggie Hassan winning for Senate. So people were splitting their tickets. And I think that's what we're seeing.
Yeah, I would just say, everyone talked about this early on, democracy's on the ballot. And I said this earlier, democracy on the ballot, and democracy won tonight, right? I mean, that's the good news for America. As Gloria talking about.
No, that's not true. Democracy wins tonight if Democrats hold the House and Senate, and we don't know that yet. I hate whenever people say just the fact that people voted. Yeah, but some of the people who could be getting voted into office are against the democracy. So let's hold on seeing if democracy won tonight, sir.
Consoling me here. I'm a lot less optimistic than I was at the beginning of this evening. But it's a night that's it's changing, and we're going to see. We talked about this too. What the number Kevin McCarthy has under 20. We're talking. People thought maybe 30. Right. If we get 20, I think Republicans will be happy to walk away with a net gain of 20 and take their ball and go home tomorrow.
I think I'm sorry. Well, I think that big sound that you hear is Democrats having a big sigh of relief across the country because people woke up scared this morning. People said, "My God, we've got these election deniers. We've got these people who are winking and nodding at insurrectionists. We've got people who we are afraid if they get in there, they're going to do terrible things, and we're just going to get steamrolled." That was the fear this morning.
I got to say, Vin, you were the person for days you were the person for days saying the people I'm talking to on the ground are knocking on the doors are telling me they're optimistic about what
exactly. When you were listening to the people on the doors and on the ground, what happened was people got scared of those Republican polls saying that this big tidal wave was coming, and people said, "Heck no!" But you know what? And let me just you get your turn. I'll give my turn. And Obama came out, and that helped. And people fought, and I think the grassroots folks, if there had been more money spent on them than on these dumb ads, you'd have an even bigger firewall against this stuff.
David, let me ask you, the Democratic strategy in some races of actually, getting ads for some of the more extreme candidates like Mastriano, was that successful?
Well, apparently so. Certainly in that case, it was. And as you look across, we have to wait and see how.
But in New Hampshire, didn't they give money to Boulder?
Yeah, last minute they did.
Boulder.
Yeah, in New Hampshire.
On the whole, probably so. But
because it was controversial, a lot of people thought it inappropriate.
Do I what?
Yeah, a lot of people. It was controversial.
It was controversial. It was controversial, and it was a gamble, and it looks like the gamble may pay off. But I think that it's more than looking at the candidates. That's certainly that's part of what's going on. But there are, this sort of defies history. This, if it keeps going in this direction, and there are races out west we have yet to see, but if it keeps going in this direction, I was just scrolling through the House races. This is not like a normal midterm election, and we've been talking here about whether or not gravity would take hold, whether the normal thing would happen, and that the president's approval rating is low, the economy is bad, therefore the challenging party will make significant gains. There were but the question was, would these other things come into play? The Dobbs decision, extremism, Trump.
So I think it's 100% clear now that this isn't as bad of a night for Democrats, not even close, as many people were predicting. That's good news. I don't know where people stand on there being a chance for Democrats to hold the House as of now. Is it like we're sure they're going to lose it, but it might be by a smaller margin than people expected, or is there any chance the Democrats could still hold? Because, as I was saying earlier, it is a sigh of relief if they can hold the Senate or and make the margin pretty small in the House, that Republicans hold it, but it's still a loss. The House is crucial to any Democratic legislation. So I'm curious to see, kind of as the night develops, where that prospect bears out.
During Trump, I don't know what's going to happen for the rest of the night. On the Senate, by the way, I'm like a broken record. It's really the three: Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Nevada. And Georgia is, really close. Pennsylvania's sort of close, and then Nevada, we haven't started getting results in there yet. If Republicans win 2 out of 3 of those, they'll be home, and so that would salve the wound of not feeling like you had a wave. But that's where it's at in the Senate. But just looking around this map, boy, if I were Ron DeSantis or someone who wanted to help Ron DeSantis, that is the message I would be on tomorrow, which is my way is the way to a national majority. His way is the way to a national minority.
Well, the fact is this is not an Obama-style shellacking by any means. This is not, you can't really call this a red wave, even though we still have some outstanding votes. So to Scott's point, this is the time that the Republican Party needs to ask themselves, are they going to continue to nominate poor quality candidates to appease Donald Trump? He's right now over on his Truth Social site celebrating the demise of Republicans who lost, criticizing Don Bolduc, a bad candidate. Maggie Hassan was a beatable candidate. That could have been a pickup for Republicans, but solely because of Donald Trump, he ended up being the nominee. He's celebrating O'Day, a moderate, losing in Colorado. If you want the Republican Party to thrive, we've got to just finally speak out and say, this man is a loser. He lost 2020. He's about to, he's losing his seats that were winnable this time. In time to look toward what the future might look like.
Is there another lesson here also, which is that people are kind of sick of both parties in so many ways? The fact...
Doug said, I will tell you all, initially when I met Luke, he kind of thought he was going to give up. That never happened. When have I ever even alluded to giving up? Please. I said that as if I was being sarcastic. I'm serious. When have I ever alluded to that? I've been very sure of the mission here since the beginning.
I think the ticket splitting is encouraging. I've got to go to Boris Sanchez for a projection.
Yeah, Jake, 2 important projections to bring you, beginning with the race in New York. This race got very close in polling at the end, but in actuality, when the votes were counted, it wasn't very close at all. Incumbent Democrat Kathy Hochul winning her first full term in office. She took over, of course, for disgraced former Governor Andrew Cuomo after he resigned. She defeats Congressman Lee Zeldin to win a first full term in the state of New York. Next, an update for you from the state of Minnesota. Tim Walz, the incumbent Democrat, projected to win re-election there against Scott Jensen, a physician who made some dubious claims about the COVID-19 vaccine. Two Democratic incumbents holding on to the governor's mansion in those two states. As we turn it over to Dana Bash, who has some analysis for us. Dana.
Thank you so much, Boris. Well, on New York, this was a place that President Biden went more than once, where people were looking and saying, is this a situation where high crime, concern about the economy will actually do in a Democrat in a very blue state? And the answer tonight is no.
Yeah, I mean, I think that those issues were very real in this race. I think it was maybe closer than the Democrats wanted it to be. But at the end of the day, the fundamentals of the state of New York kicked in here, and Kathy Hochul is now an elected governor of that state. And I will say this, maybe tomorrow and the day after, we'll be talking a little bit about why didn't people want to believe that this was not as close? I think that a lot of the races tonight are turning out to be they're holds for Democrats in places where I think a lot of Democrats were just nervous about the numbers. They have such PTSD from 2020. We all do. From 2020 and 2018 about not understanding whether the polls are really catching things that were happening.
This goes back to something that you talked about earlier in terms of New Hampshire. A lot of these states are going back to their DNA. Fact is, New York has not had a Republican governor since George Pataki in 2006. And I got to say, the Republicans did make it a lot closer than we thought they were going to, and Lee Zeldin beat Kathy Hochul up on the issue of crime. It seemed to have saliency, and in the last poll I saw, New Yorkers felt crime was a bigger issue than inflation, but in the end, the DNA held. It's a blue state, and Kathy Hochul is the elected governor.
And then the question is, was it actually in danger? And the fact that there was so much attention put on this and other states, kind of like what Van was saying up in New York, that it got Democratic voters energized in a way that they weren't before. Jake?
All right, Dana, we are staying laser focused on those tight Senate races in Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. Each one is pivotal to determining control of the U.S. Senate. As we wait for more votes to come in and be counted, let's take a quick break and see if the numbers change on the other side. Back after this quick break.
Okay, so takeaway so far, Democrats are not doing as bad as people expected. Still a really good chance of them holding the Senate. Very, very, very tough for them to hold the House, but if they lose it, it will be by a small margin. And this is what's going on the right-wing network, Newsmax.
Holds the Senate.
Yeah, Bill, over to you. Your thoughts.
Yeah, listen, it's not as bad a night as I thought it was going to be sitting here as the Democratic strategist. I mean, I think there were wild predictions early on that, we might see somewhere like 54 seats. I don't think the Republicans are going to get there. It's going to be interesting to see, and I agree. We've got a long night to go still, and the early votes definitely favor my side of the aisle. But,
what do you attribute it to, Bill? I mean, you obviously are doing better than you thought that you would. You're doing categorically better than I thought that you would. How did this happen?
I think it's two things, and I heard it on the earlier panel. It's money and it's organization. I don't think it was our message. I think our messages were all over the place and not the right messages. But I do think Democrats have the ability, whether it's through early vote or back in the olden days was on election day, turnout. And Democrats were able to turn out their voters.
Yeah, I agree with that. So, by the way, Sabrina was asking what energy drinks I get. I am completely obsessed with Celsius. I drink too much Celsius. But I definitely have to have one every morning. So, yeah, that's my energy drink. Ha Zev the Wolf said, "Carry on, young man. I truly admire you." Oh my gosh, I misread that. I missed a zero in my brain. Thank you so much. You guys are blowing my mind tonight. Thank you so much for that insanely generous super chat. Truly incredible. Holy smokes.
A lot of networks are projecting that Gretchen Whitmer has won re-election as the governor. And on the ballot today for them was a proposal number 3, which was an abortion legalization.
Yeah, so any of the elections that had some sort of abortion issue on them, we saw in Kansas, in this case, Michigan, that's good because you'll bring out a lot of people who care about that issue who maybe wouldn't vote otherwise, which is really, really good. I'm gonna be honest, I'm obviously in Texas and I voted today for Beto and all the other people down the ballot, but I wasn't, in my heart, I wanted Beto to win, of course, or I fully wanted Beto to win. In my heart, I wanted to believe that he had a chance. In my head, I knew that he didn't really, based on the polling. But the last margin I saw disappointed me a lot, and it looks like he is going to lose by a pretty big number, which is unfortunate. And it shows you that Texas has a long way to go. You know, people keep saying, oh, we're close to Texas being able to go blue. And I hope that's the case. I'm going to work to make that the case on the ground here. But still a ways to go. Definitely still a ways to go.
Senator Marco Rubio, both of them were reelected easily tonight, and I actually,
to be clear, if you're just hopping in, the only reason we have Newsmax on, which again is a very right-wing, pretty dishonest network, is to get a sense of, is anything different happening in the right-wing world compared to that of CNN.
When Florida Governor Ron DeSantis came out and gave his victory speech.
And we will go back to CNN right now.
Let's give you an update on the status of things right now. In the U.S. Senate, 100 seats. Democrats control 46 of the seats. Republicans control 46 of the seats. There are 8 seats remaining. All Republicans need to do is win one net Democratic seat, and they can wrest control of the Senate. But Republicans are definitely not having the night that they thought they were going to have when it comes to picking up seats. In the U.S. House of Representatives, Democrats control 146 seats. Republicans control 183 seats, including 5 pickups. 106 seats remaining. Remember, the magic number there is 218. Neither party has achieved that as of yet. Let's look at some of the seats in the competitive races and the state of play. Remember, at the beginning of the night, we told you there were 82 competitive House races we were keeping an eye on. Republicans need to win 23 of them as of now. They are leading in 26 of them. So right now, they are on track to be able to win control of the House of Representatives. But we're not making that call yet. This is just the status as of right now with the votes as of right now. But right now, leading in 26 competitive seats, they need to win 23. How about the Democrats? Democrats need to win 49 competitive seats, and they're leading in 40 competitive seats. So Democrats not where they need to be. But let's go back to the Senate races. I want to bring in Casey Hunt. Casey, tell us what's going on, because we got some Senate races. I need to know what's going to happen.
We may be waiting a little while for that, Jake, but we can give you an update as to where they stand right now, which is to say that Georgia remains as close as ever. 20,000 votes separating Herschel Walker from Raphael Warnock right now. Excuse me. Neither one of them above 50% with 90% of the vote in. This could stretch out for 4 weeks. In Pennsylvania, this continues to tighten. John Fetterman, 49.3%. Mehmet Oz, 48.2%. Remember, this would be a Democratic pickup if Fetterman were to win here, which would protect Democrats if they lost elsewhere on the map, say in Nevada, perhaps, where Republicans feel very good about their chances. But we've got 84% of the vote in, and the count is going to keep going in Pennsylvania. Now let's check in on Wisconsin, where Ron Johnson is maintaining his lead, the Republican incumbent, over Democrat Mandela Barnes, who sits at 48.4%. So right now, we've always expected this race to be very, very close. Johnson is really doing what he needs to do at this hour, 80% of the vote in Wisconsin. And let's check in now on Arizona, where Mark Kelly is sitting at 57.8% to the Republican Blake Masters, 39.9%. That's a pretty comfortable lead. I think we need to know a little bit more about where the vote is still outstanding in Arizona.
Let's now check in on Utah. This is a really interesting one. Mike Lee, the incumbent Republican at 53.7%, he is facing a challenge from independent Evan McMullin. You may remember him from his brief presidential bid. He was in the CIA. He is someone who has mounted a challenge to Lee, hasn't said who he would conference with. Mitt Romney has stayed out of this race. So far, McMullin is behind Lee, but that's a strong number for an independent running in a situation like this, Jake.
Well, one of the great things about these election nights, Casey, is that we have no idea what's going to happen. It's up to the voters.
So I saw, let's see, Blue Squirrel said, "You're crushing it, Luke. I've been surfing. You're one of the best tonight. Thank you so much." And then, Joe Rader said, "Sir, with tears in my eyes, I came here after David Pakman pooped out much earlier." I know that was my strategy, just to stream longer than everyone else covering it and then have more people hop in here.
Corks would be popped. It seems kind of serene.
Yeah, Kevin McCarthy had hoped that this hour, in the 11 p.m. Eastern hour, that he would be out here declaring victory. They were preparing to give a victory speech at this time, but there are too many races that are too close to call. And talking to his advisors, they are saying they are waiting to see how some key races in the West break, see some key races in the Midwest break before Kevin McCarthy comes out and addresses his supporters. Now, they are still very confident that they will get not just the votes, enough seats to take back the House, but enough seats to have what they consider a comfortable governing majority. They have set a bar at 20 seats, picking up 20 seats. I am told by a Republican source that they are still confident they can get there, in large part because of success they are seeing in New York. They believe that could help them ultimately get to where they want to go. Now, McCarthy himself has met with his political advisors at the National Republican Congressional Campaign Committee this evening, as well as his super PAC that has spent hundreds of millions of dollars in key races, as he has tracked races race by race, talked to some of the candidates whose support he will also need at the end of the day to become Speaker should Republicans regain the House. But Republicans still confident, even though it's going slower than they anticipated, as they wait for the final numbers and for the final margin of a potential majority. Jake?
Yeah, I mean, we should point out, Manu, that earlier this year, Kevin McCarthy was anticipating and talking about how they were going to pick up 60 seats, 60 seats. Now they're talking about 20, and it's not clear that they're going to get there.
Yeah, no question about it. They had expected a huge wave before the Dobbs decision, which changed the dynamics completely. And then ultimately there were concerns that they could potentially even be a single-digit victory for the Republicans. If it were that narrow, it would make McCarthy's task of governing incredibly difficult, given it would empower some of the folks on the far right of his conference, which is why they've invested a ton of money to expand their potential pickups to around 20 seats. No more are they talking about that 60-seat massive wave. A 20-seat majority they believe would be enough to get their agenda through and not have problems with that right flank of their conference. Can they get there, Jake? Still an open question at this late hour.
All right, Manu Raju at the House Republican headquarters, where they have yet to put on the Kool and the Gang in celebration. Phil Mattingly at the White House right now. What are you hearing from President Biden and his top aides?
You know, Jake, to give you a sense of things, just a few seconds ago, I got a text message from a Democratic official who said, "I love the backdrop behind Manu Raju right now." There is a recognition that this is a night that has gone in a different direction, that even in probably their most optimistic view of things, for Democrats and for some White House officials, that this is better than what they could have imagined. Now, keep in mind, if there was one area where White House officials thought that there was a clear path and one thing that they definitely wanted to secure coming out of this night, it would be maintaining that Senate majority. That is not locked in by any means right now. There are still a number of very tight races out there. But when you look at the broader map and talking to White House officials, they understand right now that this is a very different picture than most people were predicting going into the night, and a very different picture than some of them were expecting. Even last night, the president, the congenital optimist himself, made clear that holding on to the House was going to be a very tough task. Now, nobody here is predicting the Democrats will necessarily hold on to the House, but they are very clear that they have won a lot of races that looked like they would be tipping towards Republicans. One in particular stands out when you talk to White House officials. That was the victory of Abigail.
Thank you, Doug.
Down in Virginia. It was a toss-up race. It was one that Republicans were really targeting, but it was also one that to some degree was personal for the president.
Okay.
Officials very much wanted her to win because they knew that would be a sign that there was not going to be a wave. This had a potential for being a positive night for them. They won. And right now they feel pretty good about things, Jake.
Yeah, or at least not a negative night for them, not the kind they were fearing. We have projections for you now, and 5 of them are for Democrats winning, and 1 is for a Republican winning. In Tennessee, Republican Andy Ogles, a former mayor and conservative think tank executive, has flipped a seat in Tennessee. It is a Nashville area district that got much more Republican after redistricting. Democrat Greg Landsman has flipped a seat in Ohio. This is a surprise and a big win for Democrats. He beat longtime incumbent Republican Steve Chabot. This congressional district includes Cincinnati and became a lot bluer after redistricting. Democrat Marcy Kaptur in Ohio, one of the longest-serving members of the House, has been reelected in Ohio. She defeated a far-right Trump supporter who was at or near the Capitol on January 6th. That's after her district was made more Republican. She won anyway. Ohio State Legislator Amelia Sykes has won an open seat for Democrats in northern Ohio. It's a swing district that Biden won by 3. Kansas Democrat Sharice Davids has won a 3rd term. She's one of the first 2 Native American women to serve in Congress. That is a tough congressional district. It's a battleground district. She has been reelected. Rhode Island State Treasurer Seth Magaziner has held on to an open seat for Democrats. It's a district Biden won by 14. Republicans thought they could pick it off in a wave year. Apparently, it's not the year they thought they were going to have. Let's look at the balance of power right now in the House of Representatives. Democrats have 155 House seats, including 1 pickup. Republicans have 184 House seats, including 6 pickups. 96 seats remain. The magic number 218. In terms of the state of play, looking at the competitive seats we told you at the beginning of the night, we were keeping an eye on and watching pretty much to determine who was going to be able to control the House of Representatives. Republicans have to win 22 competitive seats. Democrats have to win 44 competitive seats. And right now, we're taking a look at those competitive seats and counting the votes and trying to figure out who is actually going to win. It still seems as though Republicans are on to a possible path to taking control of the House of Representatives. But this is not the night, as you can tell by the crickets chirping behind Manu Raju at the Republican headquarters. This is not the night they thought they were going to have.
No, and what an odd moment, a crossroads moment we're at in this night, in the sense that Joe Biden could well beat the national historical averages here in both the House and the Senate, and yet he could still lose both the House and the Senate.
Right.
In that the going back to the Reagan days, the average of the House, the first midterm, is 31 seats, right? On the map right now, they may get there, but I don't see 31 seats on the map right now for Republicans.
Tough,
I see them getting a majority right now. It's not done, but I can see that. I'll show it to you in a second. And then the national average since Reagan in your first midterm election in the Senate is -2. Joe Biden, of course, can't lose any. And the Senate, I don't think we're going to know the answer tonight. I'm getting ahead of our people out there, but I don't think we're going to know the answer tonight. But we'll see as we go. So this is the full House as you're watching it fill in, right?
This is bad. Here's Carrie Lake speaking.
In Arizona, that election still has not been called yet. It's going to be close.
Don't let them doubt. Don't let them put doubt in you. We have a movement. We have a movement, and we know it. Did you feel it? Did you feel that movement? You know, I did a lot of praying to God. I've been praying to God every day, all day. And I said to him, you make this victory come whatever way you want. If it comes decisive on Election Day, then bring it to us that way. If we have to fight through the BS and the garbage, then we will fight through the BS and the garbage. But how do you get fair?
This sounds like someone who knows she's losing. Starting to set up the conversation around, there was fraud.
And we needed another stark reminder that we have incompetent people running the show in Arizona. Who is ready for a change? We had great patriots around this state show up today. It was so amazing. They showed up at the polls early this morning, only to be told the election equipment didn't work. 2 minutes into voting, we had people being told, well, you're going to have to put your little ballot over here into another box. Guys, The fake media back there tried to tell us we were wrong for asking questions about our elections.
She is a vile, vile, vile human being.
We are going to win this.
Nah, probably not.
If you remember a couple months ago, August 2nd, the primary election, wasn't that long ago, we came out and they said, oh, wow, they're 10 points down. The fake news was asking us to concede, and we kept climbing. We turned 15 points around, and we won by 5 points. I just want you to know it's early. It's very early, and if we have to take this fight through, we will. If it takes hours or days, we will. But the great news is every single drop of election ballots that have come in the last 3 drops have shown us up 85%, 87%, 81%. I just want the propagandists back there to know, don't embarrass yourselves. Don't embarrass yourselves. Don't do it again. You've done it too many times. But what I want you to know is that the same...
With how much vote is remaining, it's perfectly possible she comes back, but the fact that she's already saying all of this instead of feeling more confident, she's already setting up an explanation for why it's being stolen. That makes me think that she's getting some information behind the scenes that she doesn't have that good of a chance of coming back.
We are going to monitor the ballots.
All right, we have Carrie Lake there.
We got to work
let's switch back to CNN.
And holding on there. And you come out...
Is that Connor Lamb's old seat?
That's Connor, his lines are a little different, but that's Connor Lamb's old district. Again, a more moderate centrist Democrat in a tough area. But Democrats are winning in tough areas tonight. That was what the Republicans did not bet on happening. Democrats are winning, or at least fighting in the ones we haven't called, in tough areas. So we come down to Virginia. We've talked about this before. I won't dwell on it. But 2 out of the 3 the Democrats are holding. Republicans thought they could get 2. They had dreamy hopes of getting the 3rd one. That was unrealistic, I think, from the beginning. But this, Phil was just talking about at the White House, it's not just because Abigail Spanberger won. It's because this district is like so many other competitive districts across the country. So if you have a good candidate and she can hold on, then you're thinking we can replicate this as we grow across the country, which is why I want to move now to the Midwest. The state of Ohio, the Republican Senate candidate won. The Republican gubernatorial candidate won re-election, Mike DeWine, in a walk, right? In a walk. And yet, Marcy Kaptur, holding on here, redrawn district, right? You see the red out here? They added this to her district to make it tougher. Thinking in a midterm year, Democratic president's first midterm, Marcy Kaptur, again, another frontline Democrat who managed to scratch and claw district by district her way to re-election. And you can see by the counties here, higher population here in Toledo, that's how she does it.
Can I just say one thing?
Sure, please.
Interject one thing. This guy, J.R. Majewski, who lost, we've called this race. Right. Not only was he there on January 6th at the Capitol.
He lied,
According to press reports, he lied about his combat service. I think one of the lessons that we're going to learn, and it's early yet, of course, is when Republicans put normal candidates out in these competitive seats, they can win. And then when they put extremists out, they make it much easier for the Democrats to hold on to the seats or to win.
Absolutely. Candidate quality matters. And the flip side of that is Republicans would have said, A, we made her district tougher. B, friend of Nancy Pelosi, in an anti-democratic year, we're going to finally get Marcy Kaptur. She goes home every weekend. She cuts the ribbon. She shows up in the right places. She works the district, right? Now, I say that about Democrats or Republicans who do it. She puts the work in to be able to scratch it out. She has a brand. She has a local brand that can sometimes overcome national dynamics. But again, Republicans thought they could pick up some of these seats. Look at this seat here. This is a newly drawn district here. You have the Democratic candidate ahead, 14,000 votes. This is one Republicans. What you figure your Senate candidate's winning, your gubernatorial candidate's winning big. Why don't we pick up this district? It's only Democrat +3. That has been the challenge, right? Republicans thought anything Biden won by 1 point is ours. Anything Biden won by 2 points is ours. They thought they could get districts. Abigail Spanberger's is 6 points. This is Biden won this district by only 3 points. The Democrat is scratching and clawing tonight. And then here, this is a pickup. It's a redrawn district, more favorable to Democrats.
But he's been in Congress forever.
He was in Congress, he lost, and then he came back, way back in the Tea Party years. I've been around a while. This, with the redrawn lines, this is a Democratic district.
Yeah.
So, it's not a shock that the Democrat won it, but in a year, again, where the Republicans think we're taking Democratic territory, we are taking back places we lost, especially in the suburbs in the Trump years, that's a big win. That is a big win for the Democrats because Republicans need net 5. That's a Democratic takeaway of a Republican incumbent, right?
Right.
So it's a swap, if you will. Republicans get one here, we take that there. Makes the math more complicated, keeps the House majority margin down if that's where they get. So you're just looking at this map where Republicans thought most of this, or at least half of this, would be red. That's not the case. Democrats are still on their heels because the margin's so close. They can only lose 5.
The interesting thing is, if one takes from this night, and again, we're still waiting for results to come in, but if one takes from this night that the Republicans nominating some extreme candidates ultimately hurt their ability.
I do think, as of now, we can say that extreme MAGA Republicans are not doing as well tonight as expected as the more moderate Republicans. And what that means is 2 things. I think it means people like Kevin McCarthy are going to try to support those candidates more. But since Trump doesn't care about the health of the Republican Party generally, he's going to still run for president, announcing on Tuesday likely. And also keep uplifting the radical candidates, making those the center and the brand of the Republican Party. And you're going to have a situation where not only is a civil war breaking out, but also the Republican Party gets branded as it should by its radical part, which is a very large part of it. And that kind of sinks it and takes it down. Now, it's not sinking it in this election. The Republican Party still could do fine. But those races that do have more radical candidates aren't doing well. And so that could be a lesson that the Republican Party should learn, but won't, because Trump and his movement is still very much in charge in many ways. And so we could see in 2024 an interesting dynamic where that radical wing takes it down, which I hope long and dream for.
Bush got hammered in 2006. He called it a thumping.
Right.
When Barack Obama got hammered in 2010, he called it a shellacking.
Right.
I don't know that Biden's going to have to come up with a gerund to describe what's happening tonight. It's unclear. But can we look at some of the governor's races right now? Because I'd really like to look at the Arizona race, because that's one where a lot of people are concerned because Kari Lake is an election denier, and 51% of the vote in, she's losing.
Right, and so we won't draw big conclusions tonight, and nobody at home should either, but if you have a Republican swing, but a modest one, a modest Republican majority in the House, we're going to be at the Senate for a long time. The next piece of what happened in 2022 will be these governor's races, because all governor's races are important, but this one we're looking at a half dozen others in the key battleground states. You mentioned an election denier there, 51% of the vote in. That's what you want if you're Katie Hobbs. The question is, what are we missing, right? And so this is where Arizona is decided for the most part. More than 60% of the vote. It's one of the fastest growing areas in America. It's one of the most fascinating political areas in America. Phoenix and the sprawling and growing suburbs around it. Right now, Katie Hobbs has 58% in the county where Kari Lake for 10 years was an anchor woman in people's homes. That's who she's trying to convince these suburban Republicans, a lot of whom did not vote for Donald Trump. I'm Kari Lake, your anchor, not the Trump acolyte. You get out into these counties, that's where she wants.
What in the world? Zolt sent an insane super chat saying, encouraging all of us to help support Luke here and also on Patreon. His independent voice is so crucial, and we can all say we knew him way back when. Zolt, I don't know, besides by saying this, how to show my appreciation, but that is incredibly generous, and all the gratitude in the world flows your way. Holy smokes, that is insane. Thank you so much. Insane in the good way. Thank you so much, Zolt. Oh, come on now.
15%, 75% of the vote, 76% of the vote, right there in those two counties. Katie Hobbs, again, ahead at 45%. Let's see what that number is when we're up to 65%. You build up the margin with the early vote. The question is, can you hold it when the rest of it comes in? But if you're looking at the map right now, both in the governor's race and in the Senate race here, Mark Kelly running more healthy ahead.
And Rhonda asked which one was saying that if he won, Republicans would never ever lose. In that state again, it was the gubernatorial nominee or candidate in Wisconsin. I forget his name at this moment, but it was the Wisconsin gubernatorial GOP candidate.
The governor's race here, sorry. Right now, this one is fascinating because the big question was, would the third-party candidate help the Republican to victory in Oregon? We're at 63%. Still a long way to go in counting the races here. The West Coast has been Democratic for so long. Republicans were very eager. When I started covering presidential politics, Oregon was a competitive state in presidential politics.
Oh, I remember flying out there with the George W. Bush campaign in both Washington and Oregon,
It is not anymore. I mean, it started in the Reagan days. I mean, as you come up here, it is not anymore. Republicans, again, they're looking for trophies, and they're looking to say we're rewriting the map. And I think that's
in the vulnerable and competitive districts in Virginia. And right now, we have called New Hampshire for the Democrat. We've called for the Senate race. We've called the New York governor's race for the Democrat. That wasn't necessarily about whether or not Lee Zeldin was going to win, but about how close it was going to be. It wasn't apparently that close. And the Democrats have won two out of the three seats. So that Democratic pollster, who's not a guy who spins me, he's feeling pretty good right now.
Right. And so again, you come back to, I don't know if irony is the right word, just where we are in the sense that, President Biden is having a better night than even many Democrats thought he was going to have. We're not done yet, but as we get, where are we now? 20 past midnight, so happy Wednesday. He had a better election day as we continue the count into the day after, even though he looks like he's going to, at least in the House, beat the historical average. The Senate is still an open question mark. So you can have a historically pretty good night and still have your life change dramatically, meaning the Republicans take the House with a narrow majority, which makes it even harder, as you noted. And then we still know he could still lose the Senate. The history books will record it as a better than average night, and his daily reality will be miserable.
We don't know about Pennsylvania. We don't know about Georgia, and Nevada is a big question mark.
I just wanted to check this one since we're here at 87.
Oh, okay.
I mean, Fetterman, I just want to look at it because you mentioned it. I just like looking back at the margins. And, Fetterman's holding on. And again, where are the votes missing? You come in here.
Philly.
That's mostly Oz would have to really overperform, not win the suburbs, but with all the votes down here, Oz needs to would have to really amp it up in the suburbs. We don't see it yet, but we have.
Let me take a look at this. Trying to grab some interesting insights for y'all while we await more results here. This is going to be way too loud, probably.
Decision Desk's model that they've just released within the last minute is that the Republicans will end up with 219 seats.
But look,
plus
this is important.
Or minus 13. So this is essentially landing in our model as a tie at the moment. As close as you could get to a tie for House control in our model at midnight on election night. So our Decision Desk's model.
Okay, so I'm freaking out a little bit, guys. It's a toss-up right now. Everyone would have expected by midnight Eastern time on election night that you'd see a humongous lead for Republicans. And holy smokes, the super chats are going insane. MW sent in a gargantuous super chat and wrote, former right-winger here, now on the light side, voted straight D in Arizona. Thank you for your all the hard work, Luke. Matt W. Thank you so much, Matt W. I'm so glad you are, as you said, on the light side now. Wow. You guys are blowing my mind. Thank you so much. That is incredibly generous. And I'm so glad we get to be in this fight together.
Almost 60 points.
59.
And then Somerset County.
Right along the southern border.
Okay, so Fetterman losing by 50 and Biden lost by 56.
Right. And so Fetterman said he was going to campaign in Trump country. He said he was going to win. But winning for him is cutting the margins. 56, that matter. Again, went through this in the Georgia Senate race. The margins matter. And I'll give you one more, because was the mayor of Braddock. He's from all those counties you just mentioned happen to also be on his end of the state. We always focus over here because it's the largest population center. And in close races, Philadelphia and those big crowded suburbs around it. But if you're doing what you need to do out here, the way you knock the other guys off, you're right. You're absolutely right. Those are just three. You'd find other of the Trump counties, the Republican counties, where Fetterman overperforms Biden. And then look at his home county. Braddock is here in the eastern suburbs of Pittsburgh. It's a small town. He was the mayor. And so he's getting here, what's that? Almost 30 points, right? 28 points?
Yeah.
28 points. Joe Biden wins it by 20. So in a Democratic stronghold, but you look at this, you look at the county and it's blue. It's all blue. Pittsburgh is blue. When you start getting out here, this county's red, right? It's not like across the street. It suddenly gets blue across the street. This part, if you look at the voting precincts, there's a lot of red out here. That's where Braddock is.
Yeah.
And John Fetterman is cutting into the margins.
So that's why it's close.
As well.
That's why it's close. Again, we don't know what's going to happen, but that is why it's close.
Hey, here is Lindsey Graham admitting this is not the Republican wave he or the Republicans were expecting.
Definitely not a Republican wave, that's for darn sure. I was in charge of Guam, so I want to take credit for that.
Congratulations.
We won Guam, which I thought was big. Yeah, 1993 is the last time we were in Guam. I think, I think we're going to be at 51, 52 when it's all said and done.
Not a Republican wave, he admits. And right now, I'm seeing a lot of analysis, none of it video media that I can show y'all, but that this is just up in the air, as we did see that one moment. But this is huge, guys. I'm not saying that it's going to go exactly the way we'd want, but it is really good at this point in time.
And I want you to know we are going to monitor the ballots. We got to work in the system that we have right now. And as they continue to come...
We have to work in the system we have now. Eventually we can get to one where we don't need these stinky elections, but as of now, we got to do the whole democracy thing.
Elections.
Let's underscore that there is no evidence of dishonesty or corruption in this election so far. There was a mistake with the tabulators. It was corrected. So then she did also, Anderson, take a turn to asking the crowd to have patience. That is something that we've heard from many of the campaigns here in Arizona. Having covered this state a number of times through a number of elections, things can change very quickly. It is obvious for anyone who has covered this state that the leader, the winner who right now at this moment, because we're just looking at the early ballots, that person may not stay in the lead. So what you are hearing from Kari Lake is, yes, she is asking for patience. There are a lot of votes out there that have yet to be counted. It is too early to say who has won in any of these top races. But this connection that we have seen, Anderson, is certainly a touchstone to what may predict what's going to happen in the next few days with the Lake campaign. Anderson?
I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Back with the team here in New York. Not a surprise that Kari Lake would be harkening back to 2020 and trying to create some sort of buffer around her by already sort of talking about corruption.
Throughout this race, she's proven to be probably the least responsible candidate in terms of espousing conspiracy theories, creating sort of this fear that something is going to go wrong in the election process, when very clearly Maricopa County put out a statement clearing up the wrongdoing hours ago. What I think is interesting, we're all kind of trying to decide what's the theme, what lessons can we learn from the results we've seen so far. And I think it's too early to tell. But one thing I did notice is there's a bit of a referendum on election deniers between Bolduc losing, Mastriano losing, and even Zeldin. Now, I'm not saying those are the only reasons those races were lost, but she may actually find that she doesn't fare as well as she was expected to. Voters, I think, are sophisticated enough to realize they don't want to go through that exercise again. What we saw on January 6th, what we saw after Donald Trump lost the election.
It's interesting. President Biden came out, days ago talking about focusing on election liars and January 6th, was criticized for it as having a message that wasn't right. It wasn't an economic message.
Mm-hmm. Look, he may have been wiser than we knew. And
hey, here is Lauren Boebert's race so far. That's good. I don't know what the 52% outstanding is, where it comes from. That always makes a huge difference. But as of now, she's not doing well, which is what we would all be rooting for.
Up a heck of a fight. They had to drop $30 million on him to stop him, and he put on a clinic. So there's something happened as we got closer to Election Day, where the polls were telling us one thing, but the people were feeling something very different. And I think the polls actually jump-started something out there.
And just remember, when this started out, let's press rewind, go back maybe 6 weeks, right? 6 weeks ago, it was going to be a close race for the House, or maybe even go to the summer. The House was going to be close. The Senate was out of reach for Republicans, never going to happen. And then, the narrative started shifting, and it became this, the Republicans are going to win this wave. The Senate's going to fall. The House is going to be gone by 40 votes.
That's what you said.
I was never saying that. I'm always like, look, cautiously optimistic here. But, the narrative was probably, neither of those narratives were true, right?
Yeah.
The narrative that was true was it's going to be a close race along the way, the whole way.
Listen,
and here we are on election night. Democracy wins.
For almost the entire year, there was an anticipation that this was going to be a very strong Republican year for a whole range of reasons. There was a brief period during the summer where it looked like a Category 5 storm would be a Category 3 storm, but it may not even be a Category 3 storm. But getting back to Kari Lake, she is the sort of warrior queen of election denial. So, she built her whole campaign around it. She's told reporters consistently she wouldn't agree that she would accept the results of the election. And I suspect if she doesn't win, she was laying the predicate there for not accepting the results of the election. But we should point out that half the vote is in Arizona. Most of it was, I think maybe all of it came in early vote, mail-in vote, favored Democrats. The vote that's yet to be counted is the vote that was cast today, and it figures to be heavily Republican. So these races are very much in the air. But it really is outrageous that, she really is sort of a more refined version of Donald Trump.
Refined? I don't even know.
Well, no, in terms of her presentation.
Oh. Better lighting, maybe. Better lighting.
Better lighting and better makeup.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know with better lighting, better makeup, but the storyline is the same, which is I win or the election was stolen. There's no third. I hope that you're right that what we saw tonight in some of these other races was a repudiation of that kind of politics.
Well, when you're voting for governor, you're not voting and say, oh, that person's an election denier. You're voting for somebody who has an impact on your everyday life. And Kari Lake, so far as I could tell, is talking more about the past and denial and Donald Trump and riding those coattails. And for tonight, what we've seen so far, those coattails are not so long. And so she may have been barking up the wrong tree here. We don't know the answer to that. McCarthy may have been barking up the wrong tree, thinking he was going to have a huge majority. If he doesn't have a huge...
Here's Tim Scott apparently alluding to running for president. Against Trump. He won tonight, so this is his victory speech.
My grandfather voted for the first man of color to be reelected as president of the United States. I wish he had lived long enough to see perhaps another man of color elected president of the United States. But this time, let it be a Republican.
Wow, that's an announcement, pretty much. This is the wrong headline. He's not hinting, he's saying. Yikes. Well, that's awesome. To see Tim Scott possibly challenging Trump. Throw DeSantis in there and you'd have quite the primary. Tim Scott would have no chance of beating DeSantis or Trump, by the way, but...
that was enough to help Democrats just hold off in some of these close races. And I don't know, to me, the story about the independent voter and what they want is really something to dig into.
I think the other thing is we may have underpolled young people. I think there's something happening because I'm hearing from people who are still standing in line on campuses for 2 hours after the polls closed wanting to vote. Biden actually performed very well for young people when you talk about student loan stuff, marijuana, climate, and there's that concern about abortions out there. We missed something. We missed something. It's whether it's the independent voters or the young voters or something out there. But I think that what you're going to look at tomorrow morning, and some of this stuff is going to go back more in a red direction. There's some Blue Mirage stuff going on. But I think everybody's going to have to look in the mirror and say, I don't think that we understand what the American people are going through. This much economic pain should have resulted in a revolt against the Democrats.
Just on this one point of young people, there were enormous lines in Michigan where there's an abortion, constitutional amendment on abortion that is on the ballot there. University of Michigan, I was told today, 4-hour lines to vote. And so it may be that in places, in Wisconsin, 90% turnout in Dane County, where the University of Wisconsin is, that is a place where abortion, I think, is a concern because of the legislature and potentially the change of governors. So where it's really in jeopardy or on the ballot, I think young people have been highly motivated.
Coming up, more votes, more projections on this very exciting election night as we watch vote counting play out live in Nevada. Stay right there. It is right after the break. Bring it there.
We covered this on the show today, but while we're waiting during this commercial break, if I'm not mistaken, I think I found the clip again. This is Trump saying that if Republicans do well tonight, he should get credit, and if they don't, he shouldn't get blamed.
Well, I think if they win, I should get all the credit, and if they lose, I should not be blamed at all, okay? But it'll probably be just the opposite.
What? Let's watch that again.
Well, I think if they win, I should get all the credit, and if they lose, I should not be blamed at all, okay? But it'll probably be just the opposite.
What a strange thing to say. That's what you're not supposed to say. That's admitting to dishonesty. Listen, just only think positively of me despite the results. Yeah. Here's a Trump supporter who seems to have took part in a little bit of voter fraud.
You ever seen any voter fraud?
Yeah, me. I did it.
You committed voter fraud? What'd you do?
Voted twice for Trump.
Really?
4 years ago, yes.
Did you get in trouble for that?
Yeah, I'm still on probation for it.
Really?
Yeah. Now, if I voted for Hillary, I would have got a gold medal.
But you voted for Trump twice.
Yes, I did, yeah.
Yeah. So
I learned the hard way not to do it.
But did you wear a mustache or anything?
No, it was two different places. I went to a different place. A different time. I voted one time, like maybe a couple weeks later, try and vote at another place, someplace else.
I don't know. I'm having like a big crisis because I honestly thought it was like libs that were doing it.
Yeah. You ever seen any voter fraud?
It's true. Most of the cases that we've been hearing about were Republicans, which is funny.
The celebration of everyone's story, that's what this is all about.
Gosh, that's so funny. I mean, funny and sad. Because this is what happens, right? You tell a bunch of lies about the other side, so then the people on your side think that certain worse actions are now justified, right? Well, because the other side cheats so much, I can start cheating. But the fact that the other side was cheating was a lie told to you by people who benefited from those lies. Yeah, interesting. Let's see. Here's a little bit more analysis from Steve Kornacki himself.
Crucial to the question of House control, because on this panel, you see 4 California districts that Democrats are trying to defend. I think Democrats are probably going to have to go 4 for 4 in these districts to have a chance at the House, but that's what we're talking about right now. The Democrats have a chance at retaining the House. So here's California's 9th. Here's California's 13th district. Here's California's 47th. This is Katie Porter, sort of coastal Orange County. This is California's 49th. This is Mike Levin. You get big initial batches of vote out in California, then it can take a while. I think they're probably going to need to go realistically, run the table and defend these. They have an opportunity to. We will see how they play out. Let's take a look at Illinois. We've got more than 80% of the vote in the 6th district. Sean Casten continuing to lead by 6 points there. Lauren Underwood, an 8-point advantage with 80% in. In India, in Illinois, 14. In Indiana, 1. Well, we were here before. Still about a 5-point advantage for Democrat Frank Mrvan. Illinois, 17. This one, the Republican leads. About half of the vote is in there right now. So just giving you a sense, North Carolina, 1. Now most of the vote is in. The Democrats lead there. Nevada is also going to be very key to this story of House control.
So the fact, as he said, that we're even talking about House control is absolutely bonkers. That is awesome. That awesome that just came out of my mouth sounded so fake. I mean it. That's actually really awesome. Awesome.
Congressional district, Republican Thomas Kean Jr. has defeated incumbent Congressman Tom Malinowski. Malinowski is the incumbent. Kean Jr., the former New Jersey Senate Republican leader, and also son of the former New Jersey governor and chair of the 9/11 Commission, Tom Kean. Let's look at the balance of power right now. 218 seats are needed to control the House of Representatives. 165 seats. The Democrats have 165, including 2 pickups. Republicans have 190 seats, including 7 pickups. 80 seats remaining right now. The state of play right now when it comes to those competitive seats, those 82 competitive seats we've been looking at the entire night. Republicans need to win 21 of them. Democrats need to win 40 of them. So Republicans have an easier task ahead of them. Let's look at these other 2 races right now that are very interesting as votes are coming in. In Colorado's 7th and 3rd congressional district, Lauren Boebert, the incumbent Republican congresswoman, a firebrand, some would say an extremist, is currently losing. She's 8,551 votes behind her Democratic challenger, Adam Frisch, with 80% of the vote in. That is a surprising result as of now. It is not the end. We're still looking at the votes. They're still counting them. And then in New York, at the 17th.
Is it Yelena? Said, Luke, will you be streaming all night? Going to be a pretty late night, already 11:40 up here in Canada. Here's what I can say. I'll get excited and want to do that. I don't think that's the best for tomorrow, and I don't want future Luke to be angry at me. Let's look at this for a second, then I'll continue answering that.
Incumbent Democrat Michelle Lujan Grisham, the only Latina governor in the United States. She defeats former TV weatherman Mark Ronchetti for another 4 years in New Mexico. In the state of Connecticut, another Democratic win. Incumbent Democrat Ned Lamont winning his rematch against Bob Stefanowski. This race decided by 3 percentage points last time around, a much bigger margin this time, securing another 4 years for Ned Lamont. Let's take a look at some key race alerts now. 4 races where Democrats are defeating either election deniers or election.
Okay, we will watch that as I finish this. So with that being said, I kind of want some answers. But if we get to like 1 a.m. and we still are at this stalemate where we're just waiting on votes and nothing has really been answered as far as a few more of these key races, then I'll probably call it a night. But if it's like 1 a.m. and we feel like we're about to get some news, then I'll keep streaming. If that makes sense. Okay.
About 25,000
y'all don't know
ahead
what
of
1 a.m. means nothing to y'all. You could be anywhere. That's an hour and 15 minutes from now. So I'm Central Time. An hour and 15 minutes from now is when I'll decide if we continue forward because we might get some answers or call it a night.
24,000 votes ahead right now of Derek Schmidt with 86% of the vote in Kansas. And we have a bonus projection to bring you. In a Secretary of State race in Georgia, this guy became a household name after the 2020 election. Brad Raffensperger caught on tape as Donald Trump tried to convince him to find 11,000 votes in the Peach State. Raffensperger refused. Donald Trump made him a target, but he wins re-election as the Secretary of State in Georgia. Let's turn it over to Casey Hunt now. You've got an update for us on...
Y'all remember this?
Look, all I want to do is this. I just want to find
11,780 votes, which is one more than we have, because we won the state. Look, we need only 11,000 votes. We have far more than that as it stands now. We'll have more and more. So what are we going to do here, folks? I only need 11,000 votes. Fellas, I need 11,000.
Crazy.
The vote in Georgia. Let's check in now on Pennsylvania, which is turning out to be our other linchpin. John Fetterman, 49.2%. Mehmet Oz, 48.3%. You heard Jake and John King really breaking down where some of the votes are out. Here, Fetterman seems to be outperforming what Biden did in some of the rural counties, but we're still waiting on those big numbers in counties like Philadelphia. 88% of the vote in, but this really could be where the Senate hinges. Now let's take a look at Wisconsin. Ron Johnson sitting at 51.6%. He is doing better than the Republican gubernatorial candidate, and Mandela Barnes is underperforming the sitting governor, Tony Evers. 51.6% to 48.2% for this race. Still very close, but Johnson right now doing what he needs to do with 83% of the vote in here. Now let's check in on Arizona, where Mark Kelly is sitting at 57.2%. Pretty comfortable lead over Blake Masters, who's got 40.5%. It's tightened a little bit since the last time we took a look at this. We really need to know where we're still waiting on votes to fully understand what this means at this hour of the night. We've got 53% of the vote in Arizona, Jake.
All right, Case.
Okay, quick little update on the Lauren Boebert race.
We are talking right now about the math of House control. This would be most significantly, if Democrats could pull it off, a net gain. They'd be gaining a seat. They'd be offsetting one of those Republican pickups we talked about out of Florida and Georgia earlier in the night. We are talking.
Yeah, that's crazy. I don't want to get ahead of myself, but this is really exciting. Let's see. How behind am I? Ah, dang. Can't skip ads. Well, we'll come back over here. I mean, are y'all feeling the excitement that I'm feeling right now? This is a little crazy. Yeah, John Fetterman is leading. And did I hear him say that Philadelphia is one of the places that we're waiting on more votes coming in? Is that what I heard? Because if that's true, that's really good news for John Fetterman. Because Philadelphia will be more liberal. Gosh, this is exciting. And then as far as the Herschel Walker, Raphael Warnock race, that is tight. And we probably won't know for longer than you and I would prefer. Meanwhile, here's what's going on in the Newsmax world.
We've watched for the last year and a half, 20 months. I mean, they have dismantled so much of this country. They've done so much damage. And this is all the punishment that they're going to get. I mean, that just shocks me.
I mean, where do you think that the blame ultimately goes, Senator? Is it in the polling? Is it in the messaging? Is it that people thought Republicans could fix?
So this is a right-wing network not understanding why Democrats are doing as well as they are.
Blame gonna go?
Well, first off, let's just explore some facts here. Number one, not a single statewide incumbent office holder lost. Mm-hmm. Not one. Not one Republican, not one Democrat. And for the Republicans to take the Senate, two of them have to lose. Yeah. So no one's lost so far, and for the Senate to go Republican, two folks have to lose.
What do you
that
count
may
that
happen, but if you look at the rest of the night, it's probably very unlikely it's going to happen. So I'm not sitting here projecting that the Republicans aren't going to win the Senate. I'm saying right now, if you look at how everything else in this country went tonight, I think it's highly unlikely that the Republicans win the Senate. And so I'm just saying that you're right, Aaron. This is a reckoning time for Republicans. This was an environment that is a midterm, a president who is barely sentient, and with an economy that's in trouble, a border crisis, a crisis in Europe, an energy crisis, inflation.
I did not think I was going to be feeling this tonight. Hey, here's a disgusting right-wing representative, a congressman, saying this.
We're going to show Nancy Pelosi the door very shortly.
Don't let it hit you on the backside, Nancy. Hey, she's losing the gavel but finding the hammer. Too soon? Is that too soon?
What country are we in? He said she's losing the gavel and finding the hammer, referring to the attack on Nancy Pelosi's husband. We have Republican representatives, congressmen, Andy Biggs, joking about an 82-year-old man having his skull beat in by a hammer. That's the state of the Republican Party. We have Don Jr. over posting animations of Paul Pelosi having sex with his attacker. We have Trump casting doubt on what happened. We have Tucker Carlson casting doubt on what happened. We have Andy Biggs making a joke about it, saying that she's losing the gavel, quote, losing the gavel, but finding the hammer. Disgusting. They can't even condemn overt political violence motivated by right-wing conspiracy theories. This is vile.
If it were to stay like this, it would go to a runoff. But let's forget that for now and just tell me, where is the outstanding vote and how are they performing?
So we've got 6% still outstanding here, and let's just take a look at where it is across the state. And again, if you're joining us or haven't been with us early in the night, the larger the circle, the bigger slice of the outstanding vote is within that circle. The blue says the Democrat is leading in this area. The red says the Republican is leading. Doesn't mean they'll win, but leading in that area. So where are the largest circles, right? Most of them are right here in Atlanta and the suburbs, and they are by far, the biggest slice of the vote still outstanding to be counted is in these Democratic areas. So, but your eyes tell you advantage Warnock when you look at that. I just want to caution you, look at how many other counties. There are votes out everywhere, right? In some of these counties, it's a very small percentage of vote that's out. But you have these counties where Herschel Walker, it's tiny. It's less than 0.5% of the population.
That's 10,000 votes.
Right. But if you add a couple hundred here, you add a couple hundred here. So you have to be careful. We need to count them all in a state this close.
Hey, here's the Republican gubernatorial candidate who has been called by the media networks to have lost, not being willing to concede.
Listen, we are now at the 19-month mark. We got in this race April 8th of 2021. And there's a piece of this story that is still to be told. There's over 1.4 million Election Day votes that are still out. So there's this. It's going to be a little frustrating for the members of the media who didn't want us ever to be in contention here in New York. I'm sure NBC was pretty excited about trying to call this race quickly. So, at one point, the race says that we were down 30-something, and then it became 20-something, and then it's 15, and now it's under 10. We have been crushing the Election Day vote all across the entire state. And as...
All right. You can get it.
If it was ever on top then, is about 50. And December 6th, if the answer is no.
Neck and neck. Let's drive up I-95. You know where I'm heading?
You're heading home.
Pennsylvania.
So we'll bring it up right here and look at it. This one here, 56,735 votes for the Democrat, 89%. Let's do the same. Let's just take a look at where I still have outstanding votes here. And this, your eyes here don't lie, and it's a little more significant. Yes, you have some tiny dots in these tiny rural counties, but they're tiny, which means it's a very small percentage of the outstanding vote. What do we mean by that? 99% reported here. You move over here just to check the numbers here. Potter County, 99%. So when you see just the little, very tiny dots, we're not talking many votes here.
It's a speck.
Right. So then you see where are the bigger circles? They're in Allegheny County, where John Fetterman is romping. This is his home county. Braddock, Pennsylvania is where he was the mayor before lieutenant governor. That's right here. That is, to borrow a term from a past midterm, a shellacking in Allegheny County. And then you come over here to the birthplace of one Jake Tapper, Philadelphia, and the suburbs around it. So we'll come straight in first. I just crossed the border there. You told me not to do that earlier.
Don't go to New Jersey,
Yeah, that's bad. So we'll start here in Chester County, and then we'll move our way toward Philadelphia. Very competitive, right? It's a very competitive county. Still a lot of votes out here. So the Democrat is leading, which is why you see the blue circle.
How is Fetterman doing in Chester County compared to how Biden did?
So this was 17 points. So it's closer.
Much closer.
Oz is running much closer.
Oz is
running much closer, and that's the test, right? So that's why you have to watch it. So then,
because we're a little bit behind on this broadcast, not very much, but I did just see. I think we have a pretty exciting announcement coming up.
Overperforming Trump.
26, yeah, it's closer there, closer to the average there. But yes, and again, if he's overperforming a little bit, if you want to look at it that way, we can come out here. Let's take this away. You raised the question in that time, in that context, so let's look at it that way. And let's look at it here.
Where is Oz outperforming Donald Trump in 2020?
Not many places.
Not many places.
Not many places. So Mehmet Oz is outperforming Donald Trump. When this pulls away, you just mentioned.
Oh, it's just Chester County.
It's just Chester County.
Okay.
So if you're looking at the Trump map, and you're saying, and Donald Trump lost Pennsylvania, remember, and so you're looking at it this way, and so you come at it a different way. If you want to bring this around, Dems underperformed Biden. There's some counties, but they're mostly red counties. But again, Chester County is going to come back up here. But Fetterman is slightly underperforming Biden. This is why we're still counting votes here, right? You come in here, had a late campaign event here.
With us. What is at the top of everyone's mind? Do you think it's the messaging? I have to ask you.
Let me see if I can find this announcement. This is pretty exciting. Oh my goodness, I'm freaking out over here. This is insane. Where can I find this? Let's do this. Y'all stick with me. This is huge. Just give me a second to find this. NBC. Come on. Come on. I'm trying to find it for you guys. Okay, I'll just tell you, and then I'll try to find a clip. What I'm seeing is that NBC News has called Pennsylvania for Fetterman. That's what I'm here with you. But looks like that happened. Okay, but I want to get the clip of it happening because that's the best part, right? Let's see. John Fetterman, my man. Okay, let's see if I can get. It's probably really hard for people to get these up that quick. Here's John Fetterman announcing this news. It's official. I will be the next U.S. Senator from Pennsylvania. We bet on the people of Pennsylvania, and you didn't let us down, and I won't let you down. Exciting stuff. I bet you after this commercial break, CNN will have it as well, and we will get to celebrate with one another this incredible news. Fetterman pulled it through. Holy smokes. We are going to be witnessing some... I won't be mean. Some letdown Republicans will say, which, with the state of America where it's at, is not the worst thing in the world. Here's the NBC screen grab. Boom. Yes. Okay. This is awesome. I'm probably going to be up way later than I was expecting. This is too exciting. Oh, I can't shout. I have a microphone next to my face. Woohoo! There we go. This is my quiet shout. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Oh, we have so much to cover. 30 seconds until this ad is over, y'all. Or this lack of an ad. And then we'll have some big news to freak out to. And an MW who sent an incredible super chat earlier said that They just checked the numbers, and now Warnock is up by 8K. We will get that update in just a second here. This is crazy. Sorry. I've never wanted to shout so loudly. But again, I have a microphone next to my face. That would be not pleasurable for you guys. Here it comes. Here we go. Come on now. Give it to us, CNN.
It's election night in America, and the final polls are about to close in the United States. Let's give you a look at what the balance of power in the U.S. Senate is right now. Obviously, 100 seats in the U.S. Senate. Democrats have 46 of them. Republicans have 46 of them. There are 8 seats remaining. Remember, Republicans only need to pick up one net Democratic seat in order to wrest control of the Senate from the Democrats. So far, they're not there yet. Let's look at the House of Representatives now. 435 seats. Democrats have 167 of them with 2 pickups. Republicans have 190 of them with 7 pickups. 78 seats remain, needed to control 218. Republicans need, well, we'll start with Democrats. Democrats need to win 38 of the competitive seats. 38 of them. Right now they're leading in 35 of them. Republicans need to win, we're going to bring that up, 21 of them, 21 competitive seats, and they're leading in 22 of them. So right now, Republicans in the House are doing what they need to do, but the votes are still coming in. Casey Hunt, tell us what's going on in the U.S. Senate.
Yeah, so the question is, who is doing what they need to do to pick up that one?
Okay, they haven't called it yet, but this is good, because we know that this one has gone for Fetterman.
In Pennsylvania, where John Fetterman is holding his lead as the votes are rolling in, 49.4 to 48.1%. Look at that. We've got nearly 90% of the vote in Pennsylvania. And of course, if we've still got a lot of vote out in Philadelphia, that's going to be critical. This would make up for a Republican loss, potentially in a state like Nevada, and allow us to...
Here's the announcement from NBC News projecting the win of Fetterman here.
And good evening, I'm Tom Yamas. Election night has now turned into election morning. We still have continuing coverage of Decision 2022 from our NBC News election headquarters here at 30 Rock in New York. Right now, the Senate is hanging in the balance. Here's what it looks like at this hour. Republicans came into the night needing a net gain of 1 seat to take back control, but they are still waiting for a pivotal flip, and they could be waiting a while. Here's why. The race in Arizona right now, too early to call. In Pennsylvania, the race is also too early to call, but John Fetterman is leading, and that would be a Democratic gain. In Wisconsin...
Wait, no. I psyched y'all out. Their Twitter account announced it, but where's the announcement during their live coverage? So strange. I just want to hear somebody officially proclaim this. That's very bizarre. Oh, here we go. Now we have it.
Made this call. John Fetterman will win the Pennsylvania Senate race, beating Mehmet Oz in a race that many people thought would be not be counted for quite a long time. So Fetterman overperforming what many polls expected. Let's go to Alaska. That Senate race too early to call. Lisa Murkowski trying to hang on to her Senate seat. And in Georgia, it is still too close to call. And the question now is, will there be a runoff election?
I'm so stinking happy. That is incredible. Okay. Let's get live on this
right
one.
Now, she holds about a 6% advantage. Inflation is disproportionately affecting people in Nevada compared to other states. He's currently leading the sheriff of Clark County, Joe Lombardo, by about 43,000 votes, with 44% of the vote in there. We have an update for you. A key race alert from Wisconsin as well. Incumbent Democrat Tony Evers. Last time we checked in, his lead was at about 25,000 votes. Now it's at about 73,000 votes over Tim Michels, with 88% of the vote in Wisconsin. And it just changed again. That lead thinning by about 2,000 votes for Evers. Let's get an update for you from perhaps the weirdest governor's race you're going to see tonight in the state of Oregon. This is a 3-way race between these 3 women: Tina Kotek, the Democrat, Christine Drazen, the Republican, and former Democrat turned independent Betsy Johnson, who could potentially play spoiler for the Democrats tonight, opening the door for Drazen to become the first Republican in 40 years to become governor of Oregon. But right now, Kotek is in the lead by about 13,000 votes with 65% of the vote in. As we send it back to Jake Tapper, only a 1 percentage point difference in that race, Jake.
All right, thanks so much, Boris. Appreciate it. Kate Baldwin is in Pennsylvania, in Newtown specifically, outside Philly. She's at the headquarters of Republican Senate candidate Dr. Mehmet Oz. And first of all, Kate, that is not exactly the site of a jubilant celebration. It looks like a high school dance just past midnight. And I'm wondering what you're hearing from the Oz folks.
Yeah, I will tell you, that was exactly what I was going to tell you. This party, for all intents and purposes for tonight, is completely shut down. But I will say noteworthy, about 90 minutes ago at 11:30, Mehmet Oz came out to speak to his supporters, to thank his supporters for being here. And here are two key lines. He was projecting confidence in that moment, saying, when all the ballots are counted, we believe we will win this race. He did acknowledge that it was he expected it to be a very long night still ahead, saying, we've been closing the gap all night, and we have a lot more ballots to go. Also talking about hitting on what really were, as we've talked about throughout the evening, his final closing argument, with the campaign has thought was their best closing message that they thought was really having an impact, talking about...
Hey, here is, by the way, where we stand on the Warnock-Walker race. 95% is in, and Warnock is up. That's really, really good, but that is a thin, razor-thin margin. Another one here that's key is the Cortez Masto race. It looks like it's going well, but that's not much of the vote. So, okay.
There's me. They're watching CNN at Fetterman headquarters in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. That is quite a different image than the image we just saw of the empty gymnasium at Oz headquarters.
He was projecting confidence in that moment, saying, when all the ballots are counted, we believe we will win this race. He did acknowledge that it was a lot.
Okay, we got some weird echoes going on here now, so let's just go to you.
A little tape delay in the signal there at Fetterman, so they're a little behind picking it up, so they'll hear what I'm saying in about 10 seconds.
But
lots of people jumping on now. Just as an update, if you're just now coming in for election coverage, this night is going so much better for Democrats than anybody expected. Very, very high hopes for the Senate, and a wing and a prayer on the House. It's looking like if the Democrats lose the House, it won't be by a huge margin, which is good. It won't give Kevin McCarthy an insane amount of power to actually get things moving and grooving there. But huge. This is wild.
957 vote. It's in a big Commonwealth like Pennsylvania. You
but
say that's
I must
a narrow
say,
margin.
as they are repeating over and over, you have to just wait for everything to come in. Notably, the Fetterman race has been called by NBC, but not by many of the other major networks.
Economy by 20 points. John Fetterman outperforming him.
By 28 points.
By 28 points in the second largest population center in the state. Win big where the people are, that helps you. John Fetterman is doing it right there in Allegheny County. Then you move to the east, Philadelphia. You bring up Philadelphia, again, running it up, 70%. This is important. Remember the presidential election when we were counting votes Thursday into Friday into Saturday when we finally called it? Joe Biden had a big lead like that. They still had votes to count, right? There's no guarantee they...
I got one question. How often do projections end up being incorrect? Very rarely. I don't know the numbers on that. Very rarely. They have a really good process of doing that. Yeah.
At 80.8 and 17.5, but they're likely going to come in at something like this.
They came in. I kept saying this to be careful for 3 days during the 2020 count. They came in almost exactly
right. I mean, because you have so much of it. It's 69%, not 1%. It's probably like this, and the margin 63.5 is pretty much exactly what this margin is. That margin is what Biden did over Trump.
Right, and so Fetterman is tracking Biden in the most Democratic area of the state. And again, then you come to Montgomery County first.
This is huge. If you want to see the thought process of people voting for Herschel Walker, here's a little look at that to make you hopeful for the future of America.
You think abortion is murder?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, because...
So do you think that Herschel Walker is a murderer if he paid for an abortion?
Well, like I said, we've all done bad things. I mean,
murder is...
we've all murdered.
That's one of the worst you could do, right?
Warnock hadn't repented of his sins, but...
I mean, totally unrelated to Raphael Warnock. If Herschel Walker paid for an abortion and you think abortion is murder, does that not make him a murderer?
It's according to what you want to call murder. I mean, if you see somebody break...
Well, what are you calling murder?
...in your house and you kill them, is that murder? If you accidentally run over somebody...
Is abortion murder?
Well, if you do that, a premeditated taking of life, I think that is murder. Premeditated taking of innocent life is murder.
So that, by your definition, if the allegations are true, he was a murderer. But that's okay with you because he repented.
Well, what is sin is sin. I mean, some sins are more long-lasting.
Yeah, I'll say, as someone who's also done interviews on the ground with people like this, it's interesting. You end up actually getting your own brain hurt by the insane intellectual backflips they do, and then also they cannot get through one explanation without a whataboutism. Well, Warnock hasn't forgiven for his sins, or whatever, repented.
If you went to bed right now and you're John Fetterman and you look at where the live outstanding votes are, or that's, if you want to, let me flip it. If you want to understand why the Oz party is quiet.
About why the Oz party is non-existent.
Right. The size of the circles is the share of the outstanding vote. The color tells you who is leading in that area.
What is it, Philly and Delaware County? Is Delaware County, how many votes are outstanding in Delaware County?
That's Chester.
Delco.
Yeah, Delco. We're out here. We're out here in Chester, and we come into Delco.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, and so you got...
They only have 37% reporting, and this is going to be a district that Fetterman takes by at least 25 points.
Right, 27-point district for Biden when you round up. So, yes.
But I'm just saying, this is a ton of Fetterman votes that haven't been counted.
Yes, barring some huge surprise, right? Again, there's never a guarantee, but to your point about Philadelphia, we saw this happen in 2020. They came in within a point or two as they continued to flow in, and then you come up... we're pretty close in Montgomery County, where Fetterman's running high, and there's a smaller share still out. In Bucks County is up to...
This is funny. Penn Live reports that... Let's see. Oh, John Fetterman says cancel the party, because up here, I don't know what that was, y'all. Who knows all this? Let's see. Wait. Here we go. CBS is reporting that Dr. Oz has asked reporters to leave his victory party where he has not spoken. So then Oz writes, what is this? Someone tell me what this is. Oh, just for my own sake, I need y'all to know. That's a promoted tweet. Thank you. Cancel the party. Indeed.
That's right, John, because CNN has a major projection. CNN projects that Lieutenant Governor John Fetterman will be the next U.S. Senator from the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. This is a pickup. Retiring Senator Pat Toomey is a Republican, and the Democrats are now taking that Senate seat back. Again, CNN is projecting that John Fetterman will be the next U.S. Senator from the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. And look, we're going to watch as the people in Fetterman headquarters get that news in 1 second. In any case, to bring us up to speed in the balance of power, 100 Senate seats. Democrats have 47 of them, including one pickup. Republicans have 46 of them. 7 seats remain. Republicans need to pick up one net Democratic seat. Right now, they're not there, and Democrats just picked up one Republican seat. Dana Bash.
Absolutely huge news, a huge development. As Jake said, a pickup in Pennsylvania, but also a kind of moral victory for Democrats on a national level, because this
I want to see this getting
where
called
they went.
there.
I mean, President Biden basically was there so much. Oh, there you go.
Yes.
Look at how excited the people in Fetterman headquarters are right now as they not only understand that their candidate won against some pretty big odds, but they're enjoying seeing it being projected on CNN.
And one thing I really cannot get out of my head, just going back to earlier in the night when we saw those exits coming out of
I'm so
Pennsylvania,
happy.
it basically said that voters had made Fetterman's health as an issue a wash. And then on the question of, has Oz lived long enough in the state to represent it?
Guys, I'm in here for the long haul. Let me go grab another glass of water. If any of you leave, I'm finding you and I'm angry. No. Stick here, watch this, and I'm gonna get some water. Holy smokes.
Fetterman, and the voters tonight said something totally different. They were wrong.
I think, Abby, this was a personal judgment. And yes, obviously, John Fetterman had a stroke, and he still shows the effects of it. But voters were saying, we trust this guy, we think that he's there for us, and they just didn't feel that about Mehmet Oz. They thought he, was a guy who came in to try to pick up a seat across a state line, and that he wasn't there for them. I think it was a personal endorsement of their faith in Fetterman, and really kind of a personal rejection of Mehmet Oz.
I should also say what they're seeing in Fetterman headquarters is a delay of CNN, which is why you're seeing us kind of twice. We are expecting John Fetterman to come out soon. We talked earlier in the night about how this has been a race of two very strong, very distinct personalities. And it was certainly a national race, but also about these two men, like you were both talking about. I think we also need to note that this is very much a proxy battle and has been between Joe Biden and Donald Trump. Yeah. And on this one, Joe Biden won. Yeah. He was there so many times. And the only reason Mehmet Oz is and was the nominee for the Republicans is because of Donald Trump.
I mean, Joe Biden is a native son of Pennsylvania and really leaned into that really hard. But what made this impossible, frankly, for Mehmet Oz at the end was that
here he is. He's coming out.
John Fetterman.
And finish with that.
What made it impossible for Fetterman or for Oz was that he was trying to sell two different messages, appearing with Trump while also
let's listen in.
I'm not really sure what to say right now. My goodness. Yeah. I am, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, yeah. So I'm so humbled. Thank you so much, really. Thank you. Thank you. Like what is it? It's like 1:30 in the morning and you're still here hanging in? We launched this campaign almost 2 years ago. And we had our slogan. It's on every one of those signs right now. Every county, every vote. Every county, every vote. And that's exactly what happened. We jammed them up. We held the line. I never expected that we were going to turn these red counties blue, but we did what we needed to do, and we had that conversation across every one of those counties.
Guys, this is magnificent.
Okay, we are going to make a call. Here it is. Fox News can project that Lieutenant Governor John Fetterman will win the Pennsylvania Senate race over Dr. Mehmet Oz. This is a huge win for the Democrats. It is obviously also a pickup This was Pat Toomey's seat. This was the most focused race that we looked at in this cycle. Obviously, Fetterman had a stroke in his...
That is huge. Hey guys, look, I'm running in North Carolina. It's huge.
And also I also really want to thank my family. My mother, my father, Carl, Susan, my brother Greg.
I'm so happy right now. It hurts. It hurts so bad.
Everyone's favorite, Giselle, who 6 months ago she saved my life. Walking out of a Sheetz bathroom, she recognized what was happening. And also, and my children, Carl, Grace, August, hey, So everyone, and thank you. And I also want to thank my team as well, the best team. So many names, Brendan, my campaign manager. Rebecca, Bobby, John.
This puts us in really good standing to hold the Senate, guys.
Part of it, and also thank all of the supporters. Also, I'm just so proud of the race that we ran, and this campaign has always been about fighting for everyone who's ever been knocked down, that ever got back up. This race is for the future of every community all across Pennsylvania. For every small town or person that ever felt left.
Hey, this is an interesting moment on MSNBC.
Reserve space for this comment maybe 2 hours from now if we have the proof of it. But Joe Biden is on the verge of being the most successful Democratic president in a midterm election that we have seen in quite some time.
Oh, it's still early in the night.
Okay,
it is still early in the night.
I might say at 2 a.m.
We talk a lot about...
Just reserve space for this comment maybe.
Yeah, it is early in the night, but he said on the verge of, which I think that's a very true statement. He is on the verge of becoming, the midterms to go very much in the favor of his party compared to other parties and presidents.
Years ago, I came to Braddock to start a GED program. And
you're listening to John Fetterman giving his victory speech in Pennsylvania, a remarkable turn of events and a very closely watched and vitally, obviously important race to Democrats for in this election. David Urban, I got to go to you, son of Pennsylvania.
So listen, it's incredibly hard for me to watch. Obviously, this is Pat Toomey's seat, and before that, it was my former boss's seat, Arlen Specter, who held it so proudly for so many years. And it's a big loss for Pennsylvanians, for Republicans in Pennsylvania. Listen, I wish John Fetterman the best. He won tonight. He's got to do a great job for all Pennsylvanians, all 12 million. Congratulations and good luck. We need him to do the best job. But look, it's a big blow for Republicans, and Republicanism in the state of Pennsylvania.
Yes, it is.
And this is a loss, which I think is going to reverberate across the United States.
Amendment Oz was handpicked by Donald Trump.
Handpicked by Donald Trump, right? My good friend Dave McCormick ran the race. I supported Dr. Oz's opponent in this race, who I think would have been a far stronger candidate in this race and would probably be up there giving a speech tonight instead of John Fetterman. And so a lot of people are going to ask questions about, can you lay this loss at the feet of the president, the former president? People are going to ask that coming tomorrow and the day after in Pennsylvania. And what's the governor? You lost the governor's mansion and a Senate race in Pennsylvania tonight. And I know Republicans across the Commonwealth are pretty upset right now.
You know, this is a bad night for him.
But
for Donald Trump.
before we bury Donald Trump, I think we should,
I'm not burying Donald Trump.
I think we should praise John Fetterman because it is very hard to do what he did.
Yep.
In that this guy was at death's door. He had a serious stroke. He might not have been here tonight alive at all. And he decided to stick it in there and to fight for it. And I thought it was a terrible idea for him to do that debate. But that's the kind of guy that he is. He didn't want to back down from that challenge. And I criticized him. A lot of people criticized him. But people saw some heart in him and some guts in him that they want to see in themselves. And I just think before we turn to political, what a triumph for a human being to do what he just did.
My argument isn't with John Fetterman's health or his personality. It's with his policies. Let's just make it clear.
Sure. I just want to make sure.
Exactly what Dr. Oz should have said in that debate, rather than cruelly making fun of Fetterman in that debate. I actually think, when I watched that debate, clearly Fetterman struggled. And so, you asked yourself, how is this going to affect the race? But there's a fundamental humanity to the guy. And there was a kind of cruelty to Dr. Oz that I think, in some ways, he was as revealed by that debate as Fetterman was. But I must say, just in terms of the global implications of this was the seat Democrats had to have.
Right.
This is the insurance policy. We don't know. They're counting votes in Nevada right now. That could go either way. They're counting votes in Georgia right now. That could go either way. Obviously, if Republicans were to win both, they would take.
And there's been a Republican seat in Pennsylvania
control of the
for a long
Senate.
time.
I just got to go to Boris Sanchez for a projection.
Yeah, Anderson, an important projection to bring you from the state of Wisconsin in that governor's race. This state was decided by only about 20,000 votes in the last presidential election. As it stands right now, Tony Evers, the incumbent Democrat, has nearly tripled that total.
Good.
He stands to win re-election in the state of Wisconsin, defeating Republican Tim Michels. We also have some key race alerts to bring you, beginning with this.
And Tim Michels was the one who said, if I win governor, we'll never have a Republican loss in the state again, indicating he's on board with stealing it for the Republicans.
In the state of Arizona. Let's take a look at Nevada now. Steve Sisolak, a very vulnerable Democrat.
Those numbers for Arizona are still good.
1,000 votes ahead of the sheriff of Clark County, Joe Lombardo, 44% of the vote in the state of Nevada. Let's get another look at Michigan. Gretchen Whitmer has steadily been building this lead every time we've checked in on this race. She now stands 187,000 votes ahead of conservative commentator Tudor Dixon, 71% of the vote in the state of Michigan. We take a look now at the state of Kansas. This is perhaps the reddest state in which a Democrat gubernatorial candidate was running for re-election. Laura Kelly, 22,000 votes ahead of Derek Schmidt, who questioned the results of the 2020 election. 87% of the vote in Kansas. Let's send it over to Jake Tapper and John King at the Magic Wall.
All right, thanks so much, Boris. And we're taking a look at the balance of power in the U.S. Senate because right now, 50 Democrats are leading, including one pickup in a Republican seat. John Fetterman, the lieutenant governor, is about to become the U.S. senator from the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. That used to be a Republican seat. That's a pickup. 49 Republicans in the lead, 0 pickups in Democratic seats. So I guess the big questions we have right now are Georgia and Nevada. Is that right?
Right, and we're still looking at Arizona, but if you just want to do the math when we start the day, it was...
Those three. I'm sorry, Georgia, Arizona, and Nevada.
Yeah, it was 50-50 when we started the day. The vice president breaks the tie, which makes that so huge. So now that's 51, essentially, if you start, 51, and looking at the map right now. And so the Democrats can afford to lose one of theirs, if you will, now, and still have a 50-50 Senate. I'm not saying they're going to do that, but...
Yeah, the Senate's good. I think we're feeling really good on the Senate. Not necessarily once all the votes count. That's not necessarily what's going to happen. But I'm just saying, as of now, the Senate looks good, and that's awesome.
This would be a runoff. No matter who ends up on top, you have to have 50%, plus one vote to get a majority tonight. We'll watch as that one plays out. But Democrats at the moment leading in Georgia. Let's look at Wisconsin, still outstanding here, 88% of the vote. This one here, I was just asking because we know the Republican candidate for governor has conceded, called Governor Evers, and conceded the race. So the Democratic governor, if you come here, is winning this race. A very close race. very close race, but 72,000 votes, 72,000.
Right, we just projected that Evers,
Evers will win. So you see, Senator Johnson has a lead here. Think about the swing: a Democratic governor in a very competitive state, leading by 72,694 votes. That's a Democratic governor. And then you come to your Republican incumbent senator with a smaller lead, but in the lead. That tells you a lot of ticket splitting happening across the state of Wisconsin tonight. Can Mandela Barnes make up the difference is the question. So you look at the big Democratic bases, 77%. So there's still a lot of votes to come in Milwaukee, and you see it's a pretty good range there. Are there enough votes out to get there? The math gets dicey, but if you look at that, you say you want to see that number get up to 85, closer to 90%. Before you make any calls, just want to check the other big area, Democratic area in the state is here, Dane County, Madison, College area, 93% there. So some votes still to come in, but a smaller pool of votes there.
Mandela Barnes, by the way, outperforming Biden in Madison.
Yes, Mandela Barnes running a strong race, as is.
If you're just joining us, I'm seeing a lot of people hop in right now. This is insane. What we're seeing is nothing like what so many were predicting about tonight being a red wave. And it's in the conversation that Democrats don't lose the House or Senate. Now, it's still pretty likely they lose the House, but it's not out of the question that they hold on, which would be unheard of, insane, and so exciting. So that's where things stand right now.
Inflation, and the gas prices are higher as you go west in the United States because of inflation, because of gas prices. Were the suburbs, and the crime issue Republicans are using, were the suburbs going to come back to the Republicans because they were mad and frustrated with Democratic governance? Look at what Michael Bennet did in the Denver suburbs. Arapahoe County, 61%. Adams County, 57%. You come into Denver County, 79%. You move over to Jefferson County, close to 60%. Michael Bennet and Governor Polis as well, if you switch it to the governor's race, did even better here. And so you have a country that is unquestionably thinks two-thirds of Americans or more think we're in a recession. Two-thirds or more think we're on the wrong track. We know they're mad about inflation. They clearly don't trust Republicans. You're seeing, you're just seeing in some of these states where you would think, could a Democrat be beat, or would that race be more competitive? Not so far. You come over to the Arizona governor's race. Boris was talking about this. Kerry Lake already tonight, irresponsibly raising questions of shenanigans. They're still counting votes, 54% in. But come back, we were in the Senate math. Mark Kelly running even stronger than Katie Hobbs at 57%. But again, a long way to go here. But again, 75% of the vote in Arizona is in Maricopa and Pima County. And in the count so far, Mark Kelly running healthily ahead here. This is a Democratic +2 for Joe Biden. You see that there. But again,
a lot to be counted there, but good numbers. Hey, here is the Adam Frisch-Lauren Boebert race. 93% of the votes have been counted. And Adam Frisch is up by 3 points. That's incredible. Boebert could be out. O-U-T, out. That's what we want to see, baby.
Somebody out of Nevada, get to that in a second. She is leading at the moment. Look, this is what matters most right here. Clark County is 74% of the state population. She is leading there right now. Joe Biden won Clark County by 9 points, so she's a little bit ahead of that. She's at 13, just shy of 13 points there at 64%. And then if you come out here, Washoe up here in the northwest corner is another 15% of the population. So we have no votes in here. This tends to be more of a swing. So if you're looking at the Senate map right now, again, can Republicans still get to 50? Yes, they can. Is the math a hell of a lot harder because the Democrats have flipped that? Oh, yes, it is.
Yeah, and we'll have to see what happens. We're still waiting for more votes to come in Arizona and Nevada. And, of course, we're waiting for more votes to come in from Georgia. And we're hearing that Democratic Senator Reverend Raphael Warnock may speak in Georgia imminently about his close race. House Republican leader Kevin McCarthy also might come.
Hey, by the way, meanwhile on Trump's Truth Social, here's what he's saying. Same thing is happening with voter fraud as happened in 2020. No, Trump, that's not what's happening. But prepare. While it is a deeply exciting night, this means we are 100% going to see so many claims of voter fraud by the Republican Party, by right-wingers, by right-wing media. because they don't understand how to work within our democracy. I shouldn't say that. They understand how to. They have chosen not to work within our democracy because it's more important to them to be in positions of power or to rhetorically come off like they're not losers than uphold a democratic process. And so what we're bracing for, we're seeing it now, and it's going to pick up tomorrow as more results come in, especially if Democrats continue to do as well as they're doing now, is the most overt and disgusting attack on our democratic process possible. It's going to be 2020 all over again, undeniably. And I'm really not looking forward to that at all. Holy smokes, what a night it has been so far, and I am not even close to calling it at one. Unless like all of the stations stop covering it, then I don't have anything to show.
What do you make?
Let's see what's going on Fox News during their election coverage.
Possibly in Arizona, then I think you're looking at really a different Democratic coalition.
What do you make of the numbers, Tucker, that we're seeing out of Pennsylvania? That Senate race is really, really close, and it could be a long time before we
This is earlier.
Call it.
Well, that's the problem, and I feel so sorry for you, Brett and Martha, because it probably will be a very late night for you and a tense one, and it points up the problem. Look, the country is really closely divided in a lot of places. Pennsylvania is one, Nevada's another, Arizona, lots of different places. And so you're going to have close election results. And people have to have confidence that those results are real, that they can trust the mechanics of the election. And what happened today in Maricopa County, where some huge percentage of voting machines, electronic voting machines, according to the Arizona Republic, 30%, they claim these are Dominion voting machines, but it almost doesn't matter. Electronic voting machines didn't allow people to vote, apparently. And that, whatever you think of it, the cause of it, it shakes people's faith in the system. That is an actual threat.
Yeah, no. We saw that there was technical issues, as happens in elections. They got it worked out. No voter who was attempting to was stopped, is the reporting we're getting there. And I can look into this more before tomorrow's show, but the initial reporting I saw while I was streaming was pretty much the paper wasn't feeding into the voting machine properly that counts it. And so then they were able to do that afterwards. So it's not like, oh, the voting machines melted down and people's votes were lost. It was just in the moment they weren't able to count them, so it held up the process. But that's initial. I'll let you know once I get more information on that.
Make a projection in the Senate race in Utah. CNN is projecting that incumbent Republican Senator Mike Lee will be reelected by the good citizens of Utah. He defeats independent candidate Evan McMullin. Let's look at the balance of power in the Senate right now. 100 seats. 47 of them belong to the Democrats, including one pickup in Pennsylvania. 47 of them belong to the Republicans. There are 6 seats remaining. Republicans need to win 2 net Democratic seats in order to win control of the U.S. Senate. We have governor's races for you to talk about now as well. Boris Sanchez has that.
Yeah, Jake, a big projection for CNN. We are projecting that Gretchen Whitmer, the incumbent Democrat in the state of Michigan, will win re-election. She made abortion rights the centerpiece of her campaign. She filed a lawsuit to stop a 1931 abortion ban that took effect after the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade in the Dobbs decision. She also introduced legislation in that state to expand and protect abortion access. It pays off for her as she defeats Tudor Dixon, a Trump-endorsed election denier, Jake.
All right, Boris Sanchez, thanks so much. And we can now make projections in 3 states that have ballot measures on abortion. CNN projects that Californians have voted yes on establishing a state constitutional right to an abortion. Voters in Michigan have approved a similar ballot measure, saying yes to abortion rights. The trend is holding in Vermont, another yes vote to ensure the right to an abortion. And take a look at Kentucky, a measure that would amend the state constitution to explicitly state that there is no Kentucky constitutional right to an abortion, That is trailing as of right now.
AOC did win her re-election, by the way. That's obvious.
Jake, first, let's just talk for a second about these abortion referenda, because we saw what happened over the summer with Kansas. Democrats saw that as a big green light, saying that this is what is going to get our voters to the polls. We have to sift through everything, but if you just look at Michigan and the fact that Gretchen Whitmer, the incumbent Democrat, we're projecting is winning, and Prop 3, the referendum, also is winning, which is pretty broad when it comes to abortion rights.
Yeah, I don't know that it's particularly a surprise that voters in blue states like California and Michigan and Vermont would vote to have a constitutional right to an abortion. But, you know, the canary in the coal mine was what happened in Kansas, a red, solid conservative state, and overwhelmingly they voted not to take away abortion rights in the Constitution. So this clearly was an animating issue, and it was the best issue for Democrats all summer.
Yes, Doug, this is live.
Faded as we got further away from the Dobbs decision. But you look at the results tonight, and people who were pro-choice, pro-keeping rights for abortion won in state after state. And, of course, you see the initiatives they won as well.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with all of that, although I would say Michigan, I would characterize Michigan as a clear battleground state, which it's been for a while, which is what made, I think, Gretchen Whitmer's race so important for Democrats. The abortion issue has actually been, pretty clear in this country. Voters largely do not want absolute bans on abortion. They don't necessarily support draconian bans on abortion. They are somewhere in the middle. And when you see these ballot initiatives that either try to establish broad bans on abortion, they are not necessarily succeeding. And where they have been put on the ballot to codify abortion rights, even...
Yeah, so welcome back, Doug. You always thought they were going to do better. That's awesome. And that does seem to be the case. We're in a situation where the Senate is up for grabs and the House, in my estimation.
Right, CNN has a projection for you right now. CNN projects that Senator Brian Schatz of Hawaii, the Democrat, will be reelected, defeating Republican Bob McDermott. Let's bring the balance of power on that right now, because we've just added a seat to the Democrats. Democrats is 100 seats in the U.S. Senate. Democrats have 48 of them.
So to be clear, of the 5 seats remaining, Republicans would have to get 2. Okay.
U.S. Senate from the Democrats. They now need to win 2 net Democratic seats. 2 net Democratic seats. Casey Hunt, we go to you now with more on the battle for the Senate.
Well, Jake, we can walk through what the possibilities are for Republicans right now and what they aren't. Let's start in Georgia, where Raphael Warnock is still barely ahead of Herschel Walker, the Republican. So this is one where, again, if this holds, we're looking at 4 more weeks of fighting. This could, of course, go either way under those kinds of circumstances. It could all come down to the race here, depending on what happens on the rest of the map. 96% of the vote in there. And let's look at what else is out. Wisconsin, Ron Johnson, the incumbent, sitting at 50.7. This has been pretty steady here as the vote has continued to roll in, that this margin is about the same. Mandela Barnes at 49.1%. We obviously have called the Wisconsin governor's race for the Democrat, but Ron Johnson is on a different path right now with 80% of the vote in there. Let's check in on Nevada, where, of course, Democrats have been pessimistic, or at least they were at the beginning of the night, but obviously their optimism has increased as results have rolled in through the evening. Catherine Cortez Masto currently at 53.3% to the Republican. Adam Laxalt's 44%. We have 53% of the vote in here in Nevada. A lot of questions about whether it's mail or how that's all coming in. We're going to have to go to John King and David Chalian for some of those answers. So let's check in on Arizona, where Mark Kelly sitting comfortably ahead of the Republican Blake Masters at 57.2% to Blake Masters 40.5%. If this kind of lead can hold, Democrats can hold there. We're looking at that trio of races, Nevada and Georgia, perhaps Wisconsin, as this night gets later and later, Jake.
All right, Casey, we're tracking the Senate races that are still undecided, including those nail-biters in Georgia and Wisconsin. The battle for control of the U.S. Senate still too early to call. Our coverage continues after this.
Okay, so it's definitely looking like Georgia will go to a runoff, meaning that we would have to wait a month for those results. And there's a chance we will see a situation where the balance of the Senate is again coming down to a special or a runoff election in Georgia, as we saw in 2020, which would be insane. But what is making me hopeful is it looks like the Libertarian candidate is bringing a little bit of the vote to themselves, and you take out the Libertarian, which is what would happen in a runoff, and then you have a good situation there for Warnock. Because opposite. The Libertarian, sorry, completely blanked my brain there. Good situation for Walker, which is unfortunate. So it would be really good if Raphael Warnock could push over 50 tonight, but we'll see. But I don't know. I say that. I don't know which one's a Libertarian. Because usually a Libertarian voter, their second option would be the Republican because they're more conservative. But in this race, a lot of the Libertarian voters may be like, I don't like Walker, but I can't quite get to Warnock. But you take out the Libertarian and maybe they still can't go for Walker. So I honestly don't know. Anything could happen. That's the theme, ladies and gentlemen. Anything could happen. Let's see about some comments before CNN comes back on, hopefully with some crucial updates. Let's see. I live in ranked choice voting. Is Georgia ranked choice voting? I don't think so. Oh, but you're saying like it would be better in this situation? Totally agree with you on that. Yeah, absolutely. But the fact that we're even talking about both the House and Senate being in play for Democrats is truly absolutely bonkers. And if you saw there, Kevin McCarthy had set up a whole election night party where he was going to come give a speech and everyone was going to celebrate. Republicans take back the House. Didn't happen. Where's the big celebration, right? It's not happening. And that means they don't feel confident enough to come out and even proclaim preemptively that they've won enough House seats to be in the majority. And so that's really good news. Thank you so much for the super chat from M8 Hack KR, who said, amazing job covering this. Here's you a coffee for the morning. Thank you. I will definitely need that coffee. So that is greatly appreciated. Where are we, Luke? Who won? So, Skunky, here's where we are. Way better night for Democrats than expected. We're still waiting to see about some key races in the Senate. We're still waiting to see about where the House goes. There's a better chance it could go to Republicans, but it's not impossible that Democrats could hold it, which is unbelievable. The Senate, I would say it's a better chance it goes blue, actually, but Republicans could still take it.
Those competitive House races on which hinges all Democrat and Republican hopes to control the U.S. House. Republicans need to win 21 of the outstanding competitive seats that we have decided are still too early to call. Of those 21, Republicans are leading in 24. They are exceeding what they need to do in order to control the House. Of the Senate seats, of the Democratic seats, Democrats need to win 38 of the outstanding competitive seats, 38 of them, and they're leading in 34 of them. Meaning that right now, based on the numbers that we have available this moment, we believe that Republicans are still on their way to achieving what they need to achieve in the 82 total competitive House districts. John.
Clear favorites. Republicans, even now as we approach 2 a.m., are clear favorites to win a House majority, but and it's a big but, there is still a small possibility, modest possibility, I shouldn't call it small, modest possibility Democrats could hold their majority. Did you think we would be having that conversation?
No, this is a big but.
At 2 o'clock in the morning. And if Republicans do win the majority
Thank
now,
you, Jake. This is a very big but. We got some big butts up in here. Are we waiting on the Pennsylvania race? No, Pennsylvania has been called for Fetterman, and so has the gubernatorial race, and that is great news.
But if this were over right now, the Republicans would have a 3-seat majority in the House of Representatives. It's not over, but just think about the narrow realm we're talking about now. You mentioned earlier in the night, Kevin McCarthy earlier in the year said 60 seats. Some Republicans in the last week have been saying 30 seats.
Nope.
We are not. We are not.
Okay, I want everyone to hear this because tonight's going to happen. We'll do my show tomorrow. We'll give you what everything's going on there and see where things stand. But today, now that it's November 9th, marks the beginning of two of the most important years, thank you, Doug, in American history. And we're going to be with you. By we, I mean me and anyone who comes along the Luke Beasley Show team. As of now, it's just me and producer Ben. Each step of the way. And so much is expected to go on there. Hopefully the show continues to see the growth that it's seeing now. And I'm so excited that you all are a part of it. But it's an exciting moment. And so whatever happens tonight, between now and the 2024 presidential election, this is all of us together getting to be a part of witnessing history. Not just because everything is technically history, but because this moment is a decisive one. Will we have a functioning democracy after 2024 or not? And it's all going to be decided in this upcoming 2 years. And so I am so pumped. Some person said they enjoy you are a calming and sane voice in these horrifying moment of election denier chaos. And that's what I want to do, not just the calming and sane part, but the collective experience that we all are going to be a part of. And I'm so honored and excited to be the voice in a collection of many voices that walks y'all through that. So very exciting stuff, very scary stuff, but whatever ends up happening, I'm going to be doing my show, and I would love for you guys to be a part of that and continue letting me know your thoughts each step of the way.
Here in Ohio. So you just come back out. You could keep going through these races. Let's go out to Colorado right now. The Democratic governor wins big. The Democratic senator, Republicans said they were going to give him the race of a lifetime. They did not. In the House races right out here, this is Lauren Boebert. Many of you may have heard of her. A more controversial pro-Trump member of the House Republican Conference, only at 83%. There's a ways to go here. There's room for her to catch up.
Let's see. Doug said even Pacman said something towards your supporters. What did he say? He called out the beehive? Do you have a timestamp or something you could send to me? That would be funny.
Pull it out. But the fact that it's so competitive says there's something going on here that certainly Kevin McCarthy, who, by the way, we expect to come out and speak live at any moment, that certainly Kevin McCarthy did not see coming at all.
Right, and so texting with some House Republicans and Republican consultants more who work with the House consultants, and you're looking at this again. Lauren Boebert has time and room with 83% out. She may still pull this out. But the conversation, sarcastic conversation among Republicans right now is if you're going to have a 5 or 6 seat majority, would you rather have 5 and not her? Because she's one of the agitators, the Marjorie Taylor Greenes, the Lauren Boeberts, the members of the Freedom Caucus, the people who, if Kevin McCarthy has a very narrow majority, are going to be on the phone with Donald Trump all the time. What do you want us to tell him to do? And so that's the calculation now. McCarthy with a 10, 15, 20-seat majority has a leash, has some room, has some maneuverability. McCarthy with a very small majority like that, it'll be a really interesting Washington. And Jake, especially if you take this, it's not a final number, but this is trending toward. It looks like there's still a possibility the Democrats keep the majority. Looks like the Republicans get a relatively narrow majority. And then you come here and you're looking at a map where Mitch McConnell right now, if he hasn't gone to bed, is having one more fine Kentucky bourbon. Because once again, he has looked at a map and said, I have a chance to be the majority leader. And it's still possible, but that is not.
But I also know Mitch McConnell is saying Donald Trump pushed nominees in states that we could have won, and those nominees, whether Mehmet Oz or others, blew it. Right. But Republican leader Kevin McCarthy is about to speak, and we'll bring that to you.
Okay, we'll see that in a second here. But I'm confused, Doug. He did call out my viewers during his coverage. During my coverage? I need some clarification. What did Pacman say about my supporters? Was it critical? Were you guys making ruckus in his stream? We must behave ourselves when we go out in the world. Someone explain. I am lost as heck. Here's a little bit from Fox News about what this means so far for the Republican Party.
The worst inflation in 4 decades, the worst collapse in real wages in 40 years, the worst crime wave since the 1990s, the worst border crisis in U.S. history. We have Joe Biden, who is the least popular president since Harry Truman, since presidential polling happened, and there wasn't a red wave. That is a searing indictment of the Republican Party. That is a searing indictment of the message that we have been sending to the voters. They looked at all of that and looked at the Republican alternative and said, no thanks. The Republican Party needs to do a really deep introspection look in the mirror right now, because this is an absolute disaster for the Republican Party, and we need to turn back. We need to look at who won.
Yes, I love that. Okay, just to clear up the misinformation that I sort of spread by being confused about Doug's comments. Apparently Pacman was complimentary. Okay, gotcha. I thought Doug was saying that some ruckus was happening, but all is well. All has been sorted out.
Who's Talking is my new one-on-one interview show.
Doug, stop confusing me. Since the beginning, just so y'all know, the reason why I read so many of Doug's comments, even though I see a bunch of y'all, sorry, let me read more. Well, let me finish that sentence, is because he, among a few others, has been here since as close to day one as you can get. So I keep a special eye out for him. He mentioned you in good faith. Sweet. Pippin, thank you. Hits. The border problem has nothing to do with policy. The border problem exists all over the world, in the U.S. Yeah, so here's the thing. When they call out, Ellen, thank you so much. You guys are so kind. Here's the issue that people don't seem to understand. They cite all these statistics about, this is wrong in America right now, this is wrong, and seem to neglect the fact that we had one of the largest economic downturns caused by the pandemic in the United States in a very long time. And to get out of that, you have to cause some economic hurt. Like, to get out of an economic crisis, you got to spend a lot of money. That causes inflation. The surge we saw after the pandemic in migration could definitely be drawn to that. The crime we're seeing could definitely be drawn to that. But they don't like to acknowledge that. Instead, it's like somehow Biden getting into office and changing very little about the border caused a border crisis. And all of a sudden, even though, like I said, there wasn't that huge of policy differences between Biden and Trump on the border, all of a sudden it's an open border. It's just nonsense. Ruminate said, Lucas, are you pleased? I am. Ruminate, do you want to call in real quick? If you're still up. If you're not, don't worry. Don't get up for me. But yes, I'm super pleased. Too pleased, possibly.
Everyone, Don Lemon here. This is CNN's continuing coverage of election night in America. Depending on where you are, it's election morning as well. Right now, control of Congress is up for grabs, and we have nail biters in key races that will determine the balance of power in the Senate and the House. Before we get to all that, we want to go to the House Minority Leader speaking now in Washington, D.C., Kevin McCarthy. Let's go.
And I want to thank the millions of supporters across this country. 2 years ago, when I became leader, Republicans had less than 200 seats in the House. That cycle, we picked up 14 seats when every single person said that would be impossible. If you believe in freedom, hard work, and the American dream, These results proved that there is a place for you in the Republican Party. Now, tonight, we built upon those gains 2 years ago, and it is clear that we are going to take the House back.
Maybe.
In New York, we defeated the Democrat campaign chairman, Sean Patrick Maloney. Sean Patrick Maloney, which will be the first time in over 40 years a DCCC chair lost his reelection. Not only that, but on Long Island, Anthony Diaz-Pasito won a seat that Joe Biden carried by 17 points. We are on the verge of historic gains in New York. In Florida, we gained 4 seats alone. We are poised to sweep the entire state of Iowa. And I will tell you, from the southern border of Monica de la Cruz to Virginia Beach, of Jen Kiggins.
He comes off as one of the fakest people. In politics.
This party.
I don't know what's on.
Now let me tell you, you're out late.
What's happening?
But when you wake up tomorrow, we will be in the majority and Nancy Pelosi will be in the minority. The American people are ready for a majority that will offer a new direction, that will put America back on track. Republicans are ready to deliver it. It's a new direction towards an economy that is strong, where you can fill up your tank, feed your family, where your paychecks grow and not shrink. A new direction towards a nation that is...
I don't understand this. If you believe that Biden is causing all these problems, how is you getting in the majority fixing any of them? Because you won't be able to do anything. He could veto any of the bills that you pass, and you're definitely not going to get a 2/3 to override in the House and Senate. So I don't know what this is about. I mean, it's politics, obviously, but how does anyone buy this? Yeah, by you holding one of the 3 necessary, components to pass a piece of legislation, you're going to change the problems that have been present because of Biden, who's still going to be there. Okay.
All right, that is House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy speaking in Washington, D.C., really putting a good face on tonight. Thought that they'd have many more gains than they did, but he's touting gains, he says, in New York. The DCC chair, Sean Patrick Maloney, saying that they have historic wins in New York, Florida, and in Iowa as well, saying that they're going to take back the House and that by tomorrow or coming soon, that Nancy Pelosi, the current Speaker of the House, he believes will be in the minority. But clearly, as I turn to John Berman here, who is at the Magic Wall, he is like a coach trying to put a good face on basically what they thought would be a good win and getting ahead of himself.
So 2 important things. Number 1, he's ahead of himself. Yeah. We have not projected yet that Republicans will take control. Number 2, if they do, and they might.
Right.
It is by much smaller of a margin than Kevin McCarthy hoped. Let me just show you. This, what you're seeing right here, is where Republicans are currently ahead. You can see, yes, this would give them control of the U.S. House of Representatives.
Thank you so much for the super chat from Janie Cox, who said, we may be on the opposite sides of the ballot, but I have to say I respect you. Run your channel well. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Elections considers to be either toss-ups or tilting one way. Republicans need to win 30 of these to take control. Right now, they're ahead or called in only 33. So again, 30 is their magic number. They're at 33, so barely where they need to be. And I want to also just point out a few other things he said where he's ahead of himself. Let's go to New York. He said, for instance, well, first of all, New York, there are 10 competitive seats, right? You can see Republicans do lead in 8 of these seats, Democrats in 2. This would be a very disappointing night for Democrats in the state of New York. 2 years ago, within these boundaries, Democrats would have held 8 of these seats, Republicans just 2, so you can see why Republicans feel good about New York. He particularly pointed out the district held by the Democratic Congressional Campaign Committee Chair Sean Patrick Maloney. He is trailing in his race right now. We have not called this race. There is still a fair amount of vote left to be counted there, including in the most Democratic county in this district, Westchester County, still more than 25% of the vote. He's got a smaller lead there than he should. This is a Democrat plus 27 district right now. He's only leading by a little, but it's possible that he does pick up some votes there. A couple other states I want to point out to you here. Again, why Democrats might feel better about certain things. Let's look at Michigan right now. Again, there are 4 competitive seats here. Democrats lead in 2, Republicans lead in 2. 2 years ago, this would have been 3-1. So let's actually focus in on one of these races that we have been watching. This is Alyssa Slotkin's district. Actually, this is a disappointment for Democrats if this holds. This is a district that Democrats fought very hard for. Liz Cheney actually went out to Michigan and campaigned for Alyssa Slotkin. You can see that she's trailing right now. Let's see where the remaining vote might be. Lansing, which is a highly Democratic area, only 68%. This is a county where Democrats hold a wide margin, so there is vote to be made up by Alyssa Slotkin there, but right now she is trailing. We can look at some other states on the map here. Pennsylvania. What's interesting about Pennsylvania...
Thank you so much for the super chat from Harmony Cannon. Greatly appreciated. I love that name as well.
Competitive districts, Democrats leading in all 4. 2 years ago, they only would have led in 3. One of these districts right here, we'll look up here, is a district held by an incumbent, Matt Cartwright. This is actually a Republican plus 3 district right now, and Matt Cartwright's holding a lead. So Democrats outperforming in some places that Republicans had hoped to make gains, Don.
Yeah, but it's interesting. A lot of the votes are coming from, big areas, big urban areas, right, near the city. So there's a lot of Democratic votes out there. And you are cautioning, it's still early. There are still votes out there. Even though it's 2 in the morning, it's still early because a lot of the votes have not been counted, John.
We are watching this come in. Again, Republicans have a very narrow lead in the House right now.
I was warned that John Berman is going to be my best friend tonight, so John will be my best friend. We'll be buddies tonight throughout the evening and throughout the morning here on CNN. So, John, we just saw just moments ago the House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy speaking in Washington, D.C. Inside of that room was our very own Manu Raju. He appeared optimistic, but this is not the night they thought they were going to have, Manu.
Yeah, look, going into the night, McCarthy's people, his team, set a bar. That bar was a 20-seat gain because they believe that if they were to clear picking up 20 seats, that would give them a comfortable governing majority. Anything less than that would be problematic, potentially for Speaker McCarthy, because it would empower the right flank of the conference, often folks who do not listen to leadership and often folks who have their own ideas about exactly what to do. It would empower that element of the Republican conference. What we're seeing here tonight is a very likelihood that the Republicans will not meet that goal of achieving a 20-seat gain. Never mind what McCarthy had hoped for last year, which was a 60-seat gain. Things had changed post-Dobbs, but even post the decision over abortion, Republicans were still optimistic that coming into today, they could get that majority of more than 20 seats. Right now, as John pointed out to you, Don, that path seems uncertain. If the Republicans do...
Okay, we're gonna... If my whole entire computer doesn't explode. Come on.
Still...
It's weird, when I mute it, it lags more. Very strange. Let me see if I can close up some of these. If that'll help at all. Y'all give me a sec. We're going to have a quick call in here. That did help. Okay. Cool.
Hey, man, can you hear me?
Hey, I can hear you beautifully. How about you?
Yeah, I can hear you impeccably, and I don't hear the sound of your computer exploding, so I think we're probably...
It's close to an explosion, but there we go. Now it's running. So What are your thoughts so far? I'm kind of freaking out.
Okay. All right. So
Really
earlier
quickly,
today,
thank you so much for the super chat from Esoteric Agnostic. Continue.
yeah. So earlier today, I had a conversation with Destiny and IRI. I'm really important, and at the end of the conversation, Destiny was like, "Okay, are you? What's your optimism?" And I'm like, "Look, dude, I'm a cynic by nature. I always assume the worst case scenario, especially in this political climate, because, I mean, why not?" And so I'd had a migraine earlier in the day and late last night, and I was just like, I woke up in this like existential dread last night. So anyway, I was exhausted. I finished the conversation. I'm in bed by 9, right? And so then I woke up probably 45 minutes ago and was just checking things, and I could not believe it. So I popped up Twitter, and the first thing I saw was Ben Shapiro say, "From red wave to red wedding," and I was like, "Oh my God!" So clearly the GOP is underperforming. I'm shocked. I'm really shocked. But I'm so pleased with the results, and it seems that even McCarthy's speech, which you just looked over, it seemed like even that's premature. Even if the odds are in his favor, it seems that even the guaranteed GOP House advantage, certainly smaller than what they'd hoped for, and may not even manifest entirely. So I think this is a huge repudiation of Trump and MAGA, and I think there's a real opportunity here to see a major seismic shift in the country.
Yeah, it's interesting. So explain to me, what does red wave to red wedding mean?
Oh, okay. So, did you ever watch Game of Thrones?
Mm-mm.
Gotcha. Okay. So it's a Game of Thrones reference, and it's like a major plot point in that story. So the red wedding is basically a moment where the heroes of the show are celebrating a successful marriage alliance, because of course Game of Thrones is like this pseudo-feudal, I'm sure you're familiar with the show, but anyway, the hero, who has kind of been the underdog for the past couple of seasons, he secures an alliance with a major ally via a marriage, and then it turns out the whole thing was a setup by his enemy, and he and his family are wiped out during the wedding, and it's called the Red Wedding because it was, it took a surprising turn and red from blood, and so it was
so Ben Shapiro is having the darkest take on this.
I know, yeah, and I'm here for it, man.
Awesome.
Anything, and I hope people are commenting on this too, but like the thought of, Ben Shapiro's Colt 45 tears just streaking down his face as he sees that red wave is nothing. That makes me really happy. There's so much Schadenfreude, dude. I know you're super chill as far as like as lefty commentators are concerned, but on my behalf or on my end, there's some spite. Just a little bit of spite.
Okay, I got you. Yeah. So the funny thing is, I'm probably the opposite of you as far as pessimism, optimism, where my default is being super optimistic, and that actually gets me into a lot of trouble because no matter what the polls show, a big part, my brain, and when I do my show, I'll be able to honestly be like, here's the situation, things don't look good, whatever. But my heart wants something so bad that I'm walking around expecting and hoping for that. And so I had to do a lot of kind of like mental gymnastics today when I went and voted and everything to make sure I didn't get completely like emotionally destroyed on today's stream if bad news started coming in, because it would look really awkward if I was falling apart. No, that wouldn't happen. But
you seem like extremely poised when it comes to that, especially I'm curious, how was your optimism affected by what you saw in Pennsylvania this past weekend? Like when you're confronted with that level of, genuine insanity and I would argue psychosis from large swaths of the American electorate, do you not get doomer pilled, as the kids say? Does that not, do you not walk away from that like going, holy crap, man, I don't know about the direction of this country. I don't know if I can smile in the face of this.
Okay. Intellectually, yes. But for some reason, my gut doesn't go that direction. Now, if I think about it too long, it does. So meaning when I sit there and think, like we were driving back and I was talking with the guys who went with me, and it was like, we just talked to people, or I just talked to people, and y'all were, capturing me talking to people who literally believe that Trump is still the president, or that, the pillars of QAnon are real, or that there's a Catholic, deep state controlling everything, like the one guy believed, or whatever the heck the one dude was saying who was like off of his rocker. And that wasn't us cherry picking. We were standing in the entrance to the rally. Literally every single person who walked by, we said, would you like an interview? And this wasn't like, oh, who looks goofy? We literally just asked every single person, and that's what we got. And that, when I think about it too long, makes me really freaked out and sad. But the only thing I can do to like wake up and feel okay every day is look at the successes we're getting and hopefully can get, and then hope that we're pushing towards a better future.
Well, that was inspirational, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sure you felt the same way. But no, I mean, I think it says something about your fortitude that you're able to pull that off. And Jordan Klepper is another one from The Daily Show where he does a lot of what you do in terms of engaging Republican voters and what I call MAGA cultists. And, he does it. I think he's a bit more transparent with the condescension, like he's clearly making fun of them, but he's relatively polite about it. But I saw a clip of one of your conversations, I think it was on Pac-Man, and I want to make sure I got this right, with the person who said that Trump is still president. They're just letting Biden be president, but also everything that's going wrong is Biden's fault, even though he's not president, because Trump really is. And you were like, wait a minute, I'm just trying to like wrap my head around this. And you were going through like the logic of it. And did you have any conversations with people that when you point out the inconsistencies, that there was a realization, and they, maybe they walk away thinking, okay, perhaps these things that I'm believing may not be true, or did they all leave pretty convicted even after their conversations with you?
So on camera, never. Oftentimes, if the conversation doesn't go south, we'll stand around for a second off camera, and not oftentimes, sometimes. One out of every 5 maybe will stay for a second and just kind of like, they're always curious, where is this being played and whatever, and that might get us into a longer discussion. So with the 2 women who believed that Trump was still president, we talked for a while after, and I think I made some headway there. So to answer your question, kind of. I don't have anyone, obviously. I mean, they've had thousands of hours of propaganda in their brains, so one little few-minute conversation won't completely change their mind, but I'll have them go, interesting, like I'll think about that. One of the ladies who said that Trump was still the president, but also Biden's to blame for the bad things that are happening, but also Trump is going to be reinstated, but also he's already president, so why would he have to be reinstated? She said, what should I tell my son to make him go vote, because it's so important that he votes, but he believes there's no point in voting because all the elections are being stolen. And I was like, listen, you're the one who's making him believe that, and you're wrong. And this is why, and she was incredibly able to hear me out longer than most of the people do. And she, I think, resonated a little bit with what I was saying, because I just explained, based on our conversation so far, you seem very unclear on why you believe the election was stolen. And I know you think you've seen a lot of stuff, but I would beg you to go back and see if, by very high standards, you can verify those videos you've watched or stats you've heard cited, because chances are they're completely bogus. And it's so important, as you're now seeing, that we don't allow these lies to run rampant, because people like your son are now not even wanting to participate in democracy because they believe lies that you're perpetuating. So with her, I feel like I got a little place, which was cool. But for the most part, to answer your question, nah. They just think that once they learn I'm not on their side, they just think I'm like, part of the deep state or whatever.
Yeah, you're a deep state, George Soros operative, unfortunately, to these people, which is a shame. But I think your work there has been phenomenal.
Thank you.
what your friend, and I'm blanking on his name.
Patrick.
Did he go with you?
Ben?
Ben.
Yeah.
Ben? Yes, Ben.
Yeah, I took Ben and Patrick, two of my best friends, and also Ben is the newest addition or the first addition to the show. So that was really fun because Patrick's political, but Ben is not really. He's just now getting into politics. And it's so interesting watching someone who's never really had that close of interactions with that many Trump supporters, Patrick too, to like react to it. And one of the things I'm going to talk about on tomorrow's show, I saw someone called into Pacman's show and asked if like they were taking into consideration my safety, and I'm going to kind of address that question. But part of it was the anecdote of Patrick and Ben getting all of these people like calling them and texting them when they heard what they were doing, asking or kind of telling them not to go to the rally, and they were really afraid for their safety. And I was having to like convince them it was going to be okay. But it was really funny watching just the way they engaged with that. And I forget that it's so not normal. I know that, but like, I don't know, because I've done it a few times now, I'm not going to those events like, oh no, what's about to happen? Whereas they were, and it was really fun to watch.
Yeah, so I mean, obviously I don't know much about their background, but like when I hear you have these conversations, or when I watch Klepper have these conversations on The Daily Show, it just reminds me of like Thanksgiving with family members of mine, because, you know, I grew up in a red state, and many of my family members are not only Republicans, but like, you know, full bore Colt 45 members. And so most of what you encounter is not something that I'm not familiar with. But yeah, like you said, like objectively speaking, it's not normal, right? I mean, you're talking about legitimate, you know, either neurochemical or psychological, you know, you're experiencing like a phenomenon here that is truly bewildering. And it's also kind of funny to think that you're used to it now, right? Like I don't want to say you're desensitized to it, but like you don't even flinch. And then you're exposing your pals to it, and for good reason, right? And they volunteered and they want to be part of the show and part of the effort. But watching, you know, I imagine that they had some like classic facial expressions when confronted with some of the things that you all heard at the rally.
Yeah, the coolest part of it was, you know, they're holding up the cameras, and it was so windy outside that they actually missed most of the conversations because I'm not like screaming. So they were standing far enough away where it was so fun watching afterwards. We watched the videos and most of the conversations they had missed, and so they like re-experienced the bonkersness. But one of the things you said was MAGA cultists, and as you picked up on, I do my best to stray away from particularly provocative labels so that I can most effectively, you know, communicate. But I am perfectly fine calling them MAGA cultists because that's the number one word that popped in my mind over and over as you walk around and engage with people. It's not at all like talking to people with other political views. I do that all the time. It's perfectly fine. Totally great. It's talking to someone in a cult. That's what it feels like. Or talking to someone with like an obscure religious view where it's not about observable reality. It's about belief. Everything comes back to what I believe. And I mean,
100%. It's I think by definition, you know, it is a cult. I mean, I don't even think it's an insult. I don't think at this point that's particularly controversial. I mean, obviously cults connote, you know, a certain negativity, obviously, and I would say rightly so, but it's absolutely apropos. And I would say, like you mentioned, like an obscure religious belief, but to me, it's like, you know, again, having grown up in the Bible Belt, you know, most of the people that you engage with are at least professed Christians, right? And very few of them, relatively speaking, behave in the way that the people at these rallies behave. Like, you know, so to me, there's like what I would consider like a quote unquote normal or quote unquote unalarming level of religiosity you can expect from, you know, I go to church every now and then. This is what I believe, but they're not like proselytizing all the time. They're not, you know, waving a Bible in your face with their pupils blown out in a way that the vibe that you get from the Trump supporters that you speak to. So to me, that's the part that seems really strange. It seems like if you took away all like the Trump iconography, it feels like you were at some sort of like, I don't know, I don't want to say Westboro Baptist Church. I don't even know if you remember that. That might have been so far before your time, but you know
I think I do, yeah.
Yeah, that it was a very deranged, far right, and highly controversial church, and they would like picket military funerals, and they would say all sorts of homophobic and terrible misogynistic things. I mean, and they were like notorious for their sensationalism, and it kind of feels like that when you're having these conversations, like you're not talking to even your standard quote unquote religious person.
Yeah, 100%. And it does seem like a stronger belief than even the religious ones, because you know what you see with religious belief a lot of times is it just happens to perfectly coincide with their culture and preconceived notions before the religion. And it's like, I'll take the parts of it that I like and throw out the parts that I don't, and then just morph it to just the people I want to judge. I'll use the religion to justify the things that I want to hate, the things that I want to feel good about. Whereas, I'm not saying that's all religious people, so that's a chunk of them.
Sure.
Whereas with Trump supporters, it's like even more dedicated than that. I really will allow this one person to shape my understanding of the world, and it's true because he said it mentality that you see a lot, where I can't really even, some of them I can, but a lot of them I can't even get to a conversation about, here, how can I prove you wrong? Because it stops at, well, he said it, so it's correct. Or like, this is a part of our movement's belief, so it's correct. There's no need to discuss reality because I'm already getting the correct reality from this one person. It's really strange.
One of the questions that Destiny usually brings up in conversations with people who have strong disagreements with him, and I'm going to try to appropriate it for my use, is what would it take for you to believe something else? Like, what would it take to convince you of the opposite of what you believe, just to see if they can even offer a standard of expectation? Well, okay, Luke, if you can show me this or this or this and this, that would impact how I believe. Just to see if there's like even the possibility in their mind, you know what I mean? If there is a standard of evidence acceptable to,
and we're seeing
contradict their beliefs, you know, that would change their mind. I think that's a great question, because I think a lot of people, puts people on the spot.
I don't think you'll be able to hear this, but I don't know if you're getting my desktop audio too, but I'm gonna play it for the chat. I asked that exact question to a lady, and here's how it went.
Legit.
Oh, okay.
Interesting. That is something that a lot of times I'll say in conversations, like, what would I have to show you or pose to you that would change your mind on that particular issue?
I don't think there is anything to show. I remember looking back.
Okay, and then she goes on a thing. So to summarize it for you, Ruminate, I go, that's an interesting question I like to ask or pose to people. What would I have to show you that would change your mind on this? And she goes, I don't think there's anything you could show me.
Damn. All right. Well, I mean,
Nevada
that's
is
terrifying, but
Washington,
fair
you
enough,
only
and good
have
for you for asking
40.
that question. Do you ever, you know, I guess the last thing I'd ask you about this particular tangent is, you know, my belief, again, growing up with people who, unfortunately, many of them fit this mold, is as frustrating as it is, and not to sound, you know, patronizing, but I do look at many Trump supporters, most Trump supporters, as victims, as arguably the foremost victims of Donald Trump. Do you still feel that way? Is there still, you know, some sympathy or some empathy for Trump supporters, or do these events, do they make you more frustrated than empathetic? Like, what, in terms of how you feel about the people with whom you interact and the demographic they represent, do you walk away feeling like they're victims?
Absolutely. Yep. 100% agree. One of the things that, no way you caught this, but there was one live stream where one of like my original supporters just lost it on me because I said something to this effect, which was just, listen, you can understand an ideology is dangerous, and thus the supporters behind the ideology are dangerous, without also taking part in the very same dehumanization that they take part in. And so criticize the movement, criticize the ideology without saying that each individual person is not valuable as a human, and thus should be looked at in that context. And if you look at someone in a human context and you realize they're so deeply propagandized, of course you have a little bit empathy, even though they are taking part in a movement that could break down democracy and cause huge amounts of damage to the country. And it's that very, very high level nuance you would have to hold those two thoughts simultaneously, stare in someone's eyes and think, you're participating in the breakdown of democracy, and I understand that you're still a human being and being manipulated by those that you trust. And I wish that was different. And one of the things, the big takeaways, again, why this makes some people freak out when I say that, I don't know. But I guess if you don't believe other people are human, then get out of my audience. But anyways, I have a little
I think that's really really good. Now, to me, I hold Republican leaders, and I'm sure you do too. Now, my empathy for Trump's victims does not extend to Republican leaders, because as far as I'm concerned, they're actively aiding and abetting, and they're in a position clearly to know better. I mean, every report that we've ever read indicates that the Republican Party behind closed doors are well aware that, the big lie is BS, that Trump, has manifold personality faults. I mean, my God, the lackluster red wave, the red ripple, or whatever we want to call it, you could easily attribute this to, and I'm sure many commentators will, to Trump inserting himself in an otherwise, promising midterm trend for Republicans. And you could argue that this is still a referendum on Trump. The fact that, he made that announcement, the fact that he made that random announcement the other day saying that he's actually going to make a really big announcement. This was his pre-announcement announcement.
On Tuesday.
Yeah. And there's no telling, based on the trajectory of this evening, there's no telling what that next, announcement might be. He might put it back again. Listen, I know last week I said that I was going to make an announcement, but today I'm announcing that there's going to be an even bigger announcement in about 2 weeks, and just keep kicking the can down the road. But yeah, to me, the standard's different for GOP leaders.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's 100% true. Plus, to the victim point, when you go talk to a lot of these individuals, the level of I don't want to come off as, looking down upon people at all, but just the low information that's getting to them, I guess, in whatever media ecosystem they're in, and the realization you have, they don't get it. They don't get it at all. This isn't someone who's critically thought their way into a radical position, as some have, like these leaders you're talking about. They have perfectly fine critical thinking skills. They've just prioritized the wrong things and realized that they could, Tucker Carlson, for example, build a huge audience by being horribly hateful and all these things. That's him critically thinking his way into horrible positions, whereas these people you meet at rallies, it's there's no critical thinking going on there. And it was interesting watching the two guys I brought with me to this one. Someone asked if you have to pay. No, you don't have to pay to get in rallies. But they both walked away that was so weird how kind everybody was to us. Even after I would tell them that I voted for Biden, we would have perfectly fine exchanges. And then at the end, I'd have to tell them, I need you to understand something. Your ideology, I beg you to try to change it, is threatening the most important part of our country, our democratic process. I need you to know that. This is real stuff. But on an interpersonal level, they're way more, kind than my friends were expecting. And they were expecting us to get physically assaulted or something.
No, I mean, I understand that too. Clearly there is, if you look a certain way, if you are perhaps a certain gender, if you had a certain demeanor about you, it could spark hostility in, these Trump supporters. I mean, obviously we've seen violence break out at Trump rallies and stuff like that. But, I also understand, again, having grown up in that environment, in this red state below the Mason-Dixon line, that Bible Belt environment, that I don't want to say like I don't want to say it's like condescending kindness, but a lot of these people are indeed interpersonally very kind, even as they say things, that are, I guess, on the grand scale, just repugnant. And like I have a friend of mine who grew up in this environment, and he's gay, and he was like, people would say, in the sweetest tones of voice, very gentle. If I tipped over, they would call 911, but they will look me in the eye and advocate for a world in which I can't marry the person I love, that I can't get the health care that I would need, that my entire existence is, an abomination from their perspective. And yet simultaneously, they're not waving pitchforks and torches. And he's like, if I fell over right now and needed medical attention, I'm convinced these same people would call 911. So it is a kind of a strange dynamic.
It's so strange. Yeah. And that's why the only way you can understand it correctly, I think, is being able to separate the interpersonal from the effect of an ideology, because you can't just go off of like who's nicer to you to understand what is dangerous and what's not dangerous and what should be fought back against. But then it also does help you understand how to engage, because not everyone who's a Trump supporter is like the women I talk to who believe he's still president. There are other people that through enough engagement you could possibly pull them out of that. And I don't even believe that's the best way to spend our time. I think getting more moderate people over is better, but it does inform you on, okay, maybe just going there and screaming at them is not the best way to derive some sort of meaning or something. But yeah, it's so strange. But what I do know is, interestingly enough, when hateful, bad ideologies lose dramatically, you do see kind of that next generation almost completely let go of them. And I think I've come to the conclusion that despite any personal relationships I have or whatever it is, the goal has to be to trounce that movement so epically that they're left in the dust of history.
I'm a cynic by nature, so I'm hoping that you are correct. And I mean, my cynicism was proven wrong this evening, so hopefully there will be a second round of it. I'm hoping that, and it even tying it back to what's going on tonight, I'm hoping that this will prompt a second, that this, again, you could look at this as a referendum on MAGA. Not entirely, because there were some MAGA candidates like J.D. Vance, is swung his sail towards MAGA, and they did call Ohio for Vance, right, over Ryan?
Yes.
Okay. So it's not a total repudiation of MAGA, but I'm hoping the fact that they underperformed hilariously in an election that the consensus was that, it would be just a total curb stomp of Democrats by Republicans. I hope it prompts some introspection. Now, I'm not holding my breath because, of course, 2020 didn't really prompt introspection, nor did January 6th. But maybe the third time's the charm, and maybe it will prompt a realignment of the Republican Party. Because I mean, you have this conversation the other day. I saw this conversation happen between Sam Cedar and Emma Vigeland with a political historian yesterday. They were talking about the transformation of the Republican Party from, Ronald Reagan's compassionate conservatism into what it is today. And obviously, we have the benefit of hindsight. We can look back and see that beneath that folksy charm, many Reagan policies were extremely destructive, not only economically long-term and the idea of trickle-down economics, but also, Reagan's mismanagement of the AIDS pandemic and all these things. But at least there was a veneer of statesmanship and compassion and a sense of a limiting principle. And I'm hoping that, and you saw that again with President Bush as well, I guess the ideal would be that the GOP would not only regain some sense of even performative compassion, but they would get better policies too. But at the bare minimum, I am hoping that we will see the Republican Party start to shift back to the, Mitt Romney style Republican as opposed to what we have now. Yep. The one's going to ask you about, is there any were there any outcomes of particular races today that you were either particularly hyped by or particularly disappointed by? Because I have one.
I had a lot more hope in the Tim Ryan race than a lot of the others, and I was disappointed that he lost. For some reason, I thought he was tapping into something in Ohio in kind of the way he ran his race. But I'm obviously disappointed about Beto because that's here. I've gone to multiple Beto events in Texas as he's been running. So those are two.
Oh, did they call that?
Oh, yeah. He got pretty squashed.
Okay.
And then as far as any that I was happy about, definitely Fetterman. That was just insanely exciting.
Yeah, Fetterman, that was obviously a favorite just because I think, and I'm sure you agree that he has run his campaign, I would say it was a novel campaign. He weaponized social media skillfully in a way that I don't think we've seen a Democrat do ever, including AOC, who's considerably younger, and more media savvy than most. I mean, the trolling, the nominating Dr. Oz for the New Jersey Hall of Fame, and when Oz would try to throw shade and try to perform at the same level, Fetterman would take the picture, and that's the one I'm thinking of, where Oz released this picture of Fetterman that was supposed to be unflattering. It looked very apocalyptic, and Fetterman's like, "Oh, dude, that's cool," and made it his Twitter banner instead. So
good.
I love that. I love that energy, and clearly Democrats all across this country, not just in Pennsylvania, did as well. And I think it also inspired Governor Newsom in California to, also engage, I don't want to say on a more quote unquote mature level, but obviously there was a sense of, there was a different approach to it, but the sentiment was the same, which was, we're going to kind of get in your face about, your deficits at the GOP. We're going to take out, combative ads in Texas and Florida. We are going to, we're going to shoulder check. We're going to stop playing defense. And I love that. So I think the fact that Fetterman was able to squeak out a win here, or actually, what was the margin? Was it a pretty healthy margin?
It's going to be tight for sure.
Oh, is it? Okay. But the fact that he was able to squeak out a win, despite, everything that Oz was kicking up around the stroke, that's good. And hopefully, what I hope is that Democratic establishment, which unfortunately is dominated by a bunch of old people, between President Biden, Speaker Pelosi, Patrick Leahy, all these people, I'm hoping that they will try to adopt more of that energy in future campaigns, the Dark Brandon arc and Fetterman's energy. I'm hoping that that's the real victory here. But the one that disappointed me the most in terms of loss, believe it or not, and I'm trying to figure out in real time why I feel this way, was the Utah race. The fact that Mike Lee won re-election for a third term, that really annoys me, even though, he's not the most deranged. And I think that might be what it is, because if you have followed what happened with January 6th, Mike Lee was one of the people that the Trump administration looked to, that they thought they could
pause
rely
for just
on
a second, because I want to make sure I do this before. Tenzin Bass or Bass, thank you so much for becoming a patron at patreon.com/Luke Beasley, getting access to the full video version of the show and the bonus show, and making what we do possible. You are amazing. Tenzin, thank you so much. Continue, ruminate.
Oh, no. So I was just saying that the Mike Lee one was really disappointing because Lee apparently played a close role with the Trump administration to try to come up either with the number of votes sufficient to challenge Biden's victory or some sort of constitutional justification for then Vice President Pence to overthrow the results. And that, I think, the fact that he did so, that he was kind of toying with helping out, even though he's clearly not a MAGA guy. I don't know. I find that almost more disgusting than the J.D. Vances and the Marjorie Taylor Greens, who I would argue are not well mentally. Does that make sense? Like, why? I don't know. It seems like a pretty controversial decision or controversial opinion, but that one I think disappoints me more than anything.
Yeah, I wasn't keeping up with that race too much, but I did see that.
They were running against that independent.
That it was a former. No, that was a different race. An independent. Very interesting. Just how rare that happens, that the race comes down to a Republican and independent. But I definitely hear what you're saying, and generally though, I guess the way this is going to go down is Walker and Warnock are likely going to go into a runoff, and that's brutal. A whole nother month of listening to Herschel Walker say whatever he thinks he's saying.
It is projected that it's heading towards a runoff between Warnock and Walker at this point. Did they call that officially, or is that just...
That's just what I'm eyeballing based on how close it is, because they both have to get, or one of them has to get 50% of the vote, to actually win in Georgia, or it'll go to a runoff, and so they're both below that. And there's some libertarian candidate, if I'm not mistaken, who's, sucking out just enough to make that a possibility. So then just the two of them would have to run. And what I was talking about earlier is that third party candidate. I don't know how the people who voted for them end up falling in a one-on-one. It's just so weird. It's not regular political times. So regular political analysis just doesn't work, because normally you would say, okay, the libertarian candidate, their votes would probably go towards the Republicans, but a lot of the libertarians not been able at all to vote for Herschel Walker and would actually go for Warnock because Walker is so bonkers. But we'll just have to wait and see. Again, I don't know for sure that it'll go to runoff. If Raphael Warnock got all of a sudden a lot of votes, he could push over that 50%, but as of now, that's where we sit.
Not to put you on the spot, but something to keep in the back of your mind. If that happens, Destiny and IRI and I committed to, if it does become a runoff race in Georgia, that we would at least for a weekend go to Georgia and canvass. So, something to think about. Maybe we'd be the Four Musketeers.
Oh, I'll definitely go to Georgia. That's awesome.
If because I was just looking through Twitter here, and it looks like current projections have the Republicans having a 1-seat advantage in the House. Let me find it. NBC News House projection. 435 seats, 218 Republican, 217 Democrat. Okay, so here's a question. All right, if that's the best case scenario, right, and technically McCarthy becomes Speaker of the House, but by a 1-seat advantage, do you think that they will proceed with some of the loftier attempts that they like the Hunter Biden investigations, potentially impeaching President Biden, giving Marjorie Taylor Greene and others back their committee seats and kicking off, prominent Democrats in retribution? Do you think that they would follow through on that petty agenda if they technically secure a majority, but only by 1 seat?
Yeah, so let me start off my response by saying, Hazev the Wolf, thank you so much for that. What is happening? You guys are insanely generous tonight, and it's making me cry. He said you should publish, or they said, I don't actually, no, they said, you should publish this conversation on its own as a video. Loving it. Thank you so much for that super chat. Truly insanely generous. And then to respond, here's the thing about a thin 1-vote majority House. What does that do? That means that every Republican congressperson has an insane amount of power in the Republican caucus, which puts Marjorie Taylor Greene as someone who could kill or let pass any piece of legislation she wants. So I think if it's that thin of a margin, more crazy things are going to happen because Marjorie Taylor Greene, if Lauren Boebert doesn't lose her race, Matt Gaetz will have so much more power because they can go to Kevin McCarthy whenever they want and say, yeah, that really important thing you want us to get done later, in the next thing we vote on, we're not going to do it unless you let us do this big Hunter Biden investigation or Biden impeachment. And that is freaky.
I honestly didn't think about it that way, right? Because the conventional wisdom, right? Like you said, if times were more politically conventional, would be that McCarthy would probably take the theme, the motif of the evening and say, okay, again, this is probably a repudiation of Donald Trump and MAGA and, the conservative base. Yeah, this was also a bit of a referendum on Biden, but they want a return to normalcy. So maybe we don't impeach the president and investigate his son and Benghazi 2.0 and all these things. But like you said, we aren't living in conventional political times. And if there's just a 1-seat margin, then McCarthy's going to have to keep his caucus ruthlessly in line and completely aligned in order to pass legislation or to prevent Democrats in the House from passing legislation, which I guess you're right. It would give Gaetz and Greene and Boebert, if she wins, which I don't even know if that's, I don't know where we are with that race, but that gives them considerably more leverage, doesn't it? Hey, you need every, not to be crass, every ass in the seat, and you can't afford to lose me. So I want my oversight committee assignment, which that's a terrifying thought, the idea of Marjorie Taylor Greene on House oversight and, all the others. I didn't think about it that way, but that's a scary thought.
I know. It is, and it's kind of what some people in the left part of the party, oh gosh, did my camera spaz out there? Sometimes when I type, yeah, sorry, my hotkeys. All these races are so close. The idea of both Marjorie Taylor Greene getting on committees, which I saw reporting recently about how McCarthy is thinking, or is going to do that, does want to give Marjorie Taylor Greene power, and also her and all the other radical right individuals having so much power when they could sink any one of Kevin McCarthy's ambitions. That puts us in a really tough place. Now, luckily, nothing's going to happen other than those big public stunts, but those stunts do matter because Biden can veto any piece of legislation, but, making a whole show with a bunch of lies about Hunter Biden and making some portion of the country that tunes in think that there's more corruption there than there is and something's wrong with Biden or whatever, I can do some damage, even if it's a little bit of a...
Well, I think that, like you said, it is good not to be completely doomers. So, even if worst case scenario, we lose the House and the Senate, like you said, President Biden has the veto, which means that any Republican-led legislation that Democrats don't support or would be bad for the country, Biden can effectively kill it, and Republicans are screwed in that respect because there's no way that they would have the margins to override his veto. Like you said, 2/3 in both chambers. That would never happen, and they would never be able to get Democrats to caucus with them to defy a sitting president's veto. So we're safe there. Of course, we got to remember that Republicans are not, with the exception of like judicial appointments and tax cuts, they're really not interested in legislating. It's all about culture war stuff. So I don't expect, part of the reason why they didn't campaign on ideas or policy prescriptions here, like compared to Democrats, they're nowhere near as ambitious in terms of a policy agenda. And their entire ideology, right? That's the whole point of conservatism, is that essentially to halt progress, right? So, which is another advantage that Republicans have in this country. It's easier to stop a thing from being built than to build it, or to even knock it down than to build it. So just inherently, Democrats have a harder job. They have a greater burden.
And it's even harder whenever every time you're trying to build something, someone's trying to either prevent you or knock it down.
Right. Like, yeah, it's like trying to, build Legos with a cat, I imagine. You know what I mean? You go to you go to like build this Lego house and you got a cat swatting, the bricks away every time. That to me is the real danger. It's not so much what they will get done, it's more what they will not let us get done. We're at a really perilous time. Climate change, like I know that's unfortunately it's been a bit on the back burner, but I saw a headline today with John Kerry's face on it from it was either Axios or CNN, which says a new climate report says, like, seriously, guys, the U.S. has to make some considerable changes to its industry to avoid, disastrous climate scenario. And we as a public, we just don't care,
Yeah, that's funny. I just covered that. The leaked draft of a big report that's being put together for 2023 is like, things are looking horrible. And what I was saying in my segment about it today, that'll come out, I don't know, tomorrow or something. Well, maybe the next day, just based on how many stories I'm gonna have to do about the midterms tomorrow. But
you should make some time to sleep. But by the way, just FYI, you've probably got collectively 6 hours over the past 4 days. You're just gonna have to make some time eventually to crash.
Yeah, I was joking with my friends because, we drove probably 50 hours in 3 days or something insane to go all the way up Pennsylvania and back. And the night before I was working on something, and you're about to leave for a week and you got to knock out all those things. So then I didn't end up getting to bed until 4:30 or 5 that morning. We left at 7 or something like that. Horrible, unsafe. But then on the way back, it was a similar thing. And I was like, this weekend, I've had way too few hours of sleep. I did get a good night's sleep last night in preparation for the midterms. But yeah, I was definitely thinking about that. But one of the points I made about the climate story is, I'll upload this story on YouTube and it'll get remarkably less views than most of my other videos. And it just shows you, of course, it doesn't mean I'm not going to cover it. It's important. Of course, I'm going to cover it. But people really, even those who purport to care about the issue, do not care about the fact that our planet is in serious peril when you compare it to all these other things in the news. And that's really, really sad.
It is. I mean, and I at this point, I'm not even sure where to begin. I think that a lot of the discussions, a lot of the terrain was poisoned by years and years and years of unfounded, completely unreasonable skepticism from the right. And also, I think, regrettably, our attention span as a society, and it's not just Americans, but all over the world to one extent or another, climate change, it is immediate, but not immediate in the way we think of it, right? So the worst consequences of climate change, the truly apocalyptic things by the worst case scenario, they won't be felt for a matter of decades, right? Or perhaps centuries. And so we just don't think on that time scale as a civilization anymore. We really don't think about that. Even ironically, even people and groups that are supposedly family oriented and they're interested in what they'll leave for their children, they just don't think on that time scale. To us, immediate has to be within the next 48 hours, right, for us to truly, I think, as a culture, mobilize. So and plus, I think, again, relatively speaking, it's hard to make climate change sexy enough to capture the real attention of the American public. So at the end of the day, I feel like a lot of this is gonna come down to, a small number of activists, which hopefully who are legislatively empowered, right? So people, Sheldon Whitehouse or Bernie Sanders, AOC. And then if you have an obstructionist Republican Party in the House, it's going to cost us critical time. That's a scary thought. Because the other thing to remember is that the House Republicans have been infinitely more obstructionist during President Biden's tenure than Senate Republicans. I was commenting on this today. Isn't it ironic that Mitch McConnell for years cultivated a well-earned reputation as the Grim Reaper, right? And he would refer to himself as that. That's not like a pejorative, because he's where legislation went to die. And then during the first 2 years of the Biden administration, McConnell would whip votes for pieces of Biden's agenda, the infrastructure bill, the PACT Act, all these things. But House Republicans have been infinitely less likely to work with Biden because they want to deny him political victories. So that's the other thing, like the one chamber of Congress where Republicans are most likely to gain a majority is actually the one group of Republicans that are the least likely to come to the table in good faith, even compared to the Senate. That's the other scary thing.
Yeah, agreed. I don't know what's happening in the chat. One particular person is saying that, wait, you think Ruminate's attacking me? What? Are you listening to our conversation? Doug said this guy is obviously paid and I'm a target that you're coming after. What? What?
The check has not come yet, Luke, honestly.
No. Not, yeah, exactly. Not getting paid by me. Getting paid to attack me is the conspiracy right now. He's not attacking me, though. We're talking about, okay, I can't even. If
this is you being attacked, I'm sure this is the best attack you've ever received in your time as a commentator, right?
Yeah, bring on these attacks more. I like this.
With enemies like this, who needs friends?
Yeah, very strange. Okay, well, it's been delightful. I'll cut off the brutal assault you've been doing on me right here.
All right, Luke. I appreciate it, man. Good luck with the coverage. And are you going to keep this VOD up so that, because I don't know how late you're going, but it'll be good fodder for me to go and listen to tomorrow when I get up for work.
Yes. Yeah, I'm going to leave this one up for sure.
All right, perfect.
Awesome.
All right, chat. Thanks for having me. Luke, pleasure as always, buddy.
Absolutely. Great to talk to you. Bye. Y'all, you're... Doug, you need to get some help. That is so strange. YouTube account, thank you. I know we're still streaming. All right, let's check in.
For tonight, they're on path to get the majority again, but barely. And when you think about the competitive races here, we think there are about 82 competitive races. Democrats are leading in 49, Republicans in 33. Republicans need to win 30 of these to take control again. They're on path to do it, but just barely. We'll come back to the House in a little bit, Dom. Let's focus on the Senate now for a while, because I think that's where a lot of the main interest is. So you look at the U.S. Senate. You can see Democrats leading in 51, Republicans leading in 49. In terms of what's called, it's tied 48 to 48. You can see the four remaining states to call.
Janie, I hope you're still here. Janie Cox, thank you so much for your super chat. Sorry, he was talking while I saw that come in. I didn't get a chance to thank you. Janie said, order Uber food. I truly enjoyed this live. I'm so glad you enjoyed it. You are amazing for that super chat. Thank you so much. Yeah, Skunky, I'm trying to understand as well. I think, as Jared highlighted, I think Doug has had a little bit too many drinks tonight.
And in Arizona, 56% in, Mark Kelly's got a lead of about 15 points. Now, what I wanted to show you here is how this could change over the next several days and why we would expect it to change and maybe tighten. Mark Kelly's got a lead here, 56% in. But let me take you back to the presidential race 2 years ago. That was Mark Kelly's race there. This is the presidential race. Yes, Joe Biden won by about 10,000 votes. It was close, right? But we can do a timeline here where I can walk you through the course of the evening. Let me go back to the very beginning. So at 10:15, which was the first time we saw votes, Joe Biden was...
Oh, good, Janie. Thank you so much.
Was 72% in. He was ahead by 218,000. That feels comfortable. But then by 5 a.m., he had actually grown it ever so slightly to 130,000. The next day, though, it starts to drop, 93,000.
So to anyone confused about the criticism, I guess, in the chat, I think what Doug was trying to say is Ruminate came on and was talking, and that was taking away from me talking, but that's the reason I brought him on, so that he could talk. Whenever you've been live streaming for 6.5 hours, you don't necessarily need to be talking the whole time.
Mark Kelly, only 56% was in. When we showed you that first Joe Biden lead, there was more. There was actually more vote counted more quickly in Arizona 2 years ago than now.
It also depends where the outstanding votes are.
It does depend where the outstanding vote is, but in Arizona, Maricopa County makes up about 60% of the vote. This is the swingiest of the swing counties, and they have 55%. And so we know that a lot of that vote is going to come in Maricopa County.
The swingiest of the swing counties.
The swingiest of the swing counties, Don.
All right, John Berman, thank you very much. We appreciate that. We're going to check back with John. Of course, John has all the numbers going inside the vote. Let's get now to Athena Jones. She's live in Pennsylvania. Athena, hello to you. We heard from John Fetterman moments ago.
Here's what's going on a right-wing show as we speak. Another potential shutdown there from the computer.
About what the future of the Republican Party is going to be in 2024. Now is the time to focus in and win right now.
How about this? That this doesn't happen in the presidential race in 2024.
Michaels should be governor.
He lost.
Did they call it?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did they really call it?
Yeah, they called it.
Do they have some outstanding ballots the same way that we do, though?
No.
That was close. Wait, how much did you lose by?
Also,
did they call it?
The people I cover, the people I actually trust, called it.
Really?
Yeah, it's 51-48. It's pretty big, too. 3 points.
Oh, that's 3 points.
3 points,
Expanded about 100,000.
But Ron Johnson's holding strong. Ron Johnson has...
About for the future.
That was hilarious. Really? Really? No. When I've got my extra bassy earbuds in, I keep thinking I'm hearing your upstairs neighbor stomping around, but oh yeah, that might be me typing. Sorry, I'll try not to do that. That's really annoying of me. I'm lost. I'm done trying to understand anything going on there.
Okay. See here many calls that President Biden was making tonight. So let's talk about all of this. You know, White House officials were saying we are not so hopeful about the House. We'll see what happens with the Senate. And with Fetterman, I mean, the president got what he wanted with a Fetterman victory and Josh Shapiro at the top of the ticket for the governor's race.
You know, in this century, the presidential approval has been a driving force, especially in Senate races. In 2018, Republicans did not win a single Senate seat in a state where Trump was at 48 or below. In 2010, Democrats lost 13 of 15 in states where Obama was at 47 or below. Tonight, it is possible that Democrats are going to win.
All right, so here's the sense I'm getting from what we're seeing here. It looks like we've come to a standstill, and it's going to be a second until we get any more information. They're getting into general analysis. So I will conclude my stream here so that I could get some sleep, check on the results tomorrow, and get to work on tomorrow's show, breaking down all the key stuff. It's been a blast. It's been an absolute blast. Thank you all for being here. You're amazing. I cannot thank those who donated money today through Super Chats enough. So much generosity. Incredible, incredible. Thank you so much. As I said, we have a very exciting next few years coming up, and I am so pumped to take part in all that with you guys and hopefully put out content that you very much enjoy each step of the way. It is going to be quite the ride.